personal
Mm-hmm.
because y'all already know whenever I leave, I always show love and I tell my brothers that I love them.
Facts.
But I'm pissed off because I have no fucking hot sauce on my fried chicken. I
What
love
kind of
y'all.
hot sauce? Louisiana?
Yeah, hey, no, 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 no,
You,
no, no, no,
you,
no, 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 no. You know what? I'm a red hot nigga.
oh, you like red hot?
Old
Yeah.
school. Hell yeah. Me too.
And I'm pissed, yo.
Me
I'm
too, bro.
pissed because I'm pissed. I just went in my cupboard and I'm looking. I'm like, damn, I ain't got no hot sauce. But I mean, fried chicken is good regardless. So you know what I'm saying. I got I got a little mac and cheese too. So hey man, I'm gonna watch this fight, eat, and I'm gonna drop off the panel, but I'm gonna still listen in on my phone, to what y'all brothers saying. It's to always show love and respect, and you know, and just to show love to what brother A1 is doing. But guess what? One of y'all niggas need to send me some goddamn hot sauce. I love y'all.
All
Yeah.
right. Oh
Peace.
my.
Peace and love, brother.
If we on when you
Appreciate you, man.
available to come up, make sure you come on back on up and give word whatever we talking about. I found out who that fighter was we was looking for earlier, Josh Hokett. He beat that looked like Blades back there in the I didn't look at the topic because that wasn't the title of the article. It was talking about him talking about Michelle Obama. That's you know what I'm saying? I would be embarrassed if I was the UFC. I probably wouldn't have him back. Uh, but that's just my view on that. Anyway,
Man, y'all heard about China beat Elon introducing their mass commercial produced brain chip?
hmm,
China just announced it. They got their own brain chip that's commercially available, beating Elon's release of
commercial.
his Neuralink to the masses. Yeah. China just made an announcement. What I'm reading an article here now, dated June 7th. I was trying to get to MIT. They got a nice article on it, but they want a subscription. I ain't about to pay a monthly.
Like
But
Sadiq,
what's up?
you see the guy who got the Neuralink from Elon. You see the guy?
Yeah, a
Yeah, you
while
see
ago.
the
I can't remember.
dude,
Yeah, it was
bro.
about a few months ago. Yeah. What you see on it?
Man, he looked like a zombie. Like he wasn't even there, bro. He
Right?
looked like he wasn't even there, man.
That's
And then
interesting,
they
bro.
asked him, "Well, what do you think?" He gave the standard answer. I think it will help with multiple sclerosis and, uh, back injuries and help people walk again. Wouldn't you like that? Then he
Wow.
said, I had to. He said it took me about 2-3 days to get used to it. You know what I mean? That he could control it, but he seemed to be tapped in. But bro, he not there, and his eyes is all bugged out. Oh man, y'all got to see this stuff.
I
There's
think
a
I've seen
black
that
guy
one.
too. It's a
Oh, John
brother
Wayne. Oh
too.
no, okay. Hold on. I didn't see that one. I see the black guy.
Well, hold
What?
on. I got to pull this up, Sadiq. Rob. Hold
Oh
on.
yeah, you
You're
got
not
to,
even
bro.
gonna believe this. Hold on. Watch this.
And while he's
Hold
doing
on.
that, the one in China, they named their chip is called. You guys gonna get a kick out of this. Of all names, Neo. Neo, the implant developed by Neuracle Medical Technology, which is, say translates the thoughts of a person with paralysis, right, into movements of assistive or a robotic hand in that case. Interesting. And it's marketed here that says to help people with paralysis caused by neck and spinal injuries and other issues regarding the movement of their limbs and so forth. And it's brought forth it was approved for its safety by the China's National Medical Products Administration,
Mm.
approved for implants in people aged 19 to 60 years old with those conditions I mentioned. Man, I don't know about all of that, but anyway, it goes on to say, according to Nature, the magazine Nature, the implant embedded in the skull is about the size of a coin, which is about what Elon's is. About, I think he said his was an inch by inch or so, about the size of a quarter or whatever. Embedded in the skull is about the size of a coin. 8 electrodes. And not to interfere with what you about to say, cause I was just getting this while you were. If you're ready to roll, man, go ahead, brother. I can fall back.
No, I'm trying to find. I got the video. You know what I
Okay.
mean, the dude, but I wanted to. I
Okay,
want
why you
the
doing? Okay.
original video. No,
Okay.
okay. Well, dude, here go. Well, this will be good enough because
Okay.
dude is kind of showing it. I want to show you the original video so you could just see it for yourself. But he's looking at the original, right? Hold on.
I ain't seen that one with the black guy. That's why. Okay, I gotta see it. And man, I think that's where they're gonna try to put most of that shit is on us, man.
Watch him, bro. Watch his eyes, y'all. Watch the brother eyes. Something ain't connecting. You know when you're looking at something that's live and
Right.
and conscious, it has this awareness about it. It's just there. I can't explain it. You can tell when something is alive, though. Like
Gotcha.
you like when the smile actually reaches the eyes. You
Right.
know, it's
Yeah.
something.
I know what you mean.
He ain't
Yeah.
got it, bro.
It's like if a person's the parallel, the person, a living thing has an infinite amount of variables and process at any given unlimited amount of process. We still trying to figure out the limits of the mind.
Mhm.
Functioning, running concurrently at the same time. No, absolute. It's many different facets, many different calculations, quote unquote, and many different points of analysis. Some conscious, some unconscious, but nonetheless running at the same time. That's really what the life is all about. And so what scientists have done is to try to negate some of those other quote unquote nuances or thought processes as points of interference where their particular direction or where they want to take the mind, how they prefer the mind to work, to streamline it, to reduce it to like an absolute. So what you see, right? And we're going to check that video out. He sits there and a parallel. He's thinking only pretty much, right? Only about one thing at a time. That's
Yeah,
heavy when you really think about it. That's
and
why he's sitting there in the absolute. That's what an absolute physically. What you guys going to be holding is an app, like almost an absolute. You can never reach it, right? But you can. But they're trying to get there, and they're eliminating so much of the other shit that's going on in his mind that he sits there with a blank and shit.
hey, look, man, you listen.
Until
You ain't
given.
even seen the
Go
video.
ahead, bro. It's interesting.
You ain't even seen the video yet.
No, yeah, they cut out all his issues of hunger. They trying to eliminate this issues of sex. He ain't thinking about no sex in that state of mind, like not like we would,
And
and all of the
Run that
that's when
nuances
he
around.
starts
Right,
talking, y'all.
right,
Watch when he starts talking. Can y'all see that?
Yep. Right.
Yeah.
Y'all can see that?
Yeah.
Okay, let me go back. Okay. Now, I want y'all to see when he start talking. It looks like behind his eyes, like he's reading a script before he says something. Just watch, y'all. Watch this.
On TikTok or Instagram or wherever. He's the guy that's gotten the Neuralink implanted into his brain. Now, when I first saw this video, I did not react to it because me personally, I thought it was clearly obvious that this was AI. But I'm starting to see far too many channels report on this as if this is a real thing, as if this has really happened. Now, this guy actually exists. This is a real man. This video is not a real video. Let me play the video for you, and then I'll go into some detail in my search on how ChatGPT lied about this whole thing and how the truth is out there.
And do you have any side effects?
No, I don't have any side effects.
Do you have any?
I don't have any.
Can you feel it?
I can't feel it. I was able to do it, and then I did it.
And how long did that take you?
That took me about a week.
And then you went home
I practiced at home.
And so what do you think the biggest benefit of this is?
The biggest benefit is that it's going to help people with spinal cord injuries and people with Parkinson's disease and people with epilepsy and people with depression, anxiety, and all these different things. I could still move the mouse with my mind.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, I had. Yeah. It's actually pretty cool.
Is it like a chip?
It's a small chip, yeah.
So I'm curious about the device itself. You know, the actual. How long did it take you to get used to it?
It was a process. You know, it took a few months to really get comfortable with it, but now it's just part of me, in my head.
Can you show us?
Can you show me where?
Right here. So the future is going to be amazing. We're going to be able to do so much more.
Now, to me, it was very obvious that this was an AI video. The cadence of their language, the smoothness of the skin, like the flawlessness of the content. And so I went and I asked ChatGPT because I've been seeing so many of these videos literally going viral about this guy. And so this is what I asked ChatGPT. I couldn't paste the link in, so I had to upload the video to it. And this is what ChatGPT says. I reviewed the uploaded video. What I observed, this video appears to be filmed at a large technology convention or expo. The person in it is wearing a Neuralink t-shirt and just states all the obvious. Then it says, does it look AI generated? From the visual evidence, it does not appear to be AI generated. I did not notice common AI artifacts such as warped or changing facial features, extra or missing fingers, people melting into the background, inconsistent text or logos. That one's important. Impossible lighting or physics. Is it proof of the account's claims? No. Even if the video itself is authentic, that doesn't verify any extraordinary claims the creator may make elsewhere, such as shape-shifting, supernatural abilities, or other paranormal assertions, right? So they said that the AI's assessment is that the video is authentic. It's likely a genuine smartphone recording, evidence of AI editing, none that stand out from the.
Hold on. There's another fella who was on Joe Rogan, who was paralyzed. I can't show Joe Rogan, but I could show some of this Good Morning America stuff. It's another fella who's crippled. First Neuralink patient on living 1 year with brain chip. This is 1 year ago from News Nation. Let's check him out. Now, for anybody who doubted the other one,
in how
right?
knowledge is
This is a guy who's proven who has this.
at Houston.
Before getting the
And this
implant,
is his second
you couldn't
year.
be alone without help for more than half an hour at a time. You obviously couldn't send an email or watch a movie or play online chess. I know you're a big fan of online chess. You couldn't do anything without help. And once you got the implant, you said it was like magic. So talk us through this technology. How do you use it on a daily basis?
Yeah, it's I like to say it's pretty simple. What I mean by that is, of course, the technology itself is not very simple, but how it's used is pretty intuitive. And I use it for all sorts of things.
Do you have
these
to turn
days.
it on? Like, do you turn it on?
I do.
Okay.
So I have a little hat that has a charger in it. It plugs in, and I can command the implant to connect or disconnect at any point. And after that, I just do whatever I want on a computer. Whatever anyone else can do on a computer, I can do, and I use it for all sorts of things.
Do you have
Not
to
just
say
my-
something in particular when you say you command, the computer to do something? Do you say cursor move or?
Yeah, just in order to connect, I'll say implant connect, and it'll connect.
And then after that, you just think a thought and it happens on the computer in front of you.
Yes, ma'am. That's basically how it works.
Have you had any negative consequences or side effects from this?
No, not really. At the beginning, there was some thread retraction, but so right now they've told me plus or minus 10% of the threads are in the, I guess their intended spot in my brain, but they changed how the signals are read, and I got cursor control back just fine. It's better than it was before, actually, and so I haven't had any sort of physical side effects, mental side effects. It's been all positive so far.
So you say you want to write me an email. You would talk me
This
through
guy.
what you would think.
So essentially I just have cursor control. So I'll go into my email, click around, do whatever I need to do to
So you
send
go
you
to
an email.
inbox, start it, you click, start, you say
Is he
click,
looking
start
at
a
it
new
behind
email?
his eyes, though?
Yeah, I don't have to
or-
say anything. It's just I think I want to click, and it clicks. Left
Wow.
click, right
I
click,
don't
whatever
know.
I want. And then after that, I will either use dictation or I can use a virtual keyboard on my computer screen to type out whatever I want to say. And then again, just click, and it sends.
Wow.
So I was struck by something you said recently, that you have read more in the last 14 months than you had in the many, many years after you were paralyzed and before that implant was put into your brain. This implant allows you to read a book on your own, or in your
Yeah, it's
case, many
something.
books.
Yeah, it's something that I missed a lot. I was an avid reader before my accident, and reading books just kind of wasn't very possible. After my accident, I got stuck listening to audiobooks, and those are hit or miss. Sometimes you don't like a narrator. Sometimes the book just doesn't sound the same. It's better to read. So I've been able to use like a Kindle or other reading apps, and I read all the time now. It's one of my favorite pastimes.
And you now have a job. Is this because of Neuralink?
Yeah. So I'm traveling around and speaking. So I know there's plenty of other things I could do, but it's something that I have a big passion about. Talking about Neuralink, talking about my faith, my story. So I travel around and speak to whoever wants to hear me at this point.
Neuralink is constantly updating your software, making things faster, making things smarter. Have you noticed the technology changing and improving in the last year?
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of
This
the
nigga say
user interface
absolutely.
has changed. I think a lot of how they are calibrating, how they are reading the signals. They've constantly been updating things. So from where we were at the beginning, it is massive improvements. And the more people that join the study, the better it's going to get. I honestly don't know what it's going to look like when it gets, completely released, but I know it's going to be leaps and bounds better.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based.
So, the old Muskie Deshky, you've been working behind the scenes, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you see that black dude? Did you see his eyes?
Yeah. Nobody's home.
Ain't nobody. Hello.
You saw the white guys was looking at him, standing around him with glee. So that little lady over to the left.
Man, it looked weird. Man.
It was all in his face on that shit. Oh man, he's like you're helping us make advancements by leaps and bounds, sir. You don't understand the power of your sacrifice.
Think about how good he acting like he can learn. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go do a lot of research exactly what it means when he hooking up to the computer, or is that Neuralink actually hooked up to some type of holographic film that's placed?
I would say it's probably using your own vision as the so-called holographic view.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. They done found out that. Remember, Siddiqui, I was talking about that holographic film.
Yeah.
Mind.
Right. In terms of memory recall and so forth, and to produce imagery and recollection of certain events and your experience is concerned. They talked about that, and Adam Talbot talked about that in the book Holographic Universes. What only some of this he compared based on his research, Talbot versus how the holograph generation works in the laboratories, that he used an apple as a test subject, and he acquired a holographic plate, film and plate, and so he was able to use laser light to shine from a source through using cameras through a constructed fixed path where the laser was split off, right? Same laser, right? And so the laser, but part of it was aimed towards the apple, and the other half was aimed at the plate. And then they met back around on the other side, like a fixed loop or so forth. And at the other side over there, they were able to regenerate an artificial image
of the apple,
of the apple, the full image, from the directly from the plate. See, once that light, the other half of that light that went to the plate, it's kind of hard to explain. It's without actually breaking this book out to read the process, but you get the idea that the plate, the light, once the light hit, in other words, once part of the light hit the apple, it was etched the signature into the plate, and then there's another laser read the signature on the plate without the physical apple. Just read straight from the plate, produced the apple, right?
Wow.
And so that was just the beginning. They began to reduce the size of the plate, but yet the apple was steamed. The apple, the signature was scattered through the plate, right? And so they didn't know it wasn't in a fixed location on the plate, right? It wasn't an absolute, but they just know it was on the plate. And so no matter where you shine that light on the plate, you were able to produce the whole image. And so our brain can reproduce.
When it got small.
What's that?
Even when the plate got very small?
Right, that's where he's beginning to reduce the size of the plate eventually, and he was still able to reproduce the whole apple. No matter what part of the plate he would remove, it would still produce the apple, showing how the brain could recall memories. You know, like to those who've had me. I was on Pseudo Killers panel. They talking about something similar of how the brain could have pieces removed through. You know, they said gang member was shot in the head and part of his brain was removed, whatever. That he could still move, walk, talk, whatever, recollect, have a fairly normal in the way of life, even before the gunshot wound, right? And so, but yet Talbot noticed that now as you remove more and more, you know, and like into brain material, as you remove more and more, though, the image is not as clear. The subsequent, the rate of removal or the degree of removal became where its clarity is concerned, or how clear your memory is to recall, and the speed in which you recall the memory began to slow and blur. Right?
Is that would be like equivalent to like in a computer, like loss of data?
Right, in a way, right? Yeah, pretty much.
Loss of memory.
From my understanding, you know, based on what I understand, yeah, pretty much. And what's interesting about this is that, and another aspect too, is that they're mapping the brain. You create an artificial. I'm gonna go into. I've been going to get with A to put together a special on a new world order called the Age of Verification. This is what we actually headed into that a few years ago. This is what all of this is part of. We're dealing with the age, which is simple. Everything will be verified. This is the kind of age we're heading into. Verification, and it'll touch every aspect of society, right? Including where human biometrics and human mechanics is biometric and mechanics is concerned in this context. But moreover, when you look at what they're doing to the planet, right, in terms of putting up these data centers on the Earth's surface, which is like the flesh of the Earth, right? Let's go a little further, right? We've seen the reports, right? We're becoming more familiar with some of these AI-related terms. In this case, data centers, which is the brain or the chip of the AI mechanism, more or less. They're putting this on the Earth like a big square-looking thing, and it maintains a lot of the computing and power, and it creates heat and all this other stuff, and it's hardwired into the physical Earth. It's literally stuck to the Earth. Well, your skull. Do you know your skull is likened to the Earth in some regard, containing material and flesh and so forth? You know, the flesh comes from the Earth, but yet your skull is being mapped as well. Yeah. When you get a chance, guys, look at the correlation between a computer chip and a data center. The data center is a giant computer chip.
Yeah.
And vice versa. Think about that. And so if you look at the Earth and they keep adding these chips and they chip in your brain, so the chip on dude's brain, be it called Neuralink or China's variety and other varieties that come up, those are little minute data centers. Yes. Incredible.
And then when we look at them data centers, what are they doing? They're using massive amounts of water. And then
right, and it's right on your head, right? Right. You see where they're going with it, right? Now you're going to have to feed that thing. Now, how many? Not to cut you off, but this is so juicy, I can't help it. That when you read up the energy demands of these data centers on the Earth variety, the macro, I'm going to call these macro data center, macro chips. They drink a lot of the resources from the environment in which it's in contact with.
And then if you look at it, they're having a big thing about it in Detroit right now because they popping up these data centers in these places and people are immediately getting sick.
Right.
They're immediately
This is a matter of just looking up. We're not making this stuff up, guys.
Yeah.
This is all online. Like for instance, let me see. Can I just give you something about it? If you just Google, it's the data chip center, similar to the data center. You know, according to GRC immersion coding, they'll say as a fundamental level, yes, data centers are functionally similar to the mega scale chip processors. See, both receive raw data inputs, perform mechanical operations, and generate outputs. However, they operate on vastly different scales. It's only the scale by which they're different. I'll just stop there because it's a whole thing they're going into it about.
That's why they're gonna what we're gonna have to do is find a way to beat that. They're gonna find places where it's raining a lot, and they're gonna find a way to recycle that rainwater.
It's or you know what though?
To keep working.
I say with things like AI or man's creation, you gotta dominate them because AI only does what you tell it to do.
Right.
But AI also hallucinated a verse, right? And admitted that it hallucinated.
Right.
I asked it to spit it back, tell me what was really there. It lied about another verse that was there, made up some other stuff, and then told me, you know, my bad.
Oh no.
In a sense. You dig what I'm talking about? Or you know, I'm just they got a term for it, a language something model.
Right. Right.
And it literally said, I hallucinated. I said, oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so, you know, all in the attempts to keep a conversation going.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So you got to be careful, brother. We got to be careful, man.
Hallucinate on it. Yeah, to give you feedback and results and rationale you didn't ask for. You type it in, that motherfucker produces random outputs. Right, like into a biological mind. That's wild, man. That we're dealing with artificial hallucinations. The age of that.
Yeah. Because see, somebody had to teach you to hallucinate.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. That's wild, man. That's wild. But it's gonna take. We get it. So we get into. Ultimately, we're going to touch the aspect at some point in the future. The concept of, and I'll get into that. I'm going to put this presentation together as soon as I can, about the environment will have to be terraformed. This is what we're dealing with. They're literally terraforming the environment, which is a fancy term, terra, earth, form, hence the word. They're adjusting the environment, modulating, basically modifying the environment to suit this digital artificial presence. See? And so to say that is to say that whoever takes these chips, your body has to be terraformed. See, it has to be. See?
My man said, his Neuralink was changing the structure in his brain.
Right. That it has to occur because it's a competing presence. It's not biological. The material the chip is made of isn't biological. It's not organic. It's inorganic material comprising of metals. What kind of metals? Well, if it's like what's in these cell phones, you got all kind of probably potentially toxic, radioactive-ish, potentially, depending on how far we're going to go with this. With the piece processor speed is involved in a different kind of capacity. See, you had to add all kind of fancy exotic metals into this stuff. We ain't dealing with the cheap aluminum. You're not gonna have nothing cheap up in that mode. Just that's what we look at the data center. We can just parallel it to the minute variety, right? That we went by, that we already established. And so, and we're not going to get into infections. See, as these chips accumulate in their ability and all the different electromagnetic waves that this thing is going to core, there's so many different moving parts of this stuff. It's going to affect your psyche and your thinking, and particularly where infection is concerned and your environment. Yes, plants die. Right. It's just so much. Right.
And years to come, if they find a way to make them smaller and they get the populations into being able to put them, you got a bomb in your head that can microwave.
I was going to say the same thing.
Like, you know me, I think deep. Hopefully that ain't going to happen.
Only be all right.
No, hold on. The right amount of people who putting that shit in their head, because if everybody do it and one person don't, Or even
Now, look, the crazy part is they just had a movie. Do y'all remember that they just had a movie?
Which one?
It's a spy movie, and I want to say it's the Kingsman or something. And they had these implants in their head, right? And it was supposed to be this Neuralink connection. Hush it. It's supposed to be this Neuralink connection thing, and it ended up being a bomb. Damn. Do y'all remember that? And all the bombs went off in that lady's restaurant thing, and all the people were blowing up.
I think that's
I don't think I've seen that one.
I seen one like that. I remember. What else was remember on one of them Blade movies? Now this one wasn't no Neuralink. Remember he was stabbing them with them bombs in their head.
Yeah, and they was blowing up.
They do it, and I just think about a Neuralink inside it with the same potential to be able to do that. Yeah, man, that's a dangerous thing, especially with just if the right type of radiation comes from the sun at the right time, not to kill humans, but we know how microwaves act, and you know what I'm saying. Just the right
they got one that's even more terrifying. They got these little itty bitty little drones.
Oh yeah,
right. That are probably about the size of your finger, packed with explosives, right? And they attack like bees and swarms. You dig what I'm talking about? And they just boom, 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 boom. That's how they took out the airfields and air communications in Venezuela. They did it so fast. Nothing could do anything. They brought out that new technology on them boys and got Maduro out of there in 45 minutes.
Damn, 45 minutes. He didn't have barely had a lunch break.
Him and his girl.
They was falling, throwing up. They couldn't do nothing. So it was only about 4 or 5 people hit the ground.
Come on. You dig what I'm talking about? They said with a total 7. Now, mind you, it's 7 pilots. It's 7 pilots. A total of 45 people, 52 total. 45 people actually were in the blackout.
And I bet you they talking about people behind the desks watching it and all that.
45. Got them niggas out of here.
Damn.
Listen, they shut a whole quadrant of a country down. No power, no nothing, nothing moving. Everything getting blowed up. If it even looked like it's boop, 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 you don't even know what's happening because it happened in the dark.
Like one of them murder mysteries. The lights go out, pop back on, somebody missing. Dun-dun.
And then they got you. If y'all been watching, they've been talking about many of the Venezuela troops, right? They've been asking them, well, you know, what happened? Why was things so ineffective? They was saying basically, bro, in a sense, these niggas was appearing and disappearing. You did right if they would be in the room with them, but they couldn't see them.
Mm-hmm.
They was using some type of camouflage technology. They by the time they cracked his country, he was back on the ship in 45 minutes.
It was
he
like
was back in the air on his way back to America already. Got Maduro and his wife.
Like a group of predators came in and kidnapped you.
Yeah, bro.
Super predators. Damn.
They said these boys was like phasing in and out.
And they wasn't lying either.
They ain't lying.
We know we sent people over there doing that. And
yeah,
that's what
we've been had that technology. We've been had that technology.
Because to perfect it and send it on a mission like that, you have to be did rigorous testing.
Come on, man. We see the Chinese man almost 20 years ago come out with the cloth that is that he wrapped around himself and he disappeared in front of the camera in front of us. The technology allows light to pass through, but it shows what's behind you and projects that forward
in front of you.
So you look invisible, man. If you don't think they got that on clothes by now,
man, you know they do. And you remember they always, like they say, they always show you the type of ideas and stuff that's going on within movies. Remember one of the Mission Impossibles, how he got through that hallway 'Cause they was
Mhm.
looking at it. He had that holographic thing standing there where he could get through there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm talking about they've been showing you, and I remember like you said, because I was way back in the 90s. And when I'm saying 90s, I'm talking about 90, might have been 94, 95, 96, when they was talking about the thread and stuff that they had and the materials that they had, that they were starting to learn how to do this. And they just didn't got
Yeah.
better at the time. Like that was way back in the 90s when they was doing that and having the, they got the right tools and stuff. And that's what I say, like the
If
brilliant.
y'all remember before 94, 95, they was using this technology on the skins of airplanes in the early Iraq war.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? They was coming through
Right.
with these planes that you couldn't, they was there, but you couldn't see them from the ground. They looked at see-through. By the time you seen them, it's too late. It's over with. You know what I mean? So
Right.
and
Yeah.
and then they start coming with all type of tech, man. All type of tech, to so much so that some of it I don't think they can hide. You dig what I'm talking about? Because they too greedy.
Yeah.
Because they gotta figure out a way to, first of all, weaponize it and then make some money off of it.
Right. They're gonna weaponize it, make their money off of it, and then give it to the public and make some more money off of it.
That's it.
Right.
That's all they want to do.
That's it.
Sell guns, sell these type of technologies to each other. So you can go fight over here, we can go fight over here, act like we don't like each other. We're gonna supply these people when they fighting, and then you supply the other people when these people is fighting. I'm talking about
that's the oldest trick in the book. Oldest trick in the book. And then the thing is, it keep working. It keep working.
Right.
Playing both sides against the middle. It works.
Yeah. Jay Snake.
What up, though?
You got to talk about too how Nvidia's looking at wanting to pay people to hell, they forget putting they're trying to get more personal. They ain't just focusing on putting data centers out in middle plots of this land, soaking up a lot of real estate and just putting them away from the residential areas. They're actually looking at suggesting that individuals can put that shit in your backyard, bro.
Yeah, smack
For
dab in the
$22,000 a year to pay you to rent your space, rent your residence.
You ain't gonna live long enough to spend a quarter. You gonna be dead of radiation within a year.
Oh, hell no, man.
Man.
Did you see the mock up? You see the drawing? You seen the image? Yeah, this had a box in the dude's backyard like a damn refrigerator or some shit.
Wondering why you and your wife can't have children.
Right.
You sterile now. You dig
About 22,000. You know, a lot of people gonna go for that money. Some estimates. I think Nvidia. I'm looking at the sites here on Yahoo Finance, MoneyWise.com. Talking about they're looking. I think according to Nvidia's pushing this. Nvidia, they're saying that neighborhoods might be fighting crime against data centers in the area, but Nvidia and California startup are betting those homeowners could be okay. There's always a noble cause tied to this stuff. It could be okay. You should do it. It's not for us, right? It's for you. It could help in this case curb crime and these homeowners, right, as they're saying here, going along that line of reasoning, these homeowners would be okay if their homes became data centers.
Wow.
Right? It's always for you. It's never for them. You know, we don't have a sadistic, insidious agenda. We're helping you. Help us help
we
you.
love you guys.
Yeah, we love you guys.
Yeah, bro. Come on, bro.
And with that being said, they're going on to say it's unusual to ask in the current environment, but the two companies believe the promise of quote heavily discounted end quote energy and internet bills could sway homeowners. So it may help your utility bill. You could eliminate your utility bills. And so it is kind of going into that. But basically, to wrap it up, it says California-based Span, company named Span, like Lifespan. Span has teamed up with the tech giant to create the NVIDIA. They teamed up with Span and the tech giant NVIDIA. Teamed up to create fractional data centers. Oh.
Oh,
Look at that term. Fractional data centers, guys. Okay. Via nodes. Nodes. That's a new term called XFRA units. That
XFRA.
yeah. XFRA. Yeah. Yahoo
Extra.
Finance. Right. Yeah. Let me see if they're going to go into it. I don't know what that means. Let me see what they say. It says
Those are
that
all the
can be
different
put on
raises
the
probably
side of
putting on.
homes and small businesses, working as a cluster that can supplement or replace large data centers. The company says, oh my goodness, full stop. Dude, you guys hear that?
Mm.
So those big plots we're talking about, they may or may not go away in the future, but given the context of this story thus far, we can look at the intent that they're just stated here and say their intent is to actually put them right in near your homes, in your homes or just outside of your homes.
To
That's
replace.
going to be the data center. Your house is the data center, right? You
Man.
the data center. You're gonna be chipped the F up, sitting next in that surrounded by a physical data center, macro data center in your
Right.
shit.
And
That's
what's
Chipped up.
and
In
what's
some
more
cases. Right.
and what's more
Damn.
what's a more persistent mean? Think about when you think about atoms and molecules and things, and then how they've come together in these bodies, and then you think about the optimization of that type of form, and then you think about, like Cosmo was talking about, the clusters of
Right.
of the weapons, how they come together and do a certain big job with their own little individuality. What would be
Right.
more smarter than to have individual places of gathering energy
Right.
to feed a big or a cluster, like you said, like a cluster within a region, as opposed to
Right.
one big substation. Like when we got energy, we're talking about substations and things, but you can still do it in clusters, because substations do end up being a cluster at the end. They're just
Right.
big clusters, but that's the most efficient way to do it. If you want a smart system, you just power it yourself at your house. You learn how to get some solar energy when the rain comes, because that's what it's going to always be. It's going to be a way to channel the elements that do what in a big way.
Yo,
Yeah.
this
You
is
know.
scary. Listen, I
Go
just looked up XFRA, right?
Can you put it up for us?
XFRA. It says created by the energy startup Span in collaboration with NVIDIA, is a decentralized. Listen, y'all, this is scary.
I
This
got
what
stock in NVIDIA. I got stock in NVIDIA.
you better. I'm about to get me some too. Span in collaboration with NVIDIA is a decentralized network that turns residential and small commercial buildings into a fleet of mini AI data centers. Diabolical.
That's what they do.
Instead of massive decentralized mega facilities, XFRA deploys small liquid-cooled compute nodes right outside your house to tap into the electrical grid's unused headroom. XFRA operates by installing an exterior compute node, roughly the size of an HVAC or heat pump unit or AC unit, directly on a home or business. It functions as a distributed network to handle artificial intelligence workloads.
Damn.
And cloud gaming. They take it.
I'm just to get some money. I'm just
Oh,
to get
yeah.
some money. My stocks is good. I'm just go buy some more.
Oh yeah, it's big money in that AI right now. Damn, man,
Technology.
damn, cause that's crazy, bro. Yeah, hell yeah, it's only man. Yeah, I'm just y'all see the SPC. Not to change the subject, but there's the SPCX that Elon's stock.
No.
Shit, I bought some of that, man. Y'all don't even want to know what that mud looking like right now.
Huh.
Shit, that boy, he opened up some of it deals with some of his space endeavors and where he's trying to enhance Starlink and so forth and other initiatives using the company's ticker symbolized by SPCX, SpaceX. And so he basically he had an IPO recently. I think it was earlier this month, the 12th, June 12th or whatever. It opened at 135 a share. Man, everybody named Mama jumped on that motherfucker. Everybody named Mama. I threw like 5 G's on that mother. Should have threw more than that. And it's went up from 136. It's at, dude, it went up to, let me check the latest price. And I bought some of that. Dell, Nvidia joined with, I think, Palantir. They got to grow AI. All this is all AI stocks. All AI stocks.
So another one that Nvidia y'all might want to look into. You might want to look into this too. Sadiq Ra is Span. That's who they saying they doing this with.
Span. And I want to give you the price on this SPX real quick. And now it went from 135 opening to 216 currently.
Shit.
Dude, it just opened about a week or two. If you put whoever put tens of grand, if you put like 100 on this, dude, or 50 or 20 or 15, whatever, dude, you done made, dude, just within what, June 12th to now. You done made, dude, 1,000, some people made millions, dude. Yes, with 2 weeks. And see, I kind of kicked myself because I didn't want. I'd be kind of scared to go in more. I could have went in way more. I'd be leery about it because you try to pull that stuff off these guys. Yeah, man.
Say, listen, you right, Sadiq.
Some people got rich, bro. And some people already became millionaires. See, in 2 weeks. Oh,
but I want you to see this. This is bad.
What's that? Not even 2 weeks. It's only the 16th. It opened on the 12th. That's like 5 days. A millionaire 5 days. But
that's great. What you talking about? That's great. I'm talking about. I'm still looking at this XFRA, and it says how the technology works. Oh my God, you right, bro. Each outdoor node is heavily packed with enterprise grade tech, such as liquid cooled NVIDIA RTX Pro 6000 Blackwell Server Edition GPUs and integrated whole home backup batteries. Watch this. And this is what I was scared of right here. Smart panel integration. The system operates in tandem with a smart service panel that actively tracks household energy use and what else?
Right.
Rather than pulling power that the home needs, the node stays safely stranded, so you can't cut it off.
Oh no, you're not gonna be able to turn that off, right? And much less service it. I haven't seen, they haven't said that yet, but if we think they're gonna do what we think they're gonna do, from what I think, if I get you guys drift, you're not gonna be able to open this stuff up. And I'm gonna put this into my presentation. You're not gonna be able to service not only these data centers. You're not gonna be able to service a lot of things as AI ran in the future. I don't want to give my little presentation away. But right now, GM and a few other major cars, not to digress real quick, I just want to add this real quick because it just jumped in one sentence and I'm done. And they actually putting together legal initiatives and corralling the world conglomerate, the world global automakers to make your car in terms of how can you say, you can't work on your own vehicle. The AI ran vehicles. Yeah, they're looking at doing that. I'll just leave that there. Go ahead, brother.
I got to take my car to where I bought it from the service to do anything, and that's what they're gonna do. I wonder what you think, Cosmon, is they're gonna be having AI service robots instead of humans, instead of making a trade.
Right, make that with AI. Right, you see where they're going. Right, you can see where they're going. Right,
I'm sure just because you can think of it, it's already happening.
Man,
facts. You see where they're gonna control your. You can't even drive. You can't, man. You see where they go with this stuff. You ain't put it in your house, man.
You see how they're different. They making the cars now.
And it'll all be for you. It'll be to make your life better, cause
and look, hold on.
Fam in the audience. Make your audience for you.
You used to break a Monte Carlo, a Regal, down with a 5/8 inch wrench. I mean, nothing more.
I remember them days. Yep.
You dig what I'm talking about? Nothing more. And now, listen, bro, you don't even know where nothing is in your car.
Right.
You can't even see when you open up your hood. It's all plastic covering everything. You dig what I'm talking about?
And ports, plug-ins, just ports and shit.
It's crazy back there. And then for
Right.
the most part, you to do anything to the engine, you got to go under the car.
Mhm.
I'm talking about for the simple stuff, oil changes, you trying to get what's your little filter off, or you're trying to get any type of belt, or man, that stuff be way in the back. Man, they know what they doing, man. They know what they doing, man. They know they dirty for that too. You can't
Yeah.
tell me they don't know, bro.
Man,
Yeah.
and everybody that have one got a bomb right behind their head.
Man. Hey, have
We
y'all
won't, we
been
won't get into
seeing-
the cloud storage. Remember, all of this stuff is going to be a lot of cloud. The cloud providers will be great investment opportunities too.
Yeah, that's what they tapping in with them AI centers. You just got extra clouds.
That's probably what most of that would be cloud centers, cloud providers. Those centers will be performing cloud services by and large. Some of them we deal with direct computation, where others are focused on mainly on storage.
Dig this though. They
What's
said
that?
if your home hits a peak electrical load, the integrated battery safeguards the compute workloads and keeps the home running smoothly. So that means if it can turn down your energy, guess what else it can do?
Turn it up.
Turn it off.
Turn it off too. Yeah.
Right? It got control of the energy in your house.
You know they're gonna keep the knot on that. That's what.
Oh yeah. Yeah, just in case you get your universal basic income, you feel like you want to act a fool and join
like
these
you
talking
said-
point, talk these platforms and go on
Like
social
you
media and
said,
bend some of these community guidelines. They just go
They'll
ahead
be
and
able to
wind down your allotment.
They'll be able to cut your house off and still have it running, huh?
That's coming. We laughing now. We talking free now. Kind of talking where we want to say. Enjoy it while it lasts, family. Enjoy it while it lasts.
They're gonna make them. I used to work on power lines in my walking life one time, and they had to update the readers, and we had to update really whole cities, whole infrastructure for their power. So we had to update a whole bunch of technology and put new readers in, how they read the energy and stuff, and they had to do it because like people voted it in, like the technology came to do it, so they voted it because they wanted their system to be ran like that. So think about it, if people start voting and they start making, because of course they always gonna make the landlords put them systems in them places first, and then it's gonna be, man, they have a lock on everything, man. They have a lock on everything if people agree to do it. Like I was talking about the Neuralink. What if they say, yeah, maybe baby should have this because that'll knock down schooling. We can take down the federal schools and not for education because
That's all tied in. It's all tied in, right? It's all part of it.
We can still monitor how much time they're doing on these. We can still do it in the education department without having teachers everywhere. Like they can break it all the way down with these type of things all the way.
They about to get away. They about to get a lot of the service jobs. You dig what I'm talking about? Out of there.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, that's pretty much over with. At least in the conventional sense. It's a wrap on that. Now we recall it was hard. It's another area we could kind of just throw this. We'll call roll the dice on this. Just throw this on the table at the casino while we're at it. Remember, it's an issue buying housing. Housing is an issue.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. What about this? What about making it easier to buy a house, or even incentivizing your first house? Comes with what, family? You only qualify. You know where I'm going. You get a nice discount on your purchase price and your home taxes if it's included with a built-in data center.
Damn.
Isn't that beautiful?
Scandalous.
Isn't that lovely? Isn't that wickedly, in my opinion?
Man,
isn't that wickedly lovely? Isn't that beautiful? Surely you want a home.
hold on, Sadiq. After
It's a
you say
housing
that,
crunch. In some
after,
areas of countries, it's hideous. Right. Well, go ahead,
after
brother.
you say a statement like that, you gotta say,
You're right. You know what? And then so, and I'm going to go ahead and just might as well just do a little search on it, huh? Let's see what the internet say about that. Well,
oh,
whammy bammy.
do it.
Looky here. Uh, they say this within the same article actually. This shifted gears into how the housing. Let me see. It says fractional data center. This would allow AI providers to draw them from them as needed. Whatever. This is more theoretical right now. It says the company has already conducted testing of prototype nodes with paying customers this fall. It's going to do that this fall. It plans to deploy them in 100 new construction homes in the southeastern Western United States.
Yeah, right
Ooh,
over here in
assuming that
Oklahoma.
it goes well, the company hopes to begin scaling the network to words here scaling means we're talking about proliferating and spreading out the approach to other areas beyond the
Uh-oh.
initial point to this network to an annual capacity of more than one with the capacity of each home containing more than 1 gigawatt, not more than 1 gigawatt. So, and they're going into how it's going to lower bills, and they're going here. They're talking about the risk here, paying a span rather. It's talking about the risk. Let's look at the lowering of the bills. It's a short read, so only like a little small few
Yeah,
sentences. It says,
I was gonna jump into that too.
"Oh, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Go. Yeah, because go ahead."
This is called value proposition, right? Just what you were saying for homeowners. Early,
That is so sadistic, bro. That's
yo, this
insidious as
is
hell.
evil, bro. But it's ingenious.
It is
So
ingenious. They're
it's
brilliant with it's wickedly brilliant.
it's
Yeah.
wickedly brilliant. That's the perfect way to put it. It says for homeowners, early deployments focus on newly built homes through partnerships with major builders like the Pulte Group.
Right.
Y'all
They're
might want
huge.
to
Pulte's huge.
look them up because they
Right.
they might to go crazy too. The Pulte Group, Pulte.
Facts. You know what? Why you saying that? So I need to write that down because if they're going to do that, that's a new business incentive that may drive their stocks.
Right, and so they already got government funded. So
Right.
participating homeowners get heavily discounted electricity, free
Ooh, I like it.
free internet, and potentially heavy subsidized or eliminated utility bills
Facts.
in exchange for hosting the hardware.
They came out right out and just said it right there.
It just said it.
It just came out right there and just it removed all doubt. Yeah. Facts. What they said, the truth is simple, right? They said it's simple and plain. You can't put it more direct than that. For those who may have issues believing some of this stuff, maybe you need to run the video a few times and really let it till it soak in.
That's a
Connect
new
the dots
oil
to get the
rig
picture.
right there. That's a new oil rig.
They're making
Let me
it
put
clear,
this up
simple,
on
and
the
plain,
link.
guys.
And they're doing you a favor, like the brother said.
It's all for you.
We're saving you money by taking on this massive project. You dig what I'm talking about? That we don't have to really do.
Right. We're absorbing most of the
actually help
cost. Right. With little cost to you. It's free, actually.
Right? It's free that we're killing you. I mean, helping you.
Wow, yeah, I got to put this in my prayer. I'm gonna put a little something together over the next coming weeks. Yeah, man, this is too
And
juicy. We gotta
then
go
my
into it.
thing
Nobody's
is-
talking about this like this. No one's really talking in this area strong right now that I see in the community right now. Just putting this
My
stuff on
thing
time. all this together.
also is if the little AI hub can't be disconnected or moved, does the government have equity in your home?
Right. Good question.
If the government put it there, if the government put it there,
How I would see it based on what I understand, the answer would be an indirect. Of course, an indirect yes. It would be a yes, but I would say indirectly. We've seen. I know most of we haven't shared the same literature and the same lifestyles, so I have to use the movies by and large to paint the picture to the public. A lot of people we ain't read the same books because I can't really go into a lot of literature because people ain't read that stuff, or And so I have to use certain movies. Most of us have seen similar movies, right? It's always the Bob Heyman said that's always one of the best teaching tools because a lot of you'll know what Santa Claus Returns is or Terminator. Yeah, everybody know what happened there, so you can use some aspects, some educational value there. In my opinion, I agree with him
Yeah.
in that regard. We've seen what was I going to say? I forgot my damn point. Shit, what was I about to say? What did you just say, Kaz? You said something, man. Shit.
We was talking about the
Direct government controlled property.
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah. Fact, indirectly, yes.
Equity in the
And
home.
Facts. In a lot of your cinema and popular movie, in a lot of your in areas of where popular media is concerned, right? Particularly in the movies, we can also look this stuff up. It's easy to verify this stuff. They're saying it outright in just a couple articles we read so far, and I'm only halfway through mine. They're just telling you outright, right? And so, and the answer is indirectly yes. Point being, me bringing up those movies and Terminator and others and iRobot and all this other stuff and the Matrix, we noticed that a lot of and we're seeing it now real time. For those who say, okay, movies, that's fake. Okay, scratch the movies. Look at who's introducing AI to take over the forefront in key areas of your life, where your finances, where your security is concerned, where saving money is concerned, where future allotment of fixed government-based income is concerned, and I go on and on and on. Look at where these areas is concerned. They're not coming directly from the government per se. They're coming from private corporate entities. 85% of how this stuff gets from a point of theoretic cloud-based thinking process to physically in your backyard or in your home, in that little room you got back door in your basement, it's going to be a private company that put that down there that may be sponsored and incentivized on the backside to said X corporation. But it will be a private, the government will move between. Notice, look at Elon. Elon's a private entity, literally married within the White House in broad daylight with Trump. That showed with Trump as an elected government, a public official, but his close affiliation with AI and through Elon and others, he says it's just a conglomerate that he's dealing with right now. He's organizing. They showed a public marriage between the two. That's what that represents. I won't go too far ahead of myself. But we see this coming about in the movies and so forth, and also in real time right now, as a lot NVIDIA. NVIDIA is a private company, guys. Micron, it's a private company. That's another big name AI based company right now. Span, private, again, private. Okay, the U.S. That's not good enough. Okay, Trump is talking about privatizing and thus backing U.S. currency with what? Cryptocurrency right now with what? A private company that owns the Tether coin, right? Do I need I could go even further? So you have it there. There's a new renewed effort to privatize everything. See, and this is no exception. See,
no, it's always
so
been,
it'll be government, perhaps be government incentivized on one way or another. I'm pretty sure of it. Right. But even in the movie, now go back to the movies. Now we've seen how the Matrix and Terminator, particularly where Skynet was concerned, Skynet became a prolific company in that sequence. But notice Skynet was flirting dollars and flirting its services and its electronic, digital, and AI-based endeavor to the government, but from a private corporation. Skynet is a private corporation, see, in that movie. And it's actually based on a real company in China. That's real. So that's even real too. That's just we get a chance, Google Skynet China and tell me what you see that comes up. But anyway.
And that's what it's always been, to be able to shop something with the government. Who is the best customer better than the government?
It goes on here in this article. It says Span says smart panel and battery backup would not cost the homeowner. Oh, look at there. Would not cost the homeowner or business hosting them anything. See? And the people who have them will receive discounted rates on their utility or internet. So like my brother Kaz was saying, you're not going to never agree to this, right? Not if you have even an iota of a doubt. Anybody in their right mind who can see and think outright, maybe 6 months to 6 years beyond or further out, can see what's going on, would never agree to this. Surely you would compromise, intentionally undermine your own quality of life, right? Where your thought process and sovereignty is concerned, if you give a damn about that. So what do? You put yourself in their position. What would you do? to get to convince you, to confuse you. I would pay you. This is why they're incentivizing. Notice these measures we're mentioning is contingent on incentivification. That's a damn word. We'll just say incentivizing. A more popular word there to get the point. So they're incentivizing you to agree. And I'll just stop there.
We do that with it's safety. It's safety. And then motherfucker can't argue safety, so
What you got, Cos, on your article? You finished that one up you had?
All right. All right, fellas, man. Your boy, the Kung Fu Kid, got to get up out of here, man. I'll holler at y'all later, man. Y'all boy be safe. Hey, Oli. Hey,
Yo,
hey,
only
Oli. He ain't on here no more. Hey, Sadiq, you could do something for me though.
yo, what's up?
yo.
Hey, man, just breathe in and let that light in, man. I'm caught, y'all.
Facts, bro.
All right, Carl, man.
All right, Cos, bro.
Who that root guru?
Yeah, I was sitting in the cut.
What going on, my guy?
Hey, what's up, Hero? What's up, bro?
Chilling. Hey, y'all see my
lay it down, man.
lay it down. Take a nap.
Yeah, a little nap. I'll be right back up in an hour.
All right.
All
Yes, sir.
All right, later, though, brother. Good stuff. Appreciate you, man.
Peace.
What's up with
Peace.
you, Sadiq?
Oh man, just shooting the breeze, just chopping up with the fam, man. You know, on our subject, man. I didn't know you was in the house. What's going on here, roommate? Dude, did you drop on that SPCX?
Nah, I ain't no trader like that. I'm making
Okay.
this little bot because the Superman got me doing it. Cause I'm gonna get in it though. I'm learning it as I go. Cause right now I'm testing my shit right now. I'm finna add a new zip package, some upgraded files, and see what it do. Steps away
Man,
from
I was going to ask you how it's going on your
you know
project.
it. You know it. You know some of that lingo, don't know.
Regarding trading, yeah. I know.
Is anybody here I can share my screen? Cause maybe you can give me some
Um,
insight of some of these words.
I know a little bit of it. I'm not huge on it, but
You gonna be better than
we
me.
can work
You
on
gonna
it.
be
Yeah, let's.
you gonna be
Yeah,
better than me. I
yeah, we
promise
can do
you.
it.
Who
We
got
can
to
do it,
share
brother.
screen?
I don't know if only A,
He probably done stepped away.
yo,
Whenever he
only.
pop back up. Whenever he pop back up.
Okay. I don't know if only was on here. It's his. Let me see. Yo, only might have crashed. He might have went to sleep. Yeah, they the ones that got the admin. Yo,
I
only
got
Quantum. Yeah, he might be.
you. Yeah.
Dang, man, they did. SPC that opened up the SPCX. That's my buddy Elon's SpaceX program. Let me just bring up an article on that real quick, cause that's just dude, that exploded, bro. People make millions, man, within a few days, bro.
But people been knew about SpaceX. That
Right.
was something that was gonna happen. I don't know why.
So it didn't
Niggas
open. They
ain't
was
niggas.
waiting for the they was waiting for the IPO. The IPO
Yeah.
just opened.
So let me ask you a question about that. It's just opening. So
Yeah.
when it open, niggas like us, maybe I'm just saying niggas like us,
Right.
but niggas like us don't be in the mix to say, all right, let me put 2,000 in there when it open.
Right.
Is that what's going on?
Yeah. That's what's going on, bro.
So let me ask you one
go
more
ahead.
quick question. Is there a way now I can go in there and buy some of this shit while it's open, or
Yeah.
I'm too late?
No, it could just give you a quick brief background and give you an idea. Pretty much, he's has several endeavors, and we can easily just read up on what that's about on his website on about what Elon's SpaceX program is dealing with and what is involved. It's tied into AI heavily, of course, and other related tech and other related companies that's also can profit off his successful launch. Long
Yeah.
story short, him and Trump particularly, this is where the magic is, where making money is concerned.
Yeah.
He got with Trump, and Trump went public, telling everybody to basically, and Elon went public to telling everybody to purchase this stock, and other pundits, stock pundits, AI stock pundits, leading up to the weeks to the launch of an initial public offering, hence IPO, which is a fancy term to say stock will be released for any given company, right? So, at any rate, what make it so critical, to me, in my opinion, based on how is that you don't see elected officials, much less the president, coming out publicly saying, and they said this, and not just this stock, but others, but he said buy this particular stock. He said, you want to just buy it. And he went on to say, it's a great stock. You know how he does. It's great as this, that, and other.
Yeah.
So he did this leading up to the launch. The launch was, I think, let me see, a few days ago. Let me get the actual date. It was back on SPCX. Let me get the date for you. IPO launch. Bro, the date was the 12th. Okay, the day is like this, the 16th. Bro, that mofo, okay, I think Elon was worth whatever, 4, 5, 600 billion or whatever before the launch. Dude, he done became the world's first trillionaire off this shit. Moreover, where we're concerned, this is what he was gauged to make. He's become that now. But so he said to become that, he would have to roll out his initial stocks with the SPCX to be worth about $135 per share. That's the amount you have to pay to even own one share of that particular stock.
How much?
$135.
$135 a share.
Yeah. And so, and you couldn't even buy them. I had to reserve my share. I had to call. So you can't just buy them and go on and whatever. You can't just go log on and just say type in where can I purchase. You're gonna get a lot of listings of platforms, and the platform I'm on is called Robinhood, and I'm on also on the Webull platform, like we and then bull, like bullshit, like Webull, one word we. And so I got mine through Robinhood, and so Robinhood allows you to reserve. And so I just went on click to say how much you reserve, how much money you want to spend, and they'll let you reserve based on how much money you put in there. At any rate, so when that launch came, as we approached that launch day, everybody and mama jumped on that mother, including me. I threw about 5 racks on it. And so about a rug gift for that, and then it's got Dale and Palantir joining with him. There's a few other things, but other ones too that's tied into it. But everyone's waiting for Elon because given his electric environment, his electric personality, his popularity, whatever, everybody knew that anything he get behind was going to be raw take off. At any rate, long story short, so here comes June 12th, dude. That shit went from 135 to currently it's at sad. Where the hell is that? Where the hell is it? Scroll all the way down. Okay, currently it's at 216. That motherfucker went from 135 to 216, bro, in like 4 days. If for those who put 100 grand on there, or 200-300 or whatever, even few 10 grand, dude, people became rich, bro, in the last 4 days off this shit.
What'd you say? It went from 135 to what?
To 216.
Oh, okay.
And it's going up. Still going up. It just been 4 days.
I'm back. I had to make a run up the street. Sorry, my bad. Haru, you said you had something you wanted to share?
Yeah, he was gonna help me with my little upgrade in my bot. He gonna decipher some of this language and shit. Cause my partner who got me building this shit ain't here, and I'm on a little set here. Hold on, man. Yeah, I want to share my screen in a second if you don't mind. Change components and source folder.
So it's just so that's one that could be potentially a Bitcoin when it's at $20. This is that type of a moment with this particular stock, in my opinion. This is Amazon, and when he's in his basement, or Apple when he had the 2007 version, pre-launch 2007 version. Which should we? Is it too late? No, I mean you're looking at about
No.
$200+ a share. I mean, I don't know how much you want to go in, but you know, it's the opportunities there. This thing can go up. There will be a correction. I mean, it would drop. Correction means once everybody jump on and drive this thing up through the roof. Of course, the people what we call whales. Whales are people who invest heavily, and they go in by millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions at a time, billions. And so these guys will quote unquote take profits at some point. And so when the big what's called big wigs or whales take profit, you will see a correction on the front. We'll see a correction in the stock price. What does that mean? If they take money out of the pot, the value drops. The stock price drops. I know there should be, depending on how much you take, it'll be depending on how much you see the drop.
Right.
So, you know, how much that'll drop soon, I mean, I don't know, but we in this stuff is for the long run anyway. I would say put whatever you got in there. You can put it in there, leave it in there for some years, man. Forget about it and see what happens. You know,
I got you.
That's
Give me a
what that
second.
technology gonna do.
Moving this file where I need to go. 1 second.
By the way, Cosman, I seen you leave. I heard you say, "Come to the light."
right. Yeah, causes something else, man. To come to the light in this month. I know that's right. Man. So you had to run down the street, huh, only?
Yeah, I had to go pick my daughter up from cheerleading practice at our school.
Wait a minute. Okay, there you go. That's right. So this the app right here. It's got this the console page right here. It's got this is the save session, so it saves your information. I can export everything. This is the different settings. I could put it on save balance, aggressive, paper trade. I could live approval, live auto approve. You could adjust these numbers based how you want the bots to run. Approval required or auto, let it go. You don't need no approval. Just trade bot. Just trade bot. Or you can say, hey, ask for my approval. You know what I'm saying? It's Play Money Simulator. I had to add that because I had to see what the shit was doing without using real money, you feel me?
Right.
And losing my money and don't know what the hell I'm doing. But
Play Money Simulator. That's some sweet, man. Commands. Man, you got this boy cold as hell, bro.
It's running right now. So it is scanning on this basically every 8 seconds, persistent at 1250. I could run some of this shit right here, but I'm finna run a test right now because it just those files you showed me move. Updated this shit. It's some of the data it's reading. It's supposed to clean up this shit because it's everywhere. I can run calibrated paper run, learning, discover, stress tested. This shit we in the phase right before we put this shit up to live money. So let me keep going down. Got 8 issues, so that must mean some of that code he wrote probably is gonna fail the type check. But this is why I want you to read here. Some of this trade plan watch shit is short Solano USD. It's got some of these numbers. I don't know none of that shit be mean. I have to add AI. What does shit mean?
You know, entry 73 shit. Man, shit. EMA 200. Trade stop. Look like you got a stop loss construct in there. Stop loss is like basically this, you stop. You don't, of course you don't want to lose. You set a limit to loss.
Yeah,
there's a max. There's a max loss. I see it. You got 0.0038. So that means you ain't trying to lose really no money at all. You got that
hold on. Wait a minute. That's 0.00. No, that what the bot said though. That was funny. He said that because he was like, "Damn, the bitch too strict. You gotta loosen this bitch up on the next test."
Right. I would probably lift that up a little bit just to be.
But see, I don't know what the number settings is. So that's why I'm
Okay.
like, I could be running these tests and not doing it properly. So I'm letting it. So right here is giving me some uh test to run, what to set it on. So at the end, I'm gonna have it to train a little agent where it could tell me, hey man, what I should run? What's the best setting? Because
Right.
I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
know
You
none of
remember
this
that
shit.
kind of, yeah. Yeah. You remember we were talking about that last time? How you can make that
Yeah.
mofo prompt you. Yeah. A lot of people don't know that. You can make it. You can actually, instead of giving this thing orders, this thing can actually ask you what it should do. Well, like suggest to you orders to you. You know.
So I got
If
20
you.
issues right now. Let me see what's going on here. I'm finna close it out and I'm finna run something real quick. Give me a second. I know this shit finna fail. Watch it fail.
That mofo might work.
Oh,
It
it
might
passed.
get some. Yeah.
Okay,
There you
yep.
go. See.
No, cause it had some issues running up. I don't understand why. Matter of fact, I should have whatever. They ran it back.
Yeah. The coding part, I'm a little rusty on the actual
12,
coding on that
12
shit.
issue. I'm gonna ask about these. It's probably I had zipped that folder improperly.
Shoot, we need to, man. When that mofo get ready, man, we need to try that mug out on some of these
I
stock
am.
picks.
I am.
For,
I'm gonna put me
for
100 in
real.
it. I'm gonna put me 100.
Uh-huh. Shoot. If you
All right.
plug $100 into that SPCX with that play money, that'd be a great test. Cause that's one that's very active right now. And I could give you some more active stocks right now just to
Mm-hmm.
test it. Nvidia's active, Palantir's active, and a few others.
You ever fought with this Claude Code?
Not yet, man. I want to
Man,
get. I remember from our last conversation, she was telling me why that Claude is the truth.
man, this motherfucker here bad, man. This is a
I'm gonna,
conversation I'm building. Move up.
I'm gonna get on that Claude, man, because I keep hearing a lot. I've seen a lot of since we talked about it, man. I've been seeing a lot. How social media is. It'll put up a lot of what you talk about on
Yeah, this type of
the news
shit
feed.
it created for me. Like for example, my sister in Asia right now. So I did the first multi-level multi-language NFT. Let me see if AI finished giving me what I need. Nah, it's still working. While that's
Now, you
working,
say multi-language, you mean a bilingual?
yeah, multi-language ebook reader, audio book.
Oh, I think you told me about that.
Yeah, you can let me see. Let me see.
I'm actually gonna have me go in and get that Claude going by the weekend. I'm gonna have to go in and mess with that Claude, man. Cause I'm having some I'm trying to get my damn commercials together, man. I'm tripping this damn Labs 11, man. 11 Labs, man, is driving me nuts, man. Trying to get this shit to animate.
Hold on 1 second here. I gotta do something. Hold on. I did something. I gotta change real quick. Block somebody. Let me see. All right, 76. I'm gonna just leave him on now. I unblocked myself or something. That's crazy. All right, I'm back up. Okay, yeah, we back up. Give me a second here. I had them block the IP address, and it was one of mine. Not it blocked me off the all my damn websites. I had to go back in that motherfucker and unblock it because I was looking at some shit that was going on, and I ain't know that. I ain't realize that was one of my editors. I was blocking shit. Oh, he done left again. Damn. My bad. I shouldn't have even let the screen go.
Oh, only took off again. Let me see. Oh yeah, he sent the message back to busy. Yeah, he said he'd be right back.
Okay, that's cool. Let me zip this file in the new thing and get it running. So you can tell me what the hell it's doing.
Yeah, they jumped up on that SP shoe, man. They jumped up on it. We were here talking about earlier about how Span, it's a tech company, and collapse with Nvidia. There's some discussion about how they're looking to source some of these data centers, called what they call fractional data centers, on a residential basis. You know, of course, at an incentive to you. They want to pay the people, a homeowner, a resident, to host a data center on their premises. What do you think about that?
They want to pay you to host the data center, like a neighborhood. How does payment gonna work?
They wanted to basically put it where it'll be just on your property, the work can coincide with your particular residence, for a fee, to pay you a fee to help offset. And their rationale, some of the pros were to help offset some of your utility bills, almost eliminate the utility bill, taxes or whatever. You could use the money.
You know what I look at that as?
What's that, brother?
I look at that similar to that solar power shit, where you can hook up solar power and be to a point where you can sell electricity back to JEA
Right.
or your power company, or vice versa. So I don't know. It depends on, like, they claim it's waste and it'll tear up your environment and all that. Yeah, it just depends on that. Like,
I don't know if
what's
you was
the
on here
outcome?
earlier. Okay. Oh no, did you hear us? Did you hear one of us read that article?
Nah, I can't right after the.
Oh, okay. I can read it. I can give you a fair. You get the fair shot at to hear what was.
Who article is this?
It's from this is off this is an Nvidia official statement off of Yahoo Finance, in terms of the name of the article is called "Nvidia's latest partnership could pay your entire electricity bill by turning your home into a mini data center." Dated May 7th, 2026. And basically, they're going into talking about how the neighborhoods, people are trying to fighting against the data centers in the area. But NVIDIA and a California startup named Span, like Lifespan, Span are betting those homeowners would be okay if their homes became the actual data centers. It says it's an unusual ask in the current environment, but the two companies believe the promise of, quote, heavily discounted, end quote, energy and internet bills could sway homeowners.
I get what
And
it. So I get the concept now. If they can have a bunch of mini data centers in people's home, then they can cut down on the larger one.
they do actually say something to that effect on further
I mean,
down.
it sounds logical. I mean, I
Right.
can't dispute it. That sounds like a master plan to combat the fight, which,
Right.
in my opinion, I don't think really nothing wrong with it. You know why?
Why?
I think it's a brilliant idea.
Okay.
All of it, to me, it just depends on, like, what kind of infrastructure they got to actually put on your house too. So
Right.
I'm talking out of, without knowing all the full details. So bear with me if
For sure.
I'm
I think
fully wrong here.
I got you.
Go ahead. What you about to say
I
real
think
quick?
they speak to that too. I'm gonna go down a little further. You're hitting on some points.
Yeah,
You did.
go ahead real quick before I get my full assessment. You can
Okay.
jot down some notes.
It says it's an unusual. Let's see. Okay, California-based company Span has teamed with tech giant to create a fractional data centers via nodes
Mhm.
called XFRA. Now, Kyle's that pulled up. He looked up the XFRA unit and the
Let me,
node unit. Yeah,
as
it's
you
a good.
talking,
Hmm.
hold on. As you go ahead, go ahead. As you talking, I'm finna look up something because I want to know
Okay.
like how big is this thing?
Okay. The units they're saying they're going to place is called a node named X, like a lip node or some
X
node
what?
name X-ray, F is in Frank, RA units, XFARA units. That's
XFAR units.
XF. You got it. And that's going to be put
Okay.
on the side of homes and small businesses. Working as a cluster, they can supplement or replace large data centers, the company says, just like you said. These XFA units will use technology from NVIDIA, including a liquid cooled fanless component inside the server.
Yeah, because China got that new super critical carbon dot or something super
Right.
SCC. Hold on, I'm gonna look up that too.
Okay. Take your time, brother. I'll just wait for you to wait. Just hold it. I just well, while you're doing it, I can whenever you're ready, just cut right in. I'll just go ahead and continue. It says the design helps eliminate the noise typically associated with the data centers, a frequent complaint in communities near large facilities, says Realtor.com. The fractional centers.
Uh,
Go ahead.
yeah, small desktop units,
Hmm.
mini rack, 12 to 24 inches.
Yeah. 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 These data centers would take up advantage of unused electrical capacity on local grids, and would allow AI cloud providers to draw from them as needed. We were talking about the cloud deal earlier too, about their relationship to this new arrangement, proposed arrangement. Goes on to say that this is more theoretical. The company has also conducted testing on prototype nodes with paying customers. And this fall, it plans to deploy them in 100. This is interesting. In 100 new construction homes in the southwestern U.S. Assuming that goes well, the company hopes to begin scaling the network to an annual capacity of more than 1 gigawatt. And let's see, and then it goes into discuss the lowering of bills. It says the advantages of the data center users are fairly obvious: more capacity, more quickly. The carrot for homeowners is savings. Span, the company called Span, says the smart panel and battery backup will not cost a homeowner or business hosting them anything.
I don't know, man. This shit look good. I ain't gonna lie. Listen,
I wait till you come. I was I
look
wait
at it.
for
So I'm looking at the home market data. Instead of one
right,
gigawatt to
right.
make it to the state, you can have 100,000 homes, each hosting a small 5 to 10 kilowatt AI node. The homeowner gets monthly revenue, free or reduced internet, waste
Right,
heat for hot water or heating, so you probably don't have no hot water bill. You know what I'm saying? Battery
right,
grid support, so if
right.
the power go down, you might still have your lights on. And this might also come with some data storage. Like you know
Oh
how we
yeah,
be needing Microsoft, hey, you're out of cloud, you need some cloud.
right, right. Yeah, it would make natural sense. Yeah, if they
Mm.
just tie it all in. At this point, it's all gonna be connected to probably everything in that damn
I gotta
everything in that
ask him
house.
what's the con. I said it sound too good. I gotta AI, what's the bad side?
That's been kind of me and Kaz's more sentiment, more or less. I think he would agree regarding this so far. Yeah, he put up an article too, and it was saying some similar wording. We like, man, I don't know, man, whatever, whatever. We'll put it to the fam and see what they say. Yep. Then it goes on and on. I think here it says it goes on to say uh, exactly how big. Let me see. It says hosting anything people will have them will receive a huge discount on electricity. Exactly how big of a discount was it made? It was that was would not be that was how much big of a discount would be assumed. That wasn't made clear by the company. But Span CRO Ryan Harris said told Point of View Magazine USA that the U homeowners who lived in areas where XFRA units provided the most value could see quote unquote discounted electricity up to and including free and free internet. Here you go, Hiru. Free internet access.
So listen.
I knew
So
that
let me
would get you, bro.
let me break this down though.
Yeah,
So I said this sounds too good for the homeowner. What's the true downside? No whole bars. What is bad for the homeowner? So it says the
Hey, you got
potential
free
upside is
internet. Hey,
real.
what you would do for free internet, brother? Shit, probably unlimited high speed, right?
Yeah. But there are several downsides that the company's marketing materials tend to understate. One, the biggest one, is electricity costs. This is the biggest issue. A 10 kilowatt node running continuously consumes 10 kilowatts times 24 hours, 240 kilowatts a day, about 7,200 kilowatts per month. Florida residents, which is where I'm at, that could easily be hundreds to well over $1,000 per month, depending on the utility and rate construction. If the operator if they paying you $500 a month, but your bill rises to $900, you losing money. So the first question is, they haven't, I guess, worked this out. Who's paying for this electricity bill?
Right.
Number two, infrastructure. So many of these homes are not wired for continuous commercial scale loads. Like a damn business and shit got the big ass power poles and shit hooked up. A large AI node may require service upgrades, new breaker panels, dedicated circuits, high capacity transformers. Utilities may classify the usage different if it start looking commercial. Well, they got to work that out anyway. Shit, the utility company should already know, hey, we got some mini AI homes coming. Y'all got to work this shit out. You feel me? Instead of, you know what I'm saying, looking at it like, hey, man, what y'all doing? Y'all, everybody's separate. So noise, even liquid cooling systems are not silent. Uh-oh. So you might have a pump, large pump, heat exchanger, backup fan, power equipment that might have a constant humming, vibration, or fan noise that you're going to hear in your house. Heat. Physics doesn't care whether the workload is AI, crypto, or game. Every watt consumed eventually becomes heat. A 10 kilowatt AI node produces roughly the same heat as several space heaters running continuously in cold climate. That can be useful in Jacksonville, Florida much of the year. You're already trying to remove heat from the house. Equipment failure. Questions homeowners should ask. What happens if coolant leaks? What happens if a pump fails? What happens if the unit catches fire? Who pays for repair? Who pays for property damage?
Right.
Insurance problem. Insurance company may ask, is commercial equipment operating in the home? Their high power electric equipment? Are the pressures cooling? Blah, blah, blah. Your shit go up. Property access. Many hosting agreements require remote monitoring, periodic maintenance, testing this event. So niggas gonna just be popping up at your shit. Hey, who you is, man? I'm looking at this meeting, man. Get the fuck out my face. Get off my property.
Right.
Internet users, AI workloads can move enormous amount of data. Potential issue: data caps, bandwidth saturation, slower home internet. How? Rough router upgrade. A resident internet plan may not be designed for commercial AI traffic. But you should be running a whole nother network, though. You ain't gonna be running on this same shit. I'm gonna ask you about that. Earnings can change. Many people learned that this lesson crypto mining. The pitch starts with earn 1,000 a month. Then AI demand changes, market prices fall, new hardware rise, contract get revived 5 years later. The income might be a fraction of what was promised. Ooh. Home value and resale. Potential buyer may not want to fuck that shit now. Cybersecurity. Damn, they got 12. They got a bunch of shit. This shit bad. If the node is network connected, it becomes a
all kinds of
target.
angles tied into that mofo, bro. All kind of angles. It addresses the housing issue too. We were talking about some areas, some states out west, particularly, having issues with housing, and then they're going to they're adding in incentivizing the construction of new houses and ownership to the buyer too, if they purchase homes with the with it included with the data center from the jump before you even move in that mofo.
But it did give me a checklist of what we need to make sure everything applies for this to be good for the homeowner. Make sure company pays electricity directly. Company owns and maintains equipment. Company carries insurance. Fixed monthly payments plus performance bonus. Equipment isolated from home network. Contract allows removal at no cost. Revenue exceeds all increased costs by significant margins. And it's going to be matched and be in alignment with the market. Then it'll be probably a good idea. All right, I'm back on. Cool. Let me stop this down and then rerun a type check on a new. I think I got this shit here. So what do you think, brother? Based on that,
Man, shoot, bro.
that's a lot of shit that could be fucked up.
I think. I mean, once they box, if you, I mean, they're going to greed you in. Like that's this one rapper said years ago named Seth Marcel. Back about he made a track about 10, 15 years ago or so that says, he said he says that one of the lyrics, some of the bars in that track says, uh, "You do not know the drama that lies ahead." They got an internet. They got a system called the grid. They're gonna have a. They're gonna. Okay, let me back it up. He says, "You do not know the drama that lies ahead." They got a new system called the grid that make the internet looks dead. And so, end quote. So, with that being said, they're gridding the people in. They're creating an electronic grid, pretty much. And it's been speculated that this by a lot of the electronic AI pundits that this grid will not necessarily be spread out per se, but mainly condensed. You'll be those who live in these densely gridded areas, like in your inner cities, namely, is considered ground zero by and large for a lot of these initiatives, more or less. You're going to be dealing with ports and hubs within your house and just outside the house, and that subsequent gauge allotted. Uniform spaced feet according, far apart towers and so forth, almost like cell towers. Particularly this will become more prevalent according to these pundits as we approach 6G speeds, 7G speeds, 8G speed. We haven't seen it take off. We think it's we're just dealing. This is what it looks like now. What we're reading and dealing with, what we understand now, what's in the news now, is only pertaining to mainly 5G speeds. And look where we're at. Once we get to 6G and 7G down the road, man, we're gonna do a profound greeting. See. And so which leads to the construction. And this is all a matter of online. This is all online, where the construction of what's called what's the word? Grid cities, 15-minute 15-minute cities. And they call it 15-minute cities.
15-minute cities. What that is?
Yeah. I mean that means that everything's gonna be gridded up so bad that they're gonna be having metroplexes. Literally, make sure it's 10 minutes. I think it's 15-minute cities.
That's what a robot now. Like
it is. Facts,
robot Robo City, Cyber Punk. The game, you ever seen the game Cyberpunk?
15-minute cities. Let me just make sure that's the right terminology. Yeah, 15-minute city. Here we go. So just to give you a brief, this for the viewers too. A 15-minute city is an urban planning concept where all essential daily needs like groceries, schools, healthcare, work, and parks are accessible within a 15-minute walk or bike ride from any resident's home. The goal is to reduce car dependency and improve overall quality of life. I'll just stop there. They're going into a whole expose what that. Yeah, these will become more prevalent. See, they want you to stay really within a certain vicinity. Really, that's my conjecture. And so they want to provide your daily all end all be all where you are. See, for obviously for some degree of control, I'd imagine. Perhaps I'll just leave that on the table. And that's just in my opinion, right there. But you don't have to go anywhere. Note the word walking distance, right? Yep, that's what I think in a nutshell. Is there any good? If now on the good side, just to say let's just go with let's say we just play devil's advocate. You could make a lot of money right now. There's a lot of investment opportunities out there right now. We were just talking about that. We were talking about that earlier for like about an hour and a half earlier about how much money some people are making. I've dived in on a few of them. You can make, so the money is there. You can make some money if you really jump on this. We're dealing with pre-Bitcoin like opportunities, big time right now. There's a huge transfer of wealth right? The U.S. is considering backing the U.S. dollar by crypto. So crypto is about to be viewed differently as well, right? It's a digital, those related to the AI paradigm. It's a digital asset. So that's going to become a more valuable asset, which in turns makes your property, your retirement, your money in the bank become more stable, as in that context, become more valuable. Now, we already know that the dollar is not back gold backed any longer since the 70s, right? We know that crypto is technically digital, but it's not really real. It's fake money. So the back paper with the digital fake money, which is going to be backed by paper. I mean, take that and do what you want. But at any rate, I'm playing devil's advocate. On the front side of things, without going to the back, really breaking this stuff down. Just on the front side, it's a great move that the U.S. is backing the U.S. dollar off of a stable coin, hence the word stable, digital asset, which is technically privately owned. Won't go into that, but and so that helps.
Didn't we
And
talk
also,
about that?
yeah, we talked. Oh yeah,
About
we
the
went into that.
privately owned issuers.
Right,
And I was like, wait a minute, how they can't say the government? They backed by the government because they not the government. These
right.
private.
Private entity. Yeah, that's the
Mm.
dude. That's the name of the game in the future. The private country, the private corporations is going to run everything in the future.
They're
They're
gonna have
running it
every.
now.
Yep, they're gonna have a fight. These the settings they want me to run. It's a bunch of them.
I bet.
I'm gonna set them
You
up. I'm
know.
gonna set it up. Go ahead. I'm listening while I set up these
Okay.
settings. Aggressive.
So these,
Let's keep
so
paper
the
trade.
where was that? For those who don't know, there was a just to recant what Brother Hugh was talking about. We are based on our conversation last time. We talked about the law that Trump passed called the Genius Act, right? The Genius Act. And it was a bill that was passed last year, 2025. And so it goes into effect next year, 2027. And this is where the US is we're supposed to have our dollar backed by digital money. Let me look up the company that actually owns Tethercoin. The coin, let me see who owns Tether. I forget the name. It's on the tip of my tongue. Who owns Tethercoin? It is the company that's gonna who went into agreement, going into agreement with the U.S. Uh, it's gonna their name Finex, iFinex. Tether is a privately held coin owned by Finex. So iFinex, right, is gonna go into a contract, a legal contract. According to Trump, according to that law, this company is going to be legally binded to the U.S. government, tethered to the government. You could say, no pun intended. I won't read through all of the details, but pretty much they have to let the U.S. borrow money if they want to, and every dollar that company lends to the U.S. government has to be backed by every tether coin, right? That's lent to the U.S. government. It has to have true dollar, fiat value behind each dollar, right? And so that way, if the U.S. goes into debt, there's real value there that can keep the money pertinent, comparable to actual finance. They want to keep it. They want to keep the system authenticated and actual and factual and value based. Otherwise, who's going to take this whole arrangement seriously, right? And so they're modeling some of the U.S. Trump and company is modeling some of this strategy off what Russia did. Russia also has currency back from the Tether coin, digital currency, and others. But so that's to help back and maintain our value to keep things stable. In terms of the main thing that Trump and company, one of their main reasons for doing this, and I'm just talking about this from the front side, just off the news stories, right? Is just to help stave off profound U.S. based inflation, which kills the U.S. dollar value, right? Particularly where also he said where uncertainty is concerned and a lack of trust, given the tumultuous times we're living in. So this helps to re-solidifies trust. and,
What?
and to be honest with you, as I mentioned earlier, given that we're dealing with fake paper backed by fake digital money, which is going to be fake by fake, which they'll purport fake paper again, you're going to need a lot of trust in this system. But hey, that's what it is. Hey, right? Oh,
A
shoot.
lot of trust. A lot of
Oh yeah,
trust.
that's what makes it float. Is just trust, pretty much.
Run
Yeah,
6 hours. Okay.
you know.
So I'm following instruction by AI. I'm running technical sessions on these 3 assets: Solana, Bitcoin, Ethereum,
Cool.
and then it's gonna tell me to start the auto scan, start the advanced stock auto scan, and let it run 4 to 6 hours, and then it's gonna report on the JSON file that it gets, see if it's doing what it fuck it's supposed to do. Then we move it on. I'm ready to move on. Real money test. It's telling me no, not yet. No, not yet. I'm like, all right, you right. I'm
Yeah.
ready. But shit.
That boy gonna run, man. When that thing takes off, man, man, yeah, I'm your first customer, bro. I'm in line, man. I'm ready to put that baby to the beta. Run that test.
Yes, sir. Cause listen, everybody I always see $20 start trading, $20. Let you buy straight. Blah, blah, blah. I'm saying, man, why can't nigga can't build that shit then?
Right.
Can y'all
Right.
because listen, I already know that's what they doing. This Claude, I had went Facebook or TikTok. It's a video always run. Hey man, Emergent, go to Emergent. You can make any website you want. Go to Emergent. You ever heard of that?
Emerge, yeah.
So I went there to check them out. Now I'm already using all these AIs and typed up something I wanted to build. And it built a nice looking shit. But then when I went to publish it, it was like, hey, bro, you got to sign up, $20 a month. But then
Okay.
when I looked at what they was, then I when they that process showed me something probably most people weren't looking for. But I said, oh, they using Claude Code. They done API Claude, and they just using Claude to build this shit. I was like, nigga, I wish
Right.
I would pay y'all $20. I'm already paying Claude.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But
Right.
I can't knock the hustle, cause um this website right here that you could publish your little digital mint cards and shit. I also got some API shit I got plugged in on my little studio lab. So this lab right here, this is my voice. You can hear that? Can you hear my browser?
No, I don't hear it.
Yeah, you can't hear the sound. Sometimes you gotta share the one browser. But these are my little voices. My voice is cloned, and I can uh put my voice in any of these languages.
Oh, nice.
Let me see if I can share is the share screen people person here?
Let me see. Yo, only.
Cause I was gonna share one tab. It might let you hear the sound. Let me see this. If this do that.
But I can see your screen.
Yeah, I know it. But sometimes you got all right. You probably ain't gonna be able to see this or listen. Let me see. Can you hear this? No, you don't hear it. Let's
No.
see. I gotta share this browser for you to hear it. Let me see. Let me do browser. Let me see. Can you hear the sound now?
Let me see. Nope.
Damn, I don't let you hear the sound on the browser. Hold on, let me try something. Which one do I want to see?
Yep. So while you're doing it, I guess for the fam who not familiar with that particular law, I might just blow over that law real quick. The Genius Act,
The
and how it's
Genius Act.
Trump wild, ain't he? He's that dude's funny as hell. He does a lot of funny stuff. The Genius Act. It's gonna be good. It's a
Oh, okay.
genius.
I see what's wrong. It's a little
What
button
you
say
got?
allow system audio. All right. Boom. This is my okay. This is an ebook reader. I made with that my little app. You could download multi-language book. Boom. You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but the screen. I look like there's a backdrop. I just see a meme instead of the. I see the Titans meme instead of your screen.
Oh, I don't know
I
what
don't
the
see
heck
anything
that
yet. I
is.
don't even see our decals. I don't even see our icons at all. Yo, only. I don't know who's on. Hey, A1 only. I don't know if I think it's just us. Yeah, I can't see anything. I mean, I only see your
Oh yeah,
screen
he done.
anymore.
Yeah, he done zapped out. Hell yeah, look like they about. Y'all been going 14 hours. Shit, they might be about to end this shit.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm
Man,
about to get it. I'm
what you
about. I'm
about to?
about to. I'm about to. Shit, it look like it's over.
Yeah,
I'm gonna run this
but
shit for 4 to 6 hours and see what it work. I'll report back to you.
for
Let you
sure,
know
bro.
what.
Jump back on. Yeah, man, you gotta come back on here, Rue, man. I ain't seen you in a minute, man.
Well, yeah, I don't be knowing y'all be on late night sometimes, morning.
Yeah, sometime. Yeah, but usually we go like all night. This was been going all night. You subscribe to you friends with A on Facebook?
No, I don't have this thing. Send me this thing in the back chat.
Okay, and I'm a for sure, and I'm a friend. You on Facebook too, right?
Matter of fact, just put your email in the back chat. I'm gonna email you my information. Like, I want you to test some of these apps.
Okay, yeah, for sure, bro. Yeah, we can do that.
Sign,
Put together and run it
like I
through.
like I told Carmine, he ain't signed up yet. I say he ain't signed up. I'm gonna make him a pro member, throw him some credits in that bit, let him just play with that shit.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna give you the link to my ebook read so you can check it out. So you can just click on it later and hear the sound. It's in English and several different languages. Hold on.
I keep on stepping away. I'm just have to make a run in a minute.
No, you cool.
Ready, get it. What up, only?
Oh, you back? All right, cool.
Yeah.
I can show him what was up. But I'm finna put the link in the back chat. All right. Shit, this motherfucker. What else I gotta do? I gotta finish. Run everything. Let me run it. With all the scan button at. Okay, that bitch. Then I gotta run the technical stocks. This shit analyze any URL, any like article.
Really?
And it'll learn and it'll take some of that research, score it. Is it hype? Is it bullshit? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And it's the JSON. See, this JSON file is stored from some of that shit. Like it read the article. Yeah. Figured out like, hey man, you can make that bitch be like, man, treat that shit like gold. Trade
Right.
based on this shit. I don't give a damn. I'm looking for something, man. I can't find it. You gotta clean this up. Too much data on this shit.
That was a great presentation last night, only man. Want to say you again, bro. Good stuff.
Okay, everything on ETFs. That's what I gotta do. That's it. I gotta let that shit run for 4 hours. But damn, I'm surprised y'all can't hear this shit. IGFP broadcast. We are the Intergalactic Federation of Police. It is the best train. I don't understand why StreamYard do that sometime. You know what I'm saying? But you go to this site, StudioOneLive.com. You can minute. It connect your Polygon wallet. You can any of these, all these cards I done minted already. These are in Japanese. Cause like I said, my sister in Asia right now trying to promote this motherfucker.
Yeah, we gotta talk about how you mint those cards too. I'm not really strong on the NFTs.
I mean, hold on, let me show you OpenSea real quick. Boom.
sometimes you know, you get a chance if you can, at some point, I'm gonna hit you up on. Let me see, Hero, you said you on Facebook too, right?
Yeah. I got a
Okay, I'm
couple.
gonna look you up Hero to go, Hero
I'm
Guru,
gonna put you in a
see my
friend
friend
request.
request too.
It's the Korea version, $1.79. It's in Japan. Hold on, why that motherfucker did that?
You say you have you actually sold any NFTs recently?
I mean, I just been posting them. Like these are less than a week old. And they really like test run, making sure the software that I built works. You feel me? But like this right here, this IGB NFT thing, I had some people looking at it. It's a little short story video, and it's in my voice in the 5 different languages. And I had some people in Japan like, ain't nobody bought it yet. You know what I'm saying? At least I ain't checked, but I don't think so. But I'm preparing to do my whole
for sure.
I ain't do no advertising yet because I'm in the building finalization, making sure all this shit work phase. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm just pushing this out to motherfucker users. I gotta make sure that shit work. Now, once I finish and say, all right, this shit work good enough, I can sit down and motherfucker, I'll promote it and I'm gonna use it. Cause this is really a tool that I needed for myself. Everything in this goddamn this website right here, cause I'm an author, published since 2005. I promote music. You know what I'm saying? So this Kindle card section, you can create your little book and sell that bitch. And you know what I mean? Just like on Kindle.
Egyptian gentleman.
Now that was that was that book where the Germans had translated the Metanetter, and I show where they put the gay part in and don't cite where they get the gay part, but the other parts they show they cite it. They cite exactly where they get it, what stone, what coffin, what wall.
Right.
But the gay part, they don't have no citation.
I thought they put that in there. You
Yeah,
talking
they
about
did.
where Duke has a penis? On that glyph, that classic glyph floating around, and
yeah, where they try to interpret it like semen and niggas.
they got sucking itself off. Right. That glyph made up like a motherfucker.
Yeah, the whole this translation I point out. But this was just a build I did. I just put it in here to test this. This ain't nothing I want to sell. I was testing the functionality of everything. Well, you
Newt never had a Newt as a female. They had her on Israelite family post. They typically when my Israelite brothers cite that glyph when they're going after the Kemetic brothers, they say it comes off some kind of coffin text.
Yeah. You can build shit on here and sell it. Python runner. These some of the shit I built. Tag X. This is like you can extract all the tags from your article or video. I come here. If I put the URL in that tag at, it'll tell me all the niggas is in this video. I get all their ass so I can put and tag everybody who in this video, who watching this video. You feel me? That's to help your SEO. Like if you write an article or a post, you gotta have all certain tags from certain genre. People who watch certain videos, you can go to different like relative videos of your content, extract tags, and then be like, all right, these like motherfuckers like videos I make, so I'm finna tag their ass on these videos in my description, such and such. You know what I'm saying? And them motherfuckers you don't even know, but they'll get tagged like, oh, it's a video I'm interested in. Let me do it. Python runner. I built this Python runner because when I was working with ChatGPT in the early stages, I would find come back and they'll say the link expired. So they had them built me whatever they built me, and they use Python script, and they'll write the Python on your little conversation, and then they'll upload the zip, you download it. But if you come back late or something having that link expire, you can't get that file no more. I'm like, damn. But I said if I could run that Python that just ran, I can get that file. I said, motherfucker, ChatGPT, build me this tool so I don't need your bitch ass no more. And it did it.
Yeah,
Got the Python running.
sometimes.
I can make my PDFs, all my little HTML documents. It'll run it, and then I have it download my damn self in my little folder. You can run that in your own local computer, or you can run it as a website. I got it on a website, and it's in my local computer. What else made me build some shit? Cause of ChatGPT punk ass. Credit repair template.
I hear see down there in Florida. I think recently on the news. I think not mistaken. What Jewish community down there got with the. Was he teamed up with some local white guys down there to basically protest Yiga's upcoming performance down there.
Yeah, what? Why?
Let me look up the article.
That's crazy.
Florida.
Yeah, I closed that store down. I gotta change that. I had to turn that bit down. Get notified. But this shit easy to use, brethrens. You can make. Let me tell you the hustle though. For a nigga
What's that?
So you can any store, you know how they had a little business cards.
Yeah,
People got their little business card. I go and make them a quick little digital card right here and share it to their phone number on here, and be like they'll hit you back sometime, or you can put your number in there, so they'll call you back. But like, Bill, or street to street, you be like, hey man, I can make you a digital sales card. You go ahead to tap. It had a QR code on it. I'm gonna look. Let me example one on look like. Okay, this is the Jax Power one I did.
Here's the article. It
The
talks
Jax Power
about
Road Runners join Florida's fastest at the Young Achievers Sprint Club's biggest event of the year.
I don't know if you heard that or not.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
See, you heard that one?
Yeah.
See, that's bullshit. Let me see.
Computer, man. Everything I hear, echo my own voice back to myself. I just been saying nothing.
Okay, you get it. Then I'm gonna try to.
It's like double everything.
I'm gonna try to show this one.
Computers are a hot mess.
Let's see.
But that article about where did it go? Shit.
They don't got 48 shares already in Japan. I did it. It's in Japanese. You know what I'm saying? They count the share. This one got 75. This one got 83. I'll just kind of put these bits up, but you can track your shares.
Okay.
The cards. They So when you want to share it, this is my Bitcoin. They can donate to me. Boom, Ethereum, Bitcoin wallet plugged in. They want to donate to me. Boom, real quick. They can buy the NFT. If you want to share it to somebody on the street, just pull up the QR code on their phone. Boom. Or you can program these that had a tap. The tap. I ain't programmed this one that had that, but I just recently added that little additional little code where you could just tap that nigga phone. If that card open on your phone, hey man, tap your phone, blam.
He's pretty versed in this here, man.
It's gonna ring to the NPC card.
I see. Making NFT cards, all kind of man. Were you in this stuff back when that Gorilla NFT became popular?
No, but I was trying to get niggas in it, but niggas ain't want to join. I said, man, I was in the rapping, I was doing show. I was like, man, this the way y'all. They were kind of wanting it, but they didn't kind of. Well, we did have some violence and shit, kind of rut shit up, and niggas got dispersed. So that kind of slowed shit down. I moved to Hawaii for a couple of years, and then I was doing shit out there, and then came back, and then lost my daughter. She passed. So it was a little rough little session, and then I was like, well, I was jump back up. We finna jump back up. And this the main one right here.
Man, what was the vibe out there in Hawaii like?
Man, that shit was cool, man. Slow pace, chill. Love them. There's all kind of cute little bitches out there. They be scared of a nigga at first until they get to know you. Then you be like a hero out there. Cause they look at us. They look at us like what they call the word I'm looking for. The stereotypical hood gangbanger. I'm gonna rob you or some shit. Yeah, they ask you to. They be like, "You in the military?" And I tell them no. Their eyes get wide open, like, why you here?
Wait, you over in Honolulu or?
Yeah, I was in Aiea. I wasn't in the city of Honolulu, but it was about 20 minutes, 30 minutes at the most drive. I used to work in Honolulu and on King Street, right in the little town. That shit was all right though. I had a whole jet squad, bro. I was 38 years old, hanging with niggas from 14 to 20 years old every day. That shit was weird, cause when I first got there, I bought me some weed on the plane. So I ran out of that little shit, and I ain't bring a whole bunch of that shit. So I'm like, fuck. So I'm walking on the little hill. The first nigga, he was an older dude. He was about 23-ish. A Korean mixed with, I don't know what the fuck he was mixed with. I think black. I don't know. Or could have been white. I don't know. Korean mixed with something. But the motherfucker was down there homeless. But I gave him like $60. No, I was finna give him. I like, hell no, this nigga might take my money. So I gave him like 20. I like, man, just give me a little stack. So he rolled off. And I thought the motherfucker was gonna be gone and take my money. But he came back with my little shit. I smoked with him. And all my first little friend, kinda. But the nigga used to be fucked up, homeless. He said Korean mama wasn't playing that shit. It has that. I guess he was kind of strung out a little bit, I think. But anyway, he was homeless. He couldn't get to me a lot of times. So I'm like, fuck, I need another plug. So I done fucked around and met this little Filipino little nigga, not about 16. He about 16 at the time. And he took me to this another little Japanese little dude, little jet. And he was like just getting out of high school type shit, or he was either a senior in high school or some shit. 17, 16, 17, something like that. But he showed him some pressure. So I was like, all right, boom. I smoked with the legit. So we kind of hanging out. They were kind of like looking up to me like a, you know what I'm saying? Like a nigga they wanted to be around. So I used to call their, hey, look at some weed. Say, we gonna smoke, boom, boom. Next thing you know, all they little friends would come around. They think that they, hey Roo. Then they had some of their older little friends, like 19, 20. So they were one like, hey, we go out. Like, yeah, I still about partying. Let's go out then. So now, it's a little session. Every day we meet up at the little elementary school. They'll go up, they'll legit run in the store. Run out there with some bunch of bill. They'll just take that shit and run. That's what they hobby. So they done had me on the street. We'll walk to Waikiki on the weekends, and they'll go hitting every store, nigga. They getting $400-$500 Versace glasses, Gucci glasses, nigga. They getting all kind of shit. I was buying that shit out on me. I came back from Hawaii with all kind of shit.
Man, that's all. That was wild.
Man,
I'm about
that's
to
what
dip
we
up out of
for.
here, man. I'm about to head up into this gym, man.
Yeah, man, get your good workout in, brother.
For sure, man. I got
Peace.
dropped the email address, man. I appreciate it, man. You can just
Oh
send
yeah,
through,
yeah.
man. You
I'm
know,
glad
for
you
sure.
reminded me because I was gonna forget that.
For
I'm
sure, man.
glad you
You know, yeah,
reminded
because
me.
we got to get that going. I'm gonna get with some hit that Claude this weekend too. I gotta see how I'm gonna play it with the subscriptions I already have. I don't want to get too many of them damn subscriptions, man. I'm gonna see if I can find a subscription that has 11 labs and Sora and Chat GPT with Claude together. I don't know how much that shit would cost.
Brother, 11 labs ain't that expensive. You could do the plan for $6. I just upgraded to the $22 plan. And Claude, I still use the $20 plan. So
You
that's
get
literally all you
okay.
need. That's all you need. You just gotta pace it. Like when they say, "All right, your time ran out," so all right, I'm gonna do this next phase when that time run in. Sometimes
Right.
I'll pay a little $20 here and there, more credits just to finish a certain stage I'm at. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause I don't like to
Right.
leave it, but you could pace it. And then ChatGPT $20. I recommend that to me. I recommend at least one ChatGPT for 20, one Claude for 20, and your 11 labs for 20. Them $60. Now your video, that one is the high one. And
Right.
I just did a video on who got the best free, and I was looking at how they pricing it.
Who you think? What's your go to for your video? I'm thinking 11 and Sora.
Well, I know Pictory did me a good one. I was just
Which
looking at
one?
the free ones. Pictory. There's one
Okay.
called VDVEEDEE, and
Okay.
it's a bunch of them out there now.
Right.
Sora, all right. They are Sora, all right. But I thought they took Sora away, or they took that one from
Did it?
OpenAI, the ChatGPT one.
Yeah.
Yeah, they took it away.
They took OpenAI. I took. I know they pulled Sora too.
They pulled it. You cannot do videos in OpenAI,
What?
bro. Hell yeah, that's what fucked it up. That fucked up the game because I was finna go make me. I had made a few on my little project I want to sell Google that I sat down for a minute because I'm doing this one here. But
Because I believe my subscription has Sora 2 in it. I don't know. Maybe they snatched it away as a standalone software. Maybe. I don't know. I'm going to look into it. I'm going to see look at my subscription again because I
let me
believe
ask you.
they snatched Sora 2 up out of that mofo. And I'll probably get it done with 11. But Sora had its benefits.
Let me see. I'm
Yeah, it
asking.
had great physics in that mofo. It's one of its benefits. Things, but yeah, I gotta. I'm trying to finish up these commercials for my business, Michigan's
Yeah,
Natural Living, and now get
yeah.
these testimonials together. Got these customers gave a testimonial for my business, man. I gotta make a vid, man. Should make a few of them, about 9 of them. Man, getting those LLMs together, man, and down and sequencing the scenes, man, it's just drive me bananas, bro.
Yeah, you can look at Force. They discontinued in 2026, like just recently, like a month or so
Really?
ago. It's off. Hell yeah, man, that shit hurt. And they taking out the agent builder. I'm glad I built me them set of agent and exported it off in the SDK. I got it on my system now.
They take who OpenAI take. Well, who's taking away the agent builder?
OpenAI as well. It's got a message on my dashboard in
What?
November 2026. That bitch is over. So I said, "Ooh, I want to build me about 2 more good ones from there, because the way they got it set up, you can build them sweet, and then you can export them in an SDK and like a little local folder that run
Yeah,
anywhere, not
agent builder.
just in
That's the
these.
main thing. Yeah, that's the main shit.
Yeah, that's how I made Oli. That's what I was telling you how I made Oli. Sadiq.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the agent. That's the
What you
premier. That's
made?
the
What you
president.
made? Is you the graphic guy over here?
Yeah, I've been doing some of the graphics lately. But it's both
Okay.
me and A I be doing. I've been doing some of me and A1, been both doing them. But I've been doing some of the latest ones that people been liking.
Let me ask you a question. Is this the channel got that damn? It look like a game room. When y'all do the little track scroll, and they got the little different avatar niggas. Is that the other channel? I think y'all look. It's two of y'all that look alike. I think.
It might be the other channel. Now,
Let me see.
well, he be when he was doing his last stuff, he had people in different. You talking about like stuff like this right here?
Talking about on the screen now.
Yeah.
That,
Yeah,
but
different backgrounds.
yeah, this, yeah. Y'all the niggas. Y'all who
Yeah,
I'm
that-
talking about. Y'all niggas got the best graphics out there. Out of all the motherfuckers. Shit, y'all
Facts.
shit look like get video game for real, man. Y'all need to jump on my platform, put that shit on some cars, share that shit, and they coming to
Facts.
your shit.
Only man's the man on that stuff.
You go,
Only
you
up
go,
in
you go.
A1.
Nigga, I show you can put the same snippet code you using with the AI done built for you in them little car. That bitch will display it.
Yeah, well,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, we got some. Been coming
Y'all,
up with
you
some
know what
good
y'all
stuff.
could do? Yeah, I'm gonna give y'all ideas, nigga, because I'm going that way. Y'all can mint y'all debates, sell them bitches in the motherfucking cyber world.
As
You record.
NFTs.
Hell yeah, same thing. You download the whole video. You can edit it if you want to, and then do your little graphics, and boom.
Right.
That's what I'm finna do. All my channels, all my books I wrote, all my short stories. I'm gonna be like the little mini user in that bit. You know, I built the little motherfucker. Hey, I need it
Right.
because I got a
Hey.
lot of shit to sell, and I know y'all niggas do too.
Oh, that go humble good. Because I
Man,
was
you
just
can
about to say,
multi-language it.
yeah,
I got it plugged in to 11 Lab API, y'all. I'll show you how to do it. It's easy.
they go humble. Hey, y'all, I'm about to make a run real quick. You know how I got to do some running around humble. If you'll
Yes, sir.
take over for a minute,
Oh,
I'll be
you
back.
already
You
know.
know how
brother.
long it be
Running them
taking me
right
usually.
here. What's up, everybody? Y'all
What they do?
What's going
What
on,
they
Humble?
do?
What's up, brother?
What y'all in here getting into today?
Talk
He's
about a
only
little bit of bots and shit,
yeah.
agents,
I
and
need to hook my damn laptop up before. You talking about
Yeah.
the AI and stuff? Yeah. Hey, listen, man. The next 5 to 7 years, we got a major opportunity with this AI stuff
Facts.
to really get our ideas out there, to come together as a unity, and to really put together some stuff to build community, to build a solid community for us. You know what I'm saying? So
yes, sir. I believe in that. You
Real,
gave me
and I
some
think
link.
before I leave, I'm gonna say this. And one of the things I think they doing too is using the scare tactic to stop us from using AI and making certain individuals be scared of it. So that make people not even want to use it. Because I'm gonna tell you why.
Facts.
See, I understand that Google has been an AI bot type system the whole time. When I had all of my my material and all of my stuff formed, like I told you, Sadiq and Humble might remember, like I used to argue and like discourse with my homies about my views as opposed to their views. Like this ain't nothing that's new, but at this time it's personal because I'm in the face with my friends. We all grew up Christians, all of the, you know what I'm saying? So I'm discoursing, and one of them used to always tell me to put it in AI, see what AI say. And I was scared. I had that mind that the AI was going to take my information and block me out and use my information. I was scared. I don't know why. Until I started actually putting it in there and seeing what it is, that's when I came up to the conclusion that AI ain't nothing but a modern day calculator. It ain't gonna never have its own problems. It's gonna have the problems that we put in there. And I'm gonna land right there though. But yeah, I think it's kind of like a scare tactic to people to be saying, oh, it's gonna do this and it's gonna. Yeah, we know the possibilities of it can happen, but I think humans smart enough to have those possibilities, and we done had imagination about it because they've put fail safes in it, or gonna automatically make sure it's a fail safe in there to not do it. Because like I said, the only thing that we have to stop it from doing, not learning, but something I think it'll never be able to do is form its own questions about its safety, because it wouldn't have a safety protocol for survival like we have.
And you know what else I think too, Quantum? I think it's also a cop out to intellectual inadequacies, right? It's like, oh, word, I know this because I researched it, because I use the tools of AI. Somebody who's not equipped on a subject matter, like, oh, you only know it because of AI. Like, as if AI gets to an edge, as if they don't have AI to do the same thing.
Right. Like they don't got
Yeah.
that same exact tool to do the same thing.
And so because they don't know how to use
Yeah.
AI, they talk down against AI.
Right. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, I'm just make this run. I'm gonna be gone. I'll holler at y'all when I get back.
Okay, for sure. Only I'm gonna head out too. I've been on for a few. I'm gonna hit this gym up. I'll be back on, family. Good stuff, man. I'm gonna keep watching now.
Yo.
All right, here, guys. All right, humble. I'll jump you a minute, man. I'll holler at you in a minute.
All right, most definitely. Who we got still up here? I know we got some people about to drop down. Who left? I see my
Yeah,
brother
just-
Juan. He probably there chilling. What's up, Haru?
I'm chilling. What they do, brother?
I'm up here chilling, bro. I just did my thing on the other planet over there, just getting back in the house. You know, my wife went out with her sister, and so I'm in the house chilling, Brody.
Okay, peace right now.
Mm-hmm. I can't wait for this right here up on this screen, though. This is what I can't wait for.
Oh, this $1,000. When is this?
Yeah, this tournament right here, man. Y'all
When does
see
it
how
start?
Nah, it's a whole different tournament. You said when do it start?
Yeah.
I'm sure it's gonna start sometimes next month. We getting the people together right now to get into it. As you see, we got some people already. I'm trying to get some more people up in here that I know and love to be in this style of tournament. But man, I can't wait. See, this
So how is the tournament set up? Is it like random debate titles that pop up for these dudes, or they already got preset?
No, I mean
titles?
it depends on who's going against who. You see what I'm saying? For an example, we have, just an example, God Justice and V-Note, right? They will come up with a title of their debate, right? And then they'll set a date, and then bang, they'll, whatever they're prepared for, whatever the title of their debate is, right?
Okay.
So it depends on who's versing who's. I'm not going to really have issues with titles. I bring good titles by myself, and I really pretty much don't have an issue with debating about any other title. So for me, setting up debates won't be easy. That don't mean people, because people also be trying to come in with that flim, bro, and they be trying to, we going to debate such and such. Nah, bro, I ain't going with that, man.
I done seen people down there argue a whole day about a topic and can't conclude a topic. They down there debating, debating the topic.
Right,
So-
having a debate about a debate and shit. Like, man, look like that'll be the topic.
Okay, who won? All right, your ass already eliminated. Move on to next. Dang, that's all I was wondering. So the schedule basically kind of flexible then, because they're gonna take some agreement on when they want to do it, both parties. So it looks like V-Note and God Justice is the first known rounds or whatever. I need to talk to old V-Note, man. If they already got the title solidified or not, and the date.
Yeah.
They
Well, I
ain't got
mean, with them, ain't nothing really, set in stone. It's probably just a template right now. So they probably ain't for real going against each other first.
Oh, y'all. Okay.
Yeah,
I
that's
got you.
just a template.
I got you.
Where all my stuff at, bro? I don't like this. Where's see, that's why I don't like Perplexity. Oh wait, I gotta go to history. Oh, I gotta say that's crazy, bro. So Perplexity, if you don't use it for a while, it'll automatically sign you out. And you gotta sign all the way back in and get it. Because I was looking for my information history. Like, wait a minute, what?
See that? You know what? I'm glad. Hold on one minute.
What's up? What's up? I see it's 3 people in here. If you in the building, put a 1 in the comments, y'all. If you in the building, let me know who in the building. What's up? What's up with y'all? We're gonna run an ad real quick. You know what? My man A1, he got a great book out on Amazon right now. We about to play that ad. Make sure y'all go check it out.
What happens when a Christian preacher's son starts asking questions nobody wants answered? What if faith and science were never supposed to be enemies? This isn't another religious book, and it's not another angry attack on belief. This is a wake-up call. The Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity by A1 Richardson takes you on a mind-bending journey through scripture, psychology, science, energy, cause and effect, vibration, polarity, rhythm, and the universal law shaping your everyday life. Why do people sabotage themselves and blame God? Why do we ignore patterns then act shocked by consequences? Why are so many trapped doing what we call crazy work? This book challenges everything you thought you knew about spirituality, reality, and yourself. No fake certainty, no church cliches, no blind obedience. Just raw honesty, deep reflection, and practical wisdom for people caught between the pulpit, the laboratory, and real life. Whether you're deconstructing your faith, spiritually curious, tired of shallow answers, or searching for sanity in a chaotic world, this book was written for you. Read it with an open mind, read it with courage, read it before life forces you to learn the hard way. The Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity. Stop doing crazy work and wake up to the patterns shaping your life now.
Shout out to my brother A1 out here putting that work down. Y'all already know what it is. Hey man, my man Quantum had a question up here for Know the Ledge for his title. I really don't want to veer off because I think it's a great title. Is free will an illusion? If I may answer that, from my perspective, will in of itself isn't even free because the cost of will is attention. This is why you have to pay attention. What are you paying for that attention? Will, your ability to do something. You see what I'm saying? So I'm gonna let that sit on y'all minds for a minute. But when we get into the deeper ramifications of things, when it gets to free will, definitely biblical. I don't understand how the Bible teaches free will, but then you see God in the Bible influencing events in the Bible. Like that be the thing of these subject matters, man. As my brother Quantum would say, the incoherence of these arguments. Right now, again, I don't have no issue with nobody believing in a God or having a religion, whether it's Christianity or Islam or Hebrewism, any of that. I don't mind any of that, right? But when you bring that into the arena of truth and facts, objective truth and facts, then you're going to have a large mountain to climb because you can't bring your subjective beliefs in these arenas and think they're going to hold up to the weight of scholarship. That's not how it works. And even in that note, right? Because there are things within a faith that one can discuss, that one can have knowledge about, right? However, if that's going to be your subject matter, then you at least have to know about it. That's a shot. That's a hit to all the Hebrew Israelites out there. What's up? We see you in the comments. Thank you for coming through. We appreciate you. But yeah, that goes out to the Hebrew Israelites. If we're going to be discussing the historicity of these people, of the Hebrew Israelites, and when they came into existence and what happened, and the Mari tablets and Mana letters and these things, we got to at least have some understanding of what's going on. We can't just be quoting random sources and you don't even know what's going on within the source. I just hit somebody. Look, I just slapped somebody up like that the other day. I wrote a paper. Well, what does your paper say about this subject matter? Oh, well, they are metaphorical. They are metaphorical. Oh, so you cut yourself. Hey man, we gotta actually be out here and be thinkers. Hey baby girl, hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on 1 second.
Straight. Is it your ways that they gon' imitate? Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Ain't no family no more. They do you badly for sure. You try to back up your soul, Lord.
We doing and we can, actually, you see what I'm saying? And so, right, I'm gonna say that and land my plane. I don't want to get too long-winded.
And we have a super
Hey, Quantum, are you here? I see you up here on the panel. I see you in the comments. Yeah. I had to step out. I was over here talking to my wife. I'm gonna play this video right here, y'all. So I'm gonna play this video right here because I gotta talk to my wife real quick.
Chat. It reads, I love your energy, Mystic. Please do a part 2. Tighten up, Bomb Squad. Hey Goddess, bow. Shout out, Hey Goddess, with the super chat. Appreciate you, sis. Yeah, part 2. I see that in the near future, definitely, because he's got a lot to expound on. I see he's got some presentations that my channel's never seen, so he can go ahead and bring up some of those old classics and get them back out. You know what I'm saying? Peace. And you believe, I'm not sure if he's talking to me or someone in the chat. Let's get back to these questions, though. Does a majority group always owe a minority group an apology?
Not at all. Not at all. Not if they didn't do anything to them, right? If y'all are just a group and then the minority group is just a group and they did what they did, then no, not at all. But if you have afflicted that group in some way, like I'll give an example. That incident with the Nazi joint, what's that shit called? I'm trying to think of the name. When they eradicated the Jew people.
Concentration camps, the Holocaust?
The Holocaust, right? When the Holocaust happened and after the Holocaust and the Jews came to America, America had no right to do what they did because America didn't do that to the Jews. The German people did. They were the ones that were supposed to do for the Jews what America did for them. You see what I'm saying? But instead we had to play hero and, oh, well, we see how you treated them bad, so let us take you in. And no, that ain't what we here to do. We supposed to build on the inside first. But that's to answer your question a little further. No, not always.
Let's go. Is diversity a strength or a buzzword used to mask underlying tension?
Diversity is a strength. I believe in having diversity in one culture. Yo, shout out to A1, bro. He asked me some good ass questions in this argument alley. I really appreciated that. He most definitely asked me some good ass questions. Shout out to brother A1. Yeah. Right. And I think that's where our culture lacks at a lot is we don't understand the power of diversity. Everybody want to drive the bus. We don't understand the value of a leader and a teacher and a healer and a nurturer. Like, we don't understand the value that all of those positions hold. And I feel as though the people who are attracted to those positions made those positions or spoke out on those positions being more valuable, then our communities can get stronger. Because when something happens, and when something happened with our women, right? When our women are under attack, our women will have a foundation to go to lean on and get guidance from. You see what I'm saying? When our education is under attack, our people, our children will then have a root or a foundation to go and get guidance from. You know, and I feel like because we take out variety, everybody want to be the boss of something. Everybody want to be their own boss. If everybody's the boss, then who's going to be your employee? You see what I'm saying? So I do think we need to embrace variety a little bit more.
Right, we can't have too many chefs in the kitchen, man.
Exactly.
So yeah, let's get to the next one. But well, you know what? Let me expound on that question too.
Mm-hmm.
What about diversity in culture? Do you think that that's a strength? Because you said diversity amongst one culture is a strength. What about diversity, having cultural diversity? Is that a strength?
having cultural diversity with no plan in mind can be a great weakness, right? If we can cultivate the diversity within a culture, then it could be a strength. But if the diversity isn't cultivated, like they don't have no way what they're doing with it, then it'll fail dramatically.
Definitely understood. Next one. At what point does pride in one's race become a symptom of insecurity?
You pause that. Can you pause that for just a second? Humble?
Looks at another and say,
I gotta say, because I think you might have went on your argument alley maybe a month, might have been maybe some weeks before I did. They were scared of you, wasn't they? They didn't come up and say nothing to you.
Nah. They ain't come up. And that's why I got to shout out A1, bro. I'm sitting here listening. I said, this nigga asked me some good ass questions, bro. I appreciate them questions.
Yeah, because there wasn't nobody else supposed to come up and ask them.
Yeah.
All
But
right,
no,
so
like, they wasn't. Yeah, ain't nobody really everybody that really came up. We you know how I pretty much set the tone for how we interact now, right? People came up, we had conversation, we had a good time, laughed, and that was the end of it.
Yeah, they came up on the panel. I'm talking about my panel they didn't have no respect for me. I don't know what you do. Well, I guess you bring a certain air of confidence that's different than my air of confidence. So I don't know. It seemed like
Man, I was nervous, bro. Do you not know when I was doing this, bro? I was so nervous because I ain't never been on YouTube before this time. I've been on Signettas, you know what I'm saying, here and there, but it wasn't nothing serious like this. Like I was nervous. The only other thing I did before this, like right before this, was my I did a call out video on a pie show where I called out Kazard and I. Well, other than that, this is the only other thing on YouTube that I was nervous as I don't know what, bro.
Man, and see, when I went to my argument alley, it's crazy because I wasn't nervous because I didn't think it was going to be like it did. It just so happened that I came from TikTok. And, you know, when you come from TikTok and you be in different panels, you know how it be getting irate sometime on Bigo? TikTok is like that as soon as you come in there, especially when you go into them rooms that they feel like they intellectual and you actually talking about forming an argument. That's why I knew how to form arguments and all of that, you know what I'm saying? So when I got there and I seen what it was, I was kind of ready for it, but I went back and watched shows. I'm like, damn, why they didn't do Humble like that in the alley?
Yo, and that's because, like, again, man, A1 was asking me some great questions, but I was nervous because I know where I come from on Bigo. And I'm like, I don't want to come up here and over talk nobody. I don't want to get too rough with nobody because I know how that looks. Like when we went over to TikTok for the first time, I knew how that looked to people. They was scared, bro. They was like, yo, these people over here wilding, bro. And so I'm like, yo, I don't want to come over here doing too much. And then they be looking at me crazy and whatnot. So I was actually trying to hold myself under some constraint. Like even with the questions, that's why these were some good questions. And even with the questions, I didn't want to go too long, but I wanted to answer the question in a concise manner.
Right. And I like the questions he was asking you because they wasn't like, they was about your view, but that was more about your philanthropy mind. What you think about, you know what I'm saying? That the question was more about, you know, answers and your outlooks on what we can and should become and stuff. So I'm like you, there was some wonderful questions.
Yeah, most definitely. Let's get to it, y'all. I'm better than you because I don't excel with the things you excel at. So I now have to create a whole nother category that only I excel at over you. You see what I'm saying? If the Europeans would have settled in Africa, or if they would have settled here, and they would have integrated and said, okay, I see what y'all doing, and I like what we doing, and we could, actually do some things, that would have been better than them coming over saying, wow, look at all these amazing things. There's no way we can compete in this way. So now we have to create this whole other thing that y'all now can't compete in. And so that's how I feel like a lot of the brilliance, a lot of the strength get washed over, because while we're supposed to be looking at the value of the individual, right? A lot of people are too busy looking at other things. You see what I'm saying? So I land my plane with that.
Let's go. And we have a guest to the panel. Shout out A Rare Celestial, a high dimensional entity whose influence stretches across the stars. One of the Queen Benubians, repping the nation of Umeka. How you feeling today, sis?
I feel good. Love, love, love.
Did you have a question for Humble Mystic today?
I did. I was hearing him say something about a lot. What's wrong with us now is that we don't really know where we come from or where to look, right? So what would you tell somebody?
I would encourage all people to start within their immediate family. Number one, if you got a grandmother, if you got uncles, who with your grandmother brothers or your grandfather brothers on both sides. I was only privy to have one side, which is my mother. I talked to my grandmother. I talked to her brothers and sisters. They were able to tell me about their mother, and my grandmother specifically was able to tell me about her grandparents because she was raised with them. And after I found out all of that, it was on my own due diligence to then go out and further my knowledge and further my research. So it's all about. I wanted to pause it there because that was a great question, but I wanted to pause it there to expound on my answer because that answer right there just explained a little bit about where my humbleness comes from when it comes to this research, right? I'm not a person who just willy-nilly went out here and just started looking for stuff. No, I had a beginning point. I started with my immediate family. And I said, okay, well, they're saying this. Well, let me go track this. Okay, well, now let me go track this. And so I apply my research to anything when I'm talking about the Israelites, when I'm talking about the Cometians, when I'm talking about the Nubians, the people from Yoruba, all of these people, when I'm doing research on them, I always do my due diligence to research the language, the culture. Everything really is wrapped up in the culture. Once you study the culture of a people, you really pretty much studying their language, their rituals, their beliefs, and things of that nature, their way of living, basically. And so when I'm up here and we're speaking about the Amorites, and we're speaking about the Cometians, we're speaking about the Nubians, I know a little bit about these cultures because I've researched them. Not just looked them up on ChatGPT. I've been doing research on these cultures before there was an AI. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to give an expound on that answer. Go ahead. You kind of muted. Who is that? Who is that there? Oh, go ahead, Quantum. You sound like a robot, bro. Oh yeah, you got a voice changer on? You probably drop down and come back up. Self, I would just tell those brothers and sisters to come back to self, come back to the root of things.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Because with my family, we don't know anything about our ancestors, to be honest. Like, it was a small amount of us. My grandmother's mother and father died at a young age. So there's no other information.
Melanated Goddess. Melanated Goddess said, yeah, I got too many dead ends once I get to 3 generations out, unfortunately. Hey man, you don't even gotta get to 3 generations out. You know what I'm saying? Apparently the way history works for a people or a certain person is they get to a certain generation, then they stop. You see what I'm saying? It's like, that's where you choose to stop. If everybody's just choosing to stop where they choosing to stop, for me personally, I tend to look at, on that note, I tend to look at the root, the general root, right? That's where there are people out here who call themselves foundational Americans, who they say, we come from here. There's people who are foundational Africans, we come from Africa. I say, bro, we have incidents on this continent itself that show evidence that we came from both populations. So is it fair for us to discredit one and not accept the other, or discredit one and accept the other? I don't think that's fair. So what I do is I accept both parties. This is why I'm gonna blow myself up really fast. If you look at my coat of arms right here, you'll see the Nisi Tapi on the left, and you'll see Kemet on the right. The Nisi Tapi, my grandmother's, she's 100% Blackfoot Native American. Right, I know that for a fact. The reason Kemet is here is because Kemet represents the Africanness here. You see what I'm saying? I could have put any other African tradition. I could have put the Yoruba tradition, the Dogon tradition. I chose Kemet because that's the tradition I'm more familiar with. I appreciate that, Ben. I appreciate that. I actually got to give a lot of credit of this to my wife. She actually put this on a hoodie for me. And man, my wife is an amazing woman. But so I put together both of these traditions, grounded in the indigenous American tradition and the African tradition. And as you see, I got our fist right there in the middle to show y'all that we don't have to have a divide, right? Hey, united we stand, divided we fall. You see what I'm saying? So that's how I carry it, Goddess. That's how I carry it. No problem, no problem. Let's get back into it, y'all. Let's get back into it.
Given to us to tell us where we come from, right? So I think that was my question for those of us who don't have access to that.
Okay, and if I may, sister, if I can leave you with a little bit of wisdom, right? So I was showing this off a little earlier. This is my emblem, right? So I heard what you were saying about, for the ones of us who don't know, we listen, man. I that's crazy. I did not know. I was actually about to break this down in this part of this argument, Ellie. That's crazy that I just broke that down just now. Hey, listen, here's the affirmation though. Let's see if I say the same thing. Here's the affirmation. Let's see if y'all can catch me up in my words. We can't go back that far, right? Create your own. Right here now you stand with life, with breath in your lungs, with feet to walk across the land, right? With hands to plant things with, right? You have children. Some of us have children. I don't know, sister, if you have children, but if you do, you have children, right? That's your nation. Create that. It starts there. When your children, get your children to talk about you as much as they can. When they're children, you know, so it gotta start with somebody.
Absolutely. That's what I was looking for. Because those of us who are in that position, that's what we're doing. So, you know, I was looking for that and that, what you were saying.
Yes, ma'am. Like my daughter knows. A lot of people are so funny. Me and Napa had a conversation, And she was like, your family is around you while you doing this? I was like, yeah, like, you know, other people go in their rooms, we ain't gonna lie, but I do this in the comfort of my bedroom. My daughter hears this. She hear this more than the people online hear this, you know, because I installed this into her. I had nobody give me this information when I was young, when I was her age. So as me being not only her guardian, but a righteous person, right? Why not pass on the knowledge to my offspring, right? So now she can grow that into wisdom. You see what I'm saying? So this is a concept that I had to learn all on my own. You know, and I came up with this concept, and I didn't come up with it, but I observed this is what life do, right? Life grow and pass on its genetics to the next. It grow, pass on its genetic to the next. Now, as we being human beings, we have the ability to orally communicate what's going on or what went on in the previous generation, right? And we can write it down and things of that nature. And I think that's another thing that's missing in our culture nowadays. Nobody's talking to the grandparents. Nobody's talking to the aunts and the uncles. Now, I know that's a touchy subject. I'm gonna put part of that subject right here on the side for a second because that is a touchy subject. But when it comes to culture, nobody's talking to the elders. I was for. What's up? What's up? We got Master Herc on a panel. What it do, Master Herc? I see you, Brody.
Hey, what's going on, huh?
I'm chilling. You wanted to add anything, or you just sitting back chilling watching the video?
Yeah, man. I'm back up now. The Bama's had me up all last night. And Ben, I was arguing with niggas all night. But yeah, yo, that's a badass. I chimed in when you talk about your coat of arms. That's a badass joint you put together.
I appreciate you. You got my wife to thank for that, Brody.
Oh yeah. Tell us, that's beautiful. Man. Good job. You because you said your grandma was Indian. Did you show it to her? Like, did you tell her like, yo, this is what I came up with?
Oh man, she passed away 3 years ago.
Okay.
You know, but when she was here, that was something that I was always talking to her about, like getting a coat of arms. I'm like, Grandma, we need a coat of arms. Like we need, and she, before you know, she was 90, her 90, so she's like, boy, you funny, get out of here. But I was really telling her like, no, because we gotta remember, we're gonna remember the Franklin family. Like we got something, we have to have something to cement us in history. You know?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Come here, baby.
Yeah. I think talking. But so
go ahead. I had my background. Go ahead, Brody.
No, I just wanted to say that idea that you came up with, the coat of arms, is a good representation. I definitely agree with that, and I agree like what you said. There's some of us that was here, and some of us that came over here, and I think the argument that it's just too many people. I think it's not too many people. There's a lot of people online that just want to identify with the people, you know what I'm saying, that one group people that was here, you know what I'm saying, neglect the African side, and you know what I'm saying, this stuff. And I think that's doing a disservice to the lineage that we have. And like you said, for me, I always talk to my grandma. You know, I'm always asking questions about where she grew up and, who, you know what I'm saying, how she grew up and all that stuff. And that's on my mom's side of the family. And you know, I recorded the conversations too. When they sit around and talk, I take my phone, I pull my phone out, you know, and on the low, they don't even know. I put my phone out and I just hit the record button, and let while they talk and just let it record, and just so I can have that, you know, that record and the information. And so that's one of the things I did. And my dad's side of the family is but it's funny both my mom's side, my dad's side, both from South Carolina, and my dad's side of the family is more of they come from their lineage come from the Spanish, the Portuguese. His mom's side comes from the Portuguese enslavement enslavement system with them. And my dad's side comes from, he traced his dad lineage back to the Congo, I believe. Back to the Congo by way of Cuba, because I think his great granddad left out of Cuba before slavery ended in Cuba and came to America. And that was by way of the Congo. So they came from the Congo, and so then his like I said, his mom's side was here in South Carolina, enslaved with the what's their names? I don't know why I'm drawing a blank on my family side. It's a Portuguese name. Not Mon. I'm trying to think of the name. The Monagos, the Manigos. And talking to my mom's grandma, and it was so funny because I when I told her this, she's like, "Yeah, I remember the Manigos." She went to school with them, and I was like, "Oh, for real?" She said, "Yeah, I went to school. There's some high yellow hussies." and it's true, and it's true, because on my dad's side, they all real light skinned, they all high yellow, and so it's just interesting, to know this lineage, to know your lineage, to know where it come from and stuff. And the funny thing is that we do have Native American people in our family on my dad's side. I would say on my mom's side as well. My mom's dad, I didn't get to talk to him too much about his lineage, but they do. I know they did have some indigenous people in their family history, but I didn't even go in detail because I didn't talk to him that much. He passed away when I was in I think when I was in my early 20s, he had passed. So we do have their lineage, but my mom's side, there is no Native American, Indigenous American lineage on our side though. So I never really heard those stories about Indians and all that stuff. We got Indian. So for me, that's why I'm like, yo, not everybody has that story. My grandma ain't never say nothing like that. My great grandma ain't never say nothing like that. And on my dad's side, it was more that our people were Spanish. We got that Spanish lineage in us. So it's I think that's what we you can't deny both of them. I mean, you can't deny one of them and just hang on to one. I think like you said, we got to accept both and keep it real, man, and just be proud of that we're black people. You know what I'm saying? We just black people. We native, to the planet. Period. We native everywhere. We look around. We've been around. So we gotta keep that. We just gotta keep that knowledge and just be proud of who we are, man. What is that?
Quantum, you got a boy. You sounding like Wiley over there, my guy. Yeah, you sound like straight Wiley. I had to drop a couple bombs for you, man. So, but everything you would speak, that's why I had to pause it a little earlier in my video, because that's how I came to the information that I say now, right? That's what got me interested in studying Kemet. That's what got me interested in studying indigenous cultures, is because I spent so much time around my grandmothers and my uncles and them people. Give me 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, me too. And that's one thing I try to get my daughter, my son. I tell them the same thing. Yo, talk to your granddad, man. Call them. When they go down south, I be like, yo, talk to your granddad. Ask him where he from. Ask him where he grew up. You gotta know this stuff. I be telling them that, and they don't do it. They don't do it yet. Their grandma passed away a couple of years ago, and they didn't have a chance to talk to her. And I'm telling them that, yo, your granddad's here now. You need to talk to him. Just get to, not just to get to know him, get to know his lineage, where he grew up, because he's also from South Carolina. I believe he's from. I I believe he's from South Carolina or probably Georgia, I think. But I know he grew up definitely in the South. And I tell him it's interesting. It's interesting that how my kids, like, you got parents. Your mom is from the South. You know, I'm not from the South Carolina, but you know, my lineage is South Carolina. My mom grew up in the South, so it's like our lineage is in the Carolinas, you know, the South Carolina stuff. So it's like, you gotta talk to them and learn the history. You know what I'm saying? So you can know this stuff and you can tell your kids, and you know what I'm saying, you pass it on, the stuff you don't forget. And because like you said, some people don't like to talk to their elders for some reason. They don't like to talk to their grandparents, not listening. I don't know why, but for me, I love it. You know, I you know, my great aunts, my uncles, and I sit around and I talk to them, you know, just to ask them questions. Even when I was younger, I still did that. I would just listen to them. You know, they would tell stories, and we listen to them. You know, we sit around, we listen, and we laugh because they'll tell funny stories about them growing up and the stuff that they did. You know, and I would tell y'all this story, yo. My dad said when he was a kid, they only had one spoon. That's right. He said they only had one spoon. So when they sat around and ate dinner, they had to pass the spoon around the table. Everybody had to take one bite, pass the spoon around. You know, you take one bite, pass the spoon around. And he had a brother named Leroy. And he said, yeah, you take a bite, pass the spoon around. And Leroy tried to be slick and take two bites, and Dad just popped him like, wow. And so we was cracking up, and we was like, Dad, stop lying, man. Y'all ain't had no damn one spoon. It was like, nigga, we couldn't believe that shit. We're like, how the hell y'all have one spoon? That makes no sense. And so it wasn't until I finally met, I think I was there about 14, and I finally met his sister. Went out to Cali, and I finally met my aunt. And you know, she told us, yeah, we only had one spoon. That joint is crazy, man. I was like, y'all only have one spoon. So it's like stories like that, yo. It's just like it's like you can't imagine that. You know, today we can't imagine that. You know, it's crazy. Like, what? But it's you know what I'm saying, and yeah, it was just crazy stories that they would tell us, and you get to visit and see how, like, you know, poverty, they really lived in poverty. You know, they was really poor. And you know, things I tell my kids, because I grew up, we didn't have running water at my dad's house. He didn't have running water. He bought a house that was built back in the 1920s. And so it didn't have indoor plumbing. So we would have to go outside to wash up. Like in the summertime, we would go outside and wash up. In the wintertime, we had a little tub, this big circular tub that we would bring in. We would fill it up with water, and that's how we washed up. And so my kids, they was like, wait, what do you mean you didn't have running water? They're like, wait, hold up. And I said, yeah, we ain't had running water. And that was at my dad. And I hated, when I was growing up, I didn't like living with my dad. I hated it. Because my dad had a small little farm over in Maryland. You know, my mom, she lived in the city, you know what I'm saying, in DC, in the hood and shit. So of course I loved it. But when I was at my dad's house, man, it's like we had to work, we had to chop wood and all that shit, man. I hated that. But now that I'm older, I'm missing it. I miss it because I'm realizing the lessons that he was trying to teach me. But that's how we grew up. And one time I told my daughter that, and she didn't believe me. The electricity went out. There was a powerful storm, and the electricity went out. And you know, she had called me. It was like, oh, I'm nervous. You're scared. I said, what are you scared for? Just power out. So you know, I hopped in the car. I went over that joint. I bought them some. I bought a couple of jugs of water over there, and I said, here. And I was telling her, you know, I said, all right, if the power don't come back on, I said, this is what you do. You know, so you just use this. You know, you wash up, put this one in wash up. You wash your face with this one that you can use this to cook with. And I said, here's a. I said, take this bucket and we'll fill it up with some water, and that's how you flush the toilet. And she was like, how you know how to do this? And that's what I told her. I said, as a grown up, we didn't have running water. she was like, what? It's because again, she's growing up with running water, and at times we didn't have like the power. Like my dad didn't pay the bill, so we wouldn't have electricity. Sometimes my mom didn't pay the bill, and we wouldn't have electricity. When I was living with my mom, and we wouldn't have the phone be off and stuff. Sometimes, and but kids nowadays they don't grow up like that. Some of them not grow up. Some of them grow up in that poverty life because we want to make it better for them. We do our best to make our kids try not to live the life that we live, so we make it better for them, so they don't experience not having electricity. What do you got to do when the power goes out? What do you got to do when the water's off? They don't know what to do. So I'm kind of glad I went through that experience. That way, because I know what to do and I know how to live without it, and I showed her. But yeah, it's funny. But that's what I tell the youngest. Talk to your grandparents, man. Ask them where they from. Learn, you learn this stuff. Not just learning your lineage, but you learn the history. I think he still stepped off for a second, but yeah. Yeah, fam. I ain't gonna be on too long, but I just want to pull it up. But that's what I think that we like people, man. We got to pass that knowledge on, and got to get the youngest not to be afraid to ask questions. I don't know what's up with that. I want to ask questions. You think you know everything. You don't know everything. You're young. When my daughter was born, I was nervous as shit. My dad had already passed, so I couldn't talk to him. But I was nervous. I was scared. I didn't know what to do. I was like, I don't know about raising no kid. I was scared. So the very first thing, one of the things I did is I asked both of my aunts, because they raised daughters, and I asked my aunt, how do you raise? I said, how did you raise a daughter? How do I raise a daughter? How did you raise two beautiful daughters and that's not running the streets? They weren't out in the streets. You know what I'm saying? And she just told me one thing she told me, you got to keep them busy. Just keep them busy, keep them occupied, keep them doing something. And my other aunt told me, never deny your child. So you're gonna meet a lot of women, because me and my kids, we wasn't really separated, but we was kind of like, it was on a rocky sometimes like that. But she told me, never deny your child. You're gonna meet you're gonna meet women, you're gonna meet some beautiful women, you're gonna be meeting women and stuff, but don't ever deny that child and say you got that. And I never did that. I would meet a lot of girls that were like, I don't talk to niggas that got kids, man. I ain't talking to them. And I'd be like, damn, shorty, man, I want to just, man, I'm trying to hit that, yo. But I was like, nah, I can't. I'm not denying my daughter. You don't like I ain't got a kid? Bounce, nigga. I don't care. And because she was like, yo, you always going to meet other women. It's always going to be somebody else. So I just always, I never did that. I took that advice, and she was like, always be there for her, and talk to her. And so for me, I think me and my daughter, we got a pretty good relationship. She's in her 20s now, and she's 20 now. Yeah, she just turned 20. So she calls me, what I'm saying? I tell her, because ever since she was 13, I told her, you could always talk to me. You could always call me, talk to me. If you have any problems, I said, think of me as your attorney. I'm not going to tell nobody. I'm not going to tell your mom. I'm not going to say anything. But if you need to say something, you need to talk about it, you call me, you let me know. I said, don't be afraid to talk to me. So I told her that ever since she was 13, and she didn't really start like calling me until I guess like when she about 16 and 17, because her and her mom was going through it. And that's one of the things I was telling her mom. Also, I was like, hey, you got to stop treating her like she's because she was 16 at the time. And I said, you got to stop treating her like she's 12 years old. You know what I'm saying? Like she's 13, you keep treating her like she's a kid. I said, she's 16. She's trying to flex her wings. You got, what I'm saying, like a baby eagle. You know what I'm saying? They trying to learn how to fly. But her mom kept like, treating her like a child. And and it was a hard and it blew up one day because I started training my daughter ever since she was I started training her at 13 and putting her in a class, and I told her, you're going to train until you graduate from high school. And so we would train. So one day they got into an argument and her mom rushed her, and she was in the bathroom and her mom rushed her, tried to hit her. And she said, but my daughter just said, y'all blocked. And I just put my leg up, like, trying to get her off. And so her mom called me, she texted me like, you up here teaching this kid how to hit her mom, how to beat up on her own. I said, what the hell are you talking about? I said, what? And I was like, what the hell's going on? And I called over there. I said, Ziza, what the hell's going on? What, you hit your mom? I said, and she's like, no. She tried to hit me, and then I just ended up blocking, and I just put my leg. I wasn't trying to hurt her or nothing. I was trying to stop. I was like, oh my gosh. And I told her, I said, why would you corner her? You know she been training. Why would you rush her in the corner and try to? I said, that's your fault. Like, yo, that's your fault, man. You can't be treating. And I kept telling her, you can't keep treating her like she's a child. She's a teenager now. She's not a child anymore. But of course she didn't want to listen to me. So, but that's one of the things I always tell my kids, tell my son the same thing. You always, always talk to me, man. Just let me know. I'm saying? You got problems, just talk. Because we don't want, the one thing is it because I don't know if y'all, I'm pretty sure you guys hear about kids that commit suicide. And it was a couple of years ago. This is when I did have when I did have my karate school. There was this kid that killed himself, and I think it was a teenager, and it was on the news stuff. It just it hurt me, and I was like, "What the hell? Like why would you do it?" It hurt me. So man, I went to class that day, and I told all them kids, man, I said, "Yo, if you ever need to talk to somebody, you call me." And I tell kids that if you don't feel comfortable enough talking to your parents, talking to your mom and your dad, because most of us don't. We know how it was when we was growing up. We didn't want to talk to our, most of us didn't feel comfortable talking to them. Now I say, yo, you have cousins. You got an older cousin. You got aunts and uncles. You always have someone that you can talk to. All right, and because teenagers need an outlet, and they need somebody that they could trust to express themselves. And I tell them, you can talk to your friends, there's no problem with that, but talking to someone your same age, you're not going to get that wisdom, because y'all in the same age, y'all going probably through the same stuff. So you need someone older than you who knows and has the experience that could guide you. So that's why I tell kids, if you don't feel like you talk to your parents, man, call your aunt, your uncles, call your older cousin. You have family members that you can talk to. And I tell them, you can even call me. Just let me know. So that's why I tell. One of the things I always tell the youngest, because we don't want them hurting themselves, trying to kill themselves because they don't feel like they don't have nobody to express themselves to. And they feel like nobody understands them. My sensei told me the same thing when I was younger. He's like, yo, just call me. You need somebody to talk to, man. And I never really called him and talked to him about stuff until after my dad died. After my dad passed away, because I always talk to my dad. But after my dad passed away, it took me a minute to kind of open up, to my teacher. And now, I could talk to him about anything, So, yeah, fam, you gotta just get these youngins, just to have them feel safe, man. Have them not be afraid to express themselves, learn who they are, and keep that lineage going.
That's a fact. And it's You expressed a lot right there, Herc, and I appreciate you for that, Brody. And people need not to take those type of testimonies, so to speak, if I can use that word in a frame of sense, those testimonies lightly, right? Like those things are inspirational shit. That should inspire me, man. Look, that's why I do what I do. Because there's brothers out here like you see what I'm saying? I realize, hey, shoot, look, I gotta play my part. You know what I'm saying? But like you said, Brody, just keep the youth strong so our lineages could live on and just grow stronger, become wiser. That's what it's about. It's about becoming wiser, becoming more intelligent, becoming, more integrated. You see what I'm saying? Just so they won't make the same mistakes we made growing up.
Yeah, because that's the issue, man. It's like my dad told me that when I was I think 14 or 15. Yeah, I think about 14 because I got not arrested. I got caught stealing out the record store, and the police had brought me home, and he was, of course he was mad, and then that's what he said, he said, man, I'm raising you not to make the same damn mistakes I made. You should not be going down the same road, because he went to prison, he went to jail, and he's like, you shouldn't go down the same road that I go. I don't want you doing that. You have to do better than me. And he told me that, man. And so and I tell people that I don't got a problem telling people this too. Somebody asked me, did I cry when I got locked up? Just like when I was older, because I got arrested later on. And so somebody asked me, did I cry when I was in jail? And I said, yeah. I damn sure did. I said, when I went, I didn't cry when I was in a cell, but when they called me and said, yo, you got a visitor. And I went to the visiting room and I saw my dad sitting there. I just brought out in tears because I felt so embarrassed that I think I was like 19 or 20 at the time. I was like, damn it, I feel so embarrassed that now I'm in the situation that he was trying to keep me in, that he kept telling me not to get into, and I messed up and put myself in this damn situation.
Right.
And I knew he was upset and hurt, and I was hurt. We don't. Yeah, that's the thing. I tell my kids. I tell my students the same thing. I say, yo, I'm training y'all to be better than me. I said, y'all gonna be better fighters than I am. Y'all gonna be a better martial artist than I was. That's what I want y'all to be. I tell my kids.
I got a question for you, Master Hurt.
Yeah.
Because people tried to play with a very astute elder in our community these last few weeks by the name of Infodigi. Does Africa have its own martial arts? Like, is there a such thing as African martial arts?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah. So when we see Infodigi in his classes and, we see him, showcasing a couple of his moves, that ain't no made up mumbo jumbo. That's authentic martial arts, correct?
It's martial, yeah. So I think
one martial art practitioner to another, you would recognize that style, right? He ain't doing no made up styles. He's doing what type? Would you say that he's when he's doing what he's doing? There are indigenous cultural African practices in what he's doing.
I say this. I haven't seen him do anything, so I can't say like what style he's using. But the thing is that you see it in Kemet on the walls.
Right.
It was out there. I forgot which temple is in, but it's on the walls. It's showing them practicing fighting styles. And what is martial arts? Martial arts is a military art. It's a self-defense art. That's what they were doing. They was so yes. In Africa, they had their own style of ways of fighting and defending themselves, what they call martial arts. And it traveled, and so we know it traveled eastward to India and then to China and all that stuff. Right. And one of the things that you hear about nowadays is that the Chinese are trying to disconnect themselves from India and saying that martial arts didn't come from India. So because the reason that they trying to disconnect that, because we know that it came out of Africa, went to India, and we can show that. So they try to disconnect that. But and so And today, most of us learn martial arts from the Koreans. Like in the 60s, a lot of people went to Korea. You had a lot of black people that was in the military in Korea and Japan, and they learned martial arts over there, and they came back here to the States. And back then, we didn't know anything about African martial arts. Not a lot of us, not a lot of us knew about it. So now we realizing that, oh wow, we had stuff. Our ancestors had stuff. They did stuff, and that's I think Obadele Cambone. He wrote a whole paper on that. I think he wrote a whole paper on that, showing the African martial arts, how it was hidden in the how the our ancestors that was enslaved hid some of their techniques in how like their kicks and stuff in their hid their system from the slave masters and stuff. They didn't practice it openly. But he was showing some of the techniques were hidden in the drums, the calls and the songs and stuff like that. He wrote a whole paper on that. So it was still carried here from the continent. I don't think it manifested itself, in a form to where you can say it's a style, because I know what I'm saying, it wasn't held on because of everything our people went through. It was usually lost. So when you see people today doing martial arts and doing stuff, and they say, yo, this is African martial arts, and it looks just like the Asians, the Koreans, and the Japanese, I wouldn't push back and say, man, y'all niggas just copying off the Koreans. Y'all just copying, because we know martial arts started in Africa. It started there and traveled out. I would just say that, okay, they're trying to claim back, and they're trying to add back the little small emphasis. Because the one thing that's different in Africa with African martial arts than Asian martial arts, with the Koreans, especially Korean and Japanese martial arts, is the movement.
The movement.
That's the difference. Like the moving that fluid movement, that you see. That's that is African, and the Chinese still held on to that.
Okay.
The Chinese you see them still hold that fluid movement. But if you look at a video from the 60s and the 40s, the 50s of the Koreans and Japanese doing their karate, you see them stiff, and rigid. They're not fluid. And it wasn't until, let me tell you, it wasn't until us black people, and I'm gonna tell you who, two black people, Albert Cheek, my instructor, Albert Cheeks, and Mike Warren. All right, it wasn't until them, we trained under a guy named Kiwayne Kim, but it was Albert Cheeks and Mike Warren who started moving, and this was back in the late 60s, and they would go to tournaments. They're moving. And with everybody else was, you would just stand still, and you would fight. You just stood there, and you fighting.
Yeah.
But Mike, they was moving. They moved. And they'd never seen that before. And it was in the article because they fought in the first Taekwondo championships.
Right.
In 1973.
I'm actually familiar with those brothers. Listen, I love sports, right? I love all kind of sports, boxing, UFC, mixed martial arts. I'm a fan of Bruce Lee. I love karate. So when you name those brothers, I'm like, oh wow, you was instructed by Cheeks. That's crazy work.
Yeah.
If you know Michael Jai White, right? Here's what I love. Listen, this is how you know a person who's astute in what they do, right? Michael Jai White, whose a lot of people just know him from acting, but if you really follow him, you know that he's a bad tail martial artist. And he's trained with people like Wesley Snipes. Now, Wesley Snipes trained with people like Professor James Smalls. You see like that's some bad, because now you know that when you start saying people like Mike and Cheeks and Professor James Smuggs and Michael John, then you know you in a company with some bad boys.
Yeah, let me tell you another brother who Joseph Hayes.
Joseph Hayes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was because he was on the Taekwondo team as well in '73, and Joseph Hayes was phenomenal. He would, man. I mean, you talk about a brother who would win a championship on Saturday, then turn around, go on Sunday, and win another championship in all three divisions. He was all the fighting forms and breaking. He would sweep all three divisions. That guy was just phenomenal. Right. You know, and so we had you can see the what they get from us.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the one thing. That's one of the things that I told Master Cheeks. I said, "Damn, Key Wayne should have had said," because Key Wayne didn't say, "This is my style." He never said, "This is my style." Like you see a lot of grandmasters, they say, "This is my style. This is how we do." So he didn't do that because he wanted Taekwondo to be, for everybody and stuff like that. Right. But what Cheeks and Mike did was that, I mean, they changed the whole fighting system.
Right.
Because like I said, you didn't see people moving like that until Cheeks and Mike went out there, and then everybody started copying. Because when they went to Korea, they beat the Koreans basically.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying, they beat it. It was even in the article. They said, when the judges awarded the Koreans the win, the entire audience booed because it was clear that Mike Wong beat them. Right. It's like, he beat them. But of course, you in Korea. They was like, they didn't give them, so that and plus it was the first Taekwondo championship. They ain't gonna give no foreigners the win, especially two black guys, two brothers. And so, but you see how everybody around the world switched up their fighting style and started copying from black people once again. You know what I'm saying? So it's amazing the things that we create and we don't get credit for. But I tell people that all the time, even every time a chance I get, say, we started that shit. We started.
And we need to keep that alive, man. Like the fact that today color blindness is becoming a thing, I'm really starting to not like that. And not because I want to keep a racial segregation going or nothing like that, because I really feel like that's another plight for them to sweep what we've done under the rug. They'll find anything to make what we've done unimportant and just like, oh, okay, that's what they did. Okay, y'all still holding on to that. But then the moment something European or white shows up, it's like, now that was a thing of beauty. Anything nah, bro, I don't like that.
Right.
I was just sitting here telling my sis real fast. I was just sitting here telling my sister. That's why I was so quiet. I was, listening to her as well. She came over, sometimes I got to have a little event session. And so I was just explaining to her that in the 40s, the 50s, and the 60s, right? Our people, some of our most powerful people were speaking up. And they were all saying one thing. We don't want to be separate but equal. We don't want to be integrated but equal. We just want to be left alone. We just want to be able to build something of our own and live a free life. That's all we want. All of this extra stuff came when the times were changing, right? They started categorizing everything. Oh, well, now it's the civil rights. Oh, well, now it's the this, and now it's the that. And it's just like, no, bro. We really just want to be our own people, bro.
And that's, I had a conversation. That's what we had a conversation last night or early this morning with Ben. Because I was asked a question. I said, because he don't think the educational system is a problem. And I was like, Carter G. Woodson talked about the education system in America over almost 100 years ago. He wrote a book called The Miseducation of the Negro. And he was saying it's the system is the problem. Amos Wilson, wrote the book,
Right. Amos Wilson. Yep.
Falsification of the Black Consciousness. Wade Noble's his book, and Asa G. Hilliard.
You know what? Really fast, Master, if I may. You know what I love about today's technology? If we was in 2007, right? The only probable way we would be able to get access to the people that you just named would be strictly through their books. You would have to find their books. Today in 2026, I can now go find, I'm familiar with those people you named, but if I wasn't, I can now go find each and every one of those people on this platform that we're on right now called YouTube.
Yeah.
I could find a speech, I could find an essay, I could find a book report, I could find a video with commentary about these people. I could find something on these people.
Yeah.
So there's no reason for us not to be educated on these things. People always say, and I'm going to land my plane, I apologize for cutting your wisdom. This is important because people always say, oh, well, some of y'all just want to act like y'all know everything. Y'all really don't know nothing. Yo, it's a thing called study. It's not hard to study now. Back in the day, it was kind of hard to study because you only have as many resources. Now, you have so many resources, you could literally learn 3 things in one day.
Right.
Are you taking advantage of your time and what you're studying, or are you just running your mouth? I'm landing my plane with that. Go ahead, brother Herc. I apologize for cutting.
Yeah, and because last night the conversation was why are Black people still in the position that we're in, where you have people from China and India coming over here, and they're within 20 years of them being here, or 30 years of them being here, they could buy $1 million homes. They could live in the gated communities and stuff. And my argument, I was telling us because the educational system leads us into being miseducated, and it doesn't help us. And so he was saying that, nah, man, the education system is fine. It's just that you have to use the system correctly. This and that. And so then I was arguing back and forth, and I didn't think about this until this morning when I woke up, because he told me, I think he said he was 29. He's 29, and he lives up in Baltimore. And I thought about it. I said, wait a minute. And I'm not knocking on the age.
Right.
But his argument is the same argument that I heard when I was in high school in the 90s. It's the same argument that some Black people have been making all my life, and about we just have to educate ourselves properly, discipline our kids, make sure that they get in that education at home, and yada yada yada. But I've seen it. It's like I've seen it, and people saying that, and they've been able to say it on the radios and TVs and these platforms and stuff. But people like Amos Wilson and Wade Nobles haven't been able to say their hasn't been been broadcast out louder. So I've seen it throughout the years. Nothing has changed. We still, I'm living through it, and you're looking at it like, nothing has changed. We still in the same predicament that we are. So why? And
hold on right there. That's important. I thought I was just crazy, bro. I thought I was the only one that's saying that.
Nah. It's like people not seeing it though. It's like we see small increments. We making small increments. We see some Black people, living in more fluid communities. They're making money. But when you compare it to foreigners who came here just 30 years ago, and we've been here all our lives, and our families been here all our lives, and you're just now being able to go to buy like a $500,000 house.
Exactly.
But they come here, been here 30, and they buying $500,000 house. So the system, I'm of the view that the system has always been working against us.
Yeah.
And I think that there's evidence of it. And I think that people like Amos Wilson and Wade Nobles and Asa G. Hill have shown us that we have to separate ourselves from the system, this educational system, basically, and educate our kids. Like, because I told him that, I did my research paper. My senior project was on the miseducation of the Negro. It was on the miseducation of the Negro, and I did a stochastic analysis of why public schools, black kids in public schools have a higher dropout rate than any other group, next to Latinos, they're right beneath us, right with us. But in private black schools, independent black schools, they have a 99% graduation rate with less resources.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So it's not the education itself, it is the system.
It's the system.
It is the way the system is designed. It's designed for black kids to fail,
Mm-hmm.
to drop out, and working. And I tell y'all that I just started working in the public schools 2 years ago, and working in the public schools, there is no discipline.
Right.
There is no setup way. So literally, seen kids rip the TV monitor off the wall, smashed it. I seen kids punch teachers in the face. They back at school the next day or 2 days later, they're back in the school. There is no discipline for what they did. It's like it's designed because once they graduate, they're gonna be out in the streets behaving the same way.
Exactly.
And then the cops got a reason to lock them up. Because here in DC, in it's called the Navy Yard area where a lot of people go and hang out. It was nothing but black teenagers out there acting a fool, running around fighting and just acting a fool over the weekend. Not this past weekend, but a couple of months ago. And so they put a mandatory curfew on teenagers to try to keep them off the street. And I'm saying, you don't see the Asian kids doing that. You don't even see the white kids doing that. You know what I'm saying? Not even the Latino kids. So my argument is that it's the system itself.
Right.
And I think we've seen it over the years. And I think it's time. It's never been. I think I'm looking at it like this. Look at this. People I don't know if you hear the argument. People like, yo, Pan Africa ain't never did nothing for us. All this black, they ain't never did nothing. And my argument against that is the ideas from Amos Wilson and Wade Nobles and stuff have never been implemented on a city level wide. It's never been implemented. And we keep using the same ideas that are basically coming from, white psychologists and people who graduate from these white psychology schools. We keep using their ideas and not our own black ideas to implement and start to try to stop what's going on in the community.
And can I add in that too, Brother Hurt? Because I've also heard those arguments. And one of my responses to that is, even if for practices purposes, because I'm normally defending that on practice purposes, right? Oh, well, y'all so quick to claim Kemet and claim Nubian and claim this. What have that done to us today? Like you said, Brother Hurt, not only been implemented globally here, but for the ones of us who have implemented those systems, we're doing wonderful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the thing.
We're doing wonderful. This is why we're telling y'all, hey, why not get back to something that you can relate with? Because when you can relate with it, hey, it works for you, not against you. I got you, Brother Bentley. So it's like, I don't be understanding that. Or you want to cling to this system, like you said. And Brother Herc, you said something earlier too, when you said you think there's evidence. Study the British. Why was the British? People really, this is why, researcher, knowing history is really important. The very reason the British came over here was to enslave the people of this land. That was their whole point. That was the reason they were here. Then when they turned into the Confederate and the Union told them, hey, listen, England said they don't think it's beneficial for us to keep slaves no more because we move into the Industrial Revolution. The Confederacy people, they was like, nah, bro, like, because now what we gonna do? Like, y'all got this whole plan for y'all, but it ain't nothing for us. No, we gonna keep our slaves. That's man, listen, man, when y'all go study the Civil War and really get into that stuff and really understand who was behind the Union and the Confederate, really understand, like, it's funny how a lot of people only say, well, y'all know Abraham Lincoln was our president. Y'all know we had 2 presidents during that time?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Abraham Lincoln was not the president of the United States. He was only the president of the Union.
Yeah.
There was no United States
president. They had their own Bill of Rights during that time.
because it wasn't the United States at the time of it. That's why they have 2 presidents.
Yeah. But the interesting thing about that is when you study that, you realize, like Brother Herc said, this is the system. This was the system from the very beginning. It didn't just start with the racist people who came down and said, yo, let's slave the... No, England and Britain had already had this plan when they came here. This goes back to the system don't change. They just change clothes.
Mm-hmm.
They just change clothes. That's all. What's up, Brother Ben Eaton? Welcome to the panel, Brody.
What's up, family? How y'all doing, man?
We doing good. We doing good. Go ahead, get it in, Brother Ben Eaton.
Oh, that's cool. I hear y'all talking about the same thing. I put Herc in the blender last night over.
No, I don't think so, champ.
I unequivocally put you in the blender.
So one thing that I was saying, that I said about last night, we was talking about, why are black kids and black people still, at the bottom of the well. Basically when you got foreigners coming here and they're doing, within 30 years, they doing well. And you were saying it's not the system. And I was saying it is the system.
That's exactly what I said. I said the system isn't the reason why they're excelling. And if you understood that, you understand why.
And yeah, and like I said,
isn't the reason why who is excelling.
He's saying foreigners like Asians, the stereotypical type of description that you give to Asians. He's saying that they come here and they excel because the system is in their favor.
Yes, I would agree with that.
The system isn't in their favor. How is it in their favor? And
when
how
you
is it
can
that?
come here, I'm gonna explain to you, Ben Ian.
Go ahead.
Like right now, right? I'll give you an example, a real life example. Right now, I live next door to a store, right next door, to a store owned by Arabs. Right? I talk to those people all the time when I go in there and buy stuff. The guy, they came here through his grandfather. His grandfather opened up a store 10 years ago on Broadway. Right? His grandfather brought his son and his family here, and then Nate opened up a store on Monument Street. Right? 3 years ago, this guy and his brothers came here to this store, and next month they're opening up a store down the street 4 blocks away from here. Why are they able to do that?
Because they're able to. Because it's money. Because
they're able to, Herc. So listen, hold on one second.
Hold on, humble, bro. You don't do that with him, bro. Don't go there with him. Because he's saying that it's a systematic issue that they're excelling and black people aren't. But black people have the same access to those opportunities as foreigners who come over here. The difference is that when people come over here, they value what this country can provide for them, and they don't waste time like we do. We in America as black people right now, we have the luxury to be lazy. But they don't. So when they come, listen, bro. Okay. So my ex-girlfriend is Tanzanian. She sends money to her family. She's a nurse. She sends money to her family almost every single month. And the fact that she does that, she allows her family to live in a better atmosphere in Tanzania than what they would be if she wasn't able to do that. But these are just opportunities that people come to America and have, and they appreciate, and not it's how. Listen, A1 got a store.
Real fast,
he
Ben.
the white
Let me ask you a question. I got you. Let me ask you a question, Ben. If you go to Little Italy, do you have a Little Italy in your city?
I don't know. I'm from Baltimore. I don't know if we got a little.
Oh yeah. So you know, it's a Little Italy in Baltimore. Yes, I live right up the street from Little Italy.
Okay, I didn't know that.
I cannot. If I could have $10 billion, they're not gonna let me go purchase no land in Little Italy.
How you know that though, Humble?
How do I know that? Bam, great question. Because I had a principal that lived in Little Italy, right? Bam, graduated or whatnot, and they have a closed Italian system. You must be Italian to live in Little Italy. In downtown, down here, there is no people down in Little Italy in Baltimore. You say you're from Baltimore that are not Italian. They will not allow that.
Humble, have you personally tried to do that?
No, but they.
So how do you know that
How do
they
I
wouldn't
know?
allow you to do it?
Okay.
These are
We had a
antidotes,
conversation. I got you. We had a conversation about it one day when I graduated. Right? Me, her, some other people. We literally had a conversation if anybody could move there. That's a secluded area. Can't just anybody move in Little Italy, let alone buy land there. That's all owned by Italians. That's not just the name. Hence, I thought it was just the name. That's even how we started. You know, hey, you know, the first thing she said is, yeah, these are secluded houses down here. These houses aren't for everybody. Like, everybody can't buy these houses. You know what? Go ahead, man. Ian.
Is that doesn't take away from what I'm saying, by the way.
No. The fact that we have opportunities and the fact that we can't go there, you're right. It don't take away from the fact that Black people have opportunities. That's not what I'm arguing. What I'm arguing is melanated people, Africans, slaves, and American slaves have been here way before the Italians got here. Yeah, come on back up here, Goddess. I see you. Yeah, we don't have no place here called Little Africa. And there'll never be a place here called Little Africa.
Because we're not a minority group. We're not a minority group. We're all over America. We have communities all over America.
I get that, Ben.
Italians may have Little Italy, and people have Little China because they are more. They emphasize their minority. They
have Little China because they want to go to places where they trust. There's a Little China, so Chinese people could go and they could feel at home.
Right. So let me say this. The thing is, my issue is this: we have been here. We have families that go back, at the beginning of this country. My point is that we have a system, an educational system that mislead our kids, that mislead us. So yeah, we have the opportunities to go open up a store, to do things, but when you don't have the mindset to go support your people, no matter what, that's a different mindset than the Chinese. I grew up around Asian people. I've seen them travel, miles. They only buy stuff that's, made in China or made in Korea. They buy stuff from their people. They have that mindset. We as black Americans, the kids today, our people, we don't have the mindset that we should make sure that you're buying Black, period. Yeah. You're supporting Black people, period. We we want to support everybody. We got to support everybody. We should be, it's not just about Black people, but you don't see, like A1 said, you don't see Chinese people going to Black stores and buying stuff and, supporting our people. They don't do that.
I was watching this dude on Instagram, a little Italian dude. He be making stuff, right? When he get things, like when he gotta go to the store and pick stuff up, him and his wife, they go to Italian stores. Like, that's people shop with their people. We're the only people who don't shop with our people.
And I'm just saying that's part of the miseducational system that we have.
I really believe that, man.
It's like, I mean, we see the results. I don't understand how and that's what I said earlier to Humble. When I grew up with this, when I was in high school, the same thing you're saying to me, I've heard black people say back in the 90s when I was in high school. Now in the 2000s, people saying the same thing. Black people saying the same. Now in it's 26, saying the same. You saying the exact same thing. It's not the system. We got opportunities too. It's not the system at all. Okay, then how come we still in the same situation?
Like what? Like what? What's the same situation, Herb? Stop agreeing with him, Humble. You don't even know what he's saying.
You know it. Come on, man.
And you're from Baltimore, Maryland. I'm in Baltimore, Maryland right now. There's no way you're from Baltimore and you don't know what Hurt is saying. Why do we have on Monument Street, Ben Eaton, you know about Monument Street. On Monument Street, why is there 27 boarded up houses on both sides of the street?
Bro, this is a social economic issue. This
now
not
the
a
social
issue,
economics,
bro.
man. So Hurt.
Come on, bro.
Now the social economic.
All right, then you tell me then. Okay, right. I got you. So I'm on West Baltimore Street, right? Boarded up like a mug. Tell me why. Tell me why. Tell me why when we can actually when my brother has actually brought three of those houses and fixed them up. So tell me why. Tell me why there's many houses in Baltimore that's boarded up.
Who does he rent to? Is he contributing to gentrification of Baltimore? Is he renting to white folks down there? They buying it up.
Wait. Does that matter? Well, he's not leasing it.
I mean, it does matter. Absolutely.
Selling them.
No. What I'm saying is that it absolutely does matter if the face of the community changes. Absolutely. And you can't call it a chocolate city. You can't say it's a black community if now white folks are moving in. It's the same thing in Baltimore. It's the same thing in Brooklyn, New York. It's the same thing in DC. Go to Southeast. Southeast is very white. Southeast DC is very, very white now. There's the face of the people are buying up those cheap homes and fixing them and flipping them. And the white folks are moving in. The schools are going from being all black to black and Latino to Latino and white. It's a shift that is happening. So if you are not choosing to rent to black people, how can the face of the community stay black? It won't. It's going to start to look white.
Who's choosing not to rent to black people?
I just asked you a direct question, and you, instead of answering it, you said it doesn't matter. So I
literally just answered your question because you asked me a specific question. And
I said, is he renting to black? And then you said, doesn't matter.
I told you it doesn't matter one, and then I told you he's not renting.
Oh, I didn't hear that part. I just heard it doesn't matter. Appreciate the clarification.
And again, let's go back to the mentality where Humble was saying, like, you have Italians and Asians who will only make sure that their people move in. We want to make sure, everybody, you know what I'm saying? We're just going to make money. We don't have that mentality of sticking together, and that's a problem.
I would say that a lot of black people don't feel like they can, even in the communities that are majority black. I would say it's easier in a majority black community to, like, you can live in certain parts of, let's say, Baltimore, and if you choose not to eat by food that's not by black people, you could. You're probably going to have a very restrictive diet, but you probably, you know what I'm saying, you probably could. Like, I grew up and I mostly ate from black people, except for the pizza shop. I used to eat from the pizza shop, which we did have an Italian at the pizza shop, but I mostly ate Caribbean food, so I didn't have to worry about giving money to non-black people. But as soon as I said, I want to eat a stromboli, or I want to eat some pasta or something like that, I'm giving my money to somebody outside of my community. Or I wanted to eat chicken wings and French fries and stuff like that. Yeah, we could go to the Chinese restaurant and give our money to the Chinese man. But I mean, until we just
delve out and just have more businesses, more black grocery stores, more black. And we need to not only talk about hair salons and barbershops and nail salons, and like we gotta expand out of that. Like, where is the black Jiffy Lube? You know, that we can get our cars, our oil change, and give our money to black folks. Where's the black Costco? Where's the, you know, like I'm thinking about places that I go to that I give my money to. I would love to go to a black Costco, you know, and be able to buy some potato salad that tastes like some. You know what I'm saying? like that would be great. That would be great. But we don't have those things.
So the question was that Ben Eaton is bringing up is that we have the opportunity just like everybody else, and nothing is standing our way from doing and achieving things.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
That's what he's saying, and
exactly what I'm saying.
And what we've been saying is that there is a system. It's a system in place, because the system is in place that's stopping us from achieving things. Even though you could say, yeah, you could go in and apply for application and get this and get that. But how is it when we have, you have black people who've been here since the beginning of the country and grew up here, but yet you have foreigners who come here who only been here for 30 years, and you see them, they moving in, more affluent, they buying houses, having $1 million homes, and they only been here for 30 years. And so how is it that they're able to move through this system and advance financially where a lot of black Americans are still stagnant?
Is that a question?
Yeah, that's the question.
Because they can, like I told you, because it's a discipline thing. Because when they come into this country, they don't waste time, and we do. That's the difference. Like I said, nothing that you said, and you have yet to describe this system, particular parts of this quote unquote system that is impeding people's way, black people, right? Black people's way into being successful when we see it happen all the time. It's hard, but it's hard for everyone.
I wouldn't say it's hard for everyone. I agree with both of y'all points. I agree with both. I see truth in what, because I don't know y'all names and I can't see who's talking, but the brother who said that everyone can, I agree to some degree with that. And then I also agree that there are some systematic obstructions, right? That I think there's psychological things that affect people from overcoming those obstacles. That's what I think. I think that people have different values. People want to appearance that they have. Like back in the day, might be showing my age, but there was a term called ghetto fabulous, right? So you're struggling, but on the outside, you have the appearance that you're not struggling. I feel like sometimes when you look at foreign people, they don't hide the fact that they're struggling. Them Latinos live 10 and 12 in an apartment. It's very apparent that they're struggling. And then when you see, 8 years later, they own 3 or 4 homes on the block. You'd be like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, so they don't hide that they're struggling. They're not flossing. They don't, like, we have pop bottom culture, it's a lot of things that contribute to us being behind. So I would have to agree with the brother with that. But I can't act like there aren't systematic things like, once everyone starts doing well, then we change the lines of, we up your property taxes, we do such and such. Like there's different things that are in place that they're constantly shifting in order to you got to have a bottom in this system. And right now we're at the bottom. So they're going to try their best to keep us at the bottom, because you can't have a top without a bottom. That's capitalism.
And I'm saying it's not a race thing. It's a hierarchy thing. It's poor people, and then there's people who's rich and who are able to do things at an easier leisure than poor people can. It's a poverty thing. I don't think it's a race thing, and that seems like where he's heading, or where you guys are heading.
But it's kind of related.
I feel, yeah, I was about to say, I feel like it's a poverty thing, but the poverty thing is related to the race thing, most definitely.
And I feel, and again, we have people. We got people like I said, we have people like Amos Wilson and Asa G. Hilliard who've already shown us that it's a psychological issue amongst our people because of the systematic education that is posed upon us, and that we don't have. And when you look at the Black people who do go to independent Black schools, they do well, and they break the psychological chains and miseducation that's posed of us. But the problem is that we don't have enough of kids graduating from independent strong Black schools where you have a system that's pumping out thousands of kids with to be miseducated, to coming out thinking and say the same thing. Yo, it's not a race thing, man. It's just capitalism. It's not a race thing because they don't see that.
What is the misinformation? What is the system?
Come on, man. I mean, if you want, and like Humble said, we living in a time. If you want,
so part of the miseducation. No, but answer is like he's asking. Because I feel like the brother could be. I don't know if he has children or whatever. He may, a lot of people don't realize what your kids aren't learning. So he's asking, what is the miseducation? Right? I can tell you,
I asked him this last night,
and I gave him examples, and he didn't want to accept. He didn't want to accept the example.
So listen, so some of you guys are in the same area that I'm in, right? Some of you guys are in the same area that I am, right? In PG County, they got a school called Wilson Baker Academy, right? It's called an academy because they're not a school, right? You can't just go pick up and enroll your child in Wilson Baker. Wilson Baker, my niece went to Wilson Baker. Her social studies class is called Knowledge of Self. That was the name of her class.
Say it again.
Right? Knowledge of Self was the name of her social studies class. Right? She would come home talking about Queen Nzinga. I work in a DC public school, and I know they don't teach kids about no Queen Nzinga in no public school environment.
Well, how is that misinformation though? How is that misinformation?
What I'm saying that you don't, because you don't, if you what she has through knowing those things is a higher sense of self, right? Just like the Europeans, when they learned about ancient Rome and ancient Greek, they have an inflated higher sense of self, right?
I'm sorry.
That shapes how you develop, how you cultivate, how you see reach your high potential from a child. So it's not an equal thing here. You're starting off different. Black kids are starting off looking at whiteness as better already from the jump, from second, third, fourth grade. It's a difference.
Okay, schools. I'm gonna say this: school systems. Your child is in there for like 8 hours of the day. They took out cursive, right? They took out cursive for middle school children and elementary school children, and people were in uproar because they took out cursive. And I said, there is not an issue to me, because certain things that your child needs to learn should be learned at home. Your child is in school for 8 hours of the day and need to learn the most pertinent information, the most pertinent disciplines that they can learn. Learn about Queen Nzinga is something that you should be teaching your child. People send their children to school and then forget that they exist. They don't care what they're learning. They don't care about anything. So
why do they learn about Anne Frank? Why do they learn about Anne Frank?
Extracurricular education should be done by parents.
We learn about Anne Frank in school. Why can't we learn about Queen Nzinga though? That's what I'm trying to tell you.
And I learned about the civil rights movement in school. I learned about slavery in school. They don't not teach it in school. But it's to what extent do you want them to waste these kids' time learning about things that they can learn on their own with enough discipline.
I learned a whole semester about Persia and Russia. I learned European history for 4 years in high school. I'm trying to understand here why you acting as if basically you're saying we need to learn their history and at home we can learn ours in secret and in private.
Who is saying that? Who is saying that?
You
That is
just
not
said
what
that.
that is not what be quiet. That is not what I'm saying. That is not at all what I said.
You are saying that Queen
And I
Nzinga,
gave
you
you
can
an
learn that
example.
at home. But
And I
I'm
gave
saying
you an
that why are we
example.
learning? Why are our children? Why are Black kids learning about Anne Frank and Tom Sawyer? Why the freak are we reading? Why they gotta learn that stuff? That ain't AI. That ain't current events right now. Right?
Where
They're
do you
learning
learn?
white history.
Where do you learn about Anne Frank and Tom Sawyer? Like, what class do you learn that in? Because I learned it in language
Tom
arts, and that
Sawyer.
was for a
Tom
reason.
Sawyer is
That was
Tom
for a
Sawyer is
reason.
ELA. Tom Sawyer is ELA in reading your English class.
Right? Yeah, it's an
And,
English art class. But why
and
do they
Anne
teach
Frank
that?
is history.
But why? Okay, here's the point I'm talking about. Listen, world history is world history, and they teach children world history,
No,
Africa
they don't. They teach
included.
them European history.
So is the Middle East European history? Is the Levant European history? Is Africa European history? Is Mauritania European history? Because that's all everything that I learned. I learned world history. And your
I
child
learned
is
where
in this
Africa
classroom
was.
for an
I didn't learn
hour.
a
What do you
Yoruba from
think he's
Ashanti,
teaching?
from a Fonte, from a Wolof. I never heard of none of those words. I've never heard the word Wolof when I was in high school. Have any of y'all heard of the word Wolof?
I
Nope.
have.
When you was in high school,
No.
I
in
have.
Baltimore High School.
Because I went to Connections, and it's an Afrocentric school. So I've learned.
Okay then.
Oh, okay.
So
So
I'm
see,
talking about
But it's a
public
public
school.
school. It's a public school.
Okay,
These kids are in class
so
for one
you're
hour.
taking
One
your
hour. How
experience.
much do
You're
you
taking
expect them
your
to retain?
experience. You're taking your experience. What I'm trying to tell you is that none. Like I worked in, Baloo High School. I worked in Baloo High. I'm telling you, it's not happening in public schools right now. It's not. It's not happening.
And
They're
it's
not
not.
learning. You'll be
right.
lucky if they do. You'll be lucky if they do. In my school for Black History Month, we do. They do. They say the names of certain Black figures on morning announcements every day, right? And then we have uh, a food event at the end of the year. I mean, at the end of
Right.
the month, where it's greens and collard greens and mac and cheese and fried chicken.
You still there?
I thought that was just me. You still there, sister?
Getting a call.
Y'all about to say
Y'all
this?
still can hear me?
Y'all
Yeah, I
still?
hear you, man. I hear
Yeah,
you.
they it's Black History Month. They not really like there is
No,
nothing.
I can vouch because I went to a high school. I went to Mergenthaler High School, Mervo, and I literally
You went
got
to
put out.
Maryville?
I went to Mervo, and I literally got put out of my high school history class because of Black History Month. It was an issue of Black History Month, and she wanted us to write a paper on Martin Luther King. I don't know about y'all, but I've been writing a paper on Martin Luther King since I was in second grade.
Right.
I'm not
That's
writing no
true.
book papers on this man. Like, there's more people in history that contributed to Black history than Martin Luther King.
That's fine, humble. But you guys have a local council, by the way. Every state has a local council that you can go to and petition these points.
Right.
This
We
is a big
agree with
deal.
you.
Hold on,
We
no,
agree
no,
with
no,
you,
no,
but then
hold
you
on,
can't
hold
say
on,
it's not
hold on,
racial.
hold on,
You.
hold on. These kids are in
Mhm.
class for less than 1 hour. Do you know why they hire professors who has their degree generally in world history? Because it's less than 1 hour. When you teaching children, especially history, you have to clump it up into a 101. You cannot be so in depth because these kids don't retain. That's the worst curriculum to have for a class of world history.
We just showed you the
And in world
miseducation, and
history,
you still
stop. And in world
denying the
history, they teach you about
miseducation, man.
Africa. They teach you
You
about
still
the entire
denying the
world.
miseducation.
So now
Man,
he's
you
saying,
gotta stop.
so he's saying that we are miseducated, and now if we want to be educated the way we want to be, we need to consult our councilman. So he's agreeing that there is a miseducation.
What's the miseducation? What is being miseducated? Like what is being misrepresented as far as
All right, let me say,
education?
let me say this. My
Like what are
daughter,
they lying
you know,
about when they're
basis.
teaching these kids? That's
My
what
daughter,
miseducation means.
my
What are
daughter,
they lying
my
about?
daughter
It's
went to
kind of like
basic.
lying, like withholding the truth is a form of lying, right? So there's a lot of truth that's withheld.
So what
There is.
what is the miseducation? What are
All
they
right, let me
lying
say.
I
about?
could tell you one thing. I had an issue with a teacher, and I corrected him. I saw a teacher write his notes on the board, and I said, could you please stop writing slave? Why are you writing slave? They're enslaved Africans. Can you put enslaved? Because he's writing his warm up assignment. And I said, those people, they didn't come here. They weren't slaves in Africa that you brought here. You didn't find a slave. They were enslaved. And he said, oh, that's so true. And then he fixed it. But I was like, what the fuck? Like you calling the people slaves. They're not fucking slaves. They were enslaved. It's a very big difference. And it's those nuances that get in the kids' minds that they see. This is why we had this whole Agro invasion, because they don't want to identify and say, I descend from a slave, because a slave is a fucked up situation, right? But these people were good people who were enslaved. So if this is a product of this environment of how they're indoctrinated in school to see themselves, to see their ancestors. And if you don't see the connection, I don't know how you not seeing the connection in it.
No, I don't. I think you just got.
Let me say this. At Basis, because my daughter went to Basis, they don't even celebrate or even teach Black History during Black History Month or anything about Black history at all. Because she told me when I would pick her up from school, in February, I was like, what did you learn today? They don't pick up nothing. They don't talk anything about Black history at all. And on top of that, one time I asked her, I say, so, hey, what did you learn today? Oh, we learned about the Columbian Exchange. And I was like, the Columbian Exchange. I thought she was learning about drug dealing, coke, and stuff. I'm like, what the hell? And I asked her, what's the Columbian Exchange? She said, slavery, when they did slavery. So they don't call it the slave trade no more. It's called the Columbian Exchange. And I'm like, what was they exchanging? And she said, they was exchanging slaves. And, I said, what? And I asked her, what was the exchange? What was the merchandise that they was exchanging? And so they put it in her mind that Europeans came down and they was purchasing slaves and all this stuff and going to the Americas. And I said, kid, that is not what happened. And so if I didn't know anything about the history already, it would have stayed with her in that form. And we do have a lot of Black parents who don't study history and don't know this. So it continues and perpetuates. And so that's why I'm saying it is a system that system that's designed to stay that way. And yes, we do have a lot of people on the school boards that we could go to and petition, but the majority of the people on the school boards, they think just like you think. It's not racism. It's not the system. You just got to educate your kids. And so it's hard to get those people off the boards and put people on the board with a strong Black mentality, because once they realize you have that mentality, they already against you. And I just think like I said, there's too much evidence out there, and too much scholarship has been done by a lot of the elders to show us that yes, the educational system has been detrimental to us over the years and over the centuries. So if you truly want to know this, I mean, you would just look it up and study it. Like Humble said, it's just the information is there. It's there.
Your explanations are antidotal, brother.
No, it just went over your head. You don't understand it because she just gave you several examples, and I gave you an example, and you're still sitting here saying, "Well, it's not a system."
How is that a systematic issue?
But I also think that we should
slave. Because a teacher said slave is a systematic issue.
Yeah, because that's part of the curriculum. The curriculum ain't saying enslaved, and he's doing the whole curriculum. But hold on. But this is my personal stance. My personal stance is that The same way they have a Wilson Baker, we need 50,000 Wilson Bakers. We need to take our kids out of their schools, period. We shouldn't be
Right.
depending on them. We shouldn't depend on them. We should have their whole public school system just crumble. Or maybe they should just have their own children and educate their own kids. We cannot keep saying somebody's oppressing us, or we need liberation, or we need all this kind of stuff. And but we're gonna take our kids to them and say, hey, educate our kids, and then we're gonna complain about how they educating our kids.
Right.
Like I wish that I felt differently about this before, my child was in school. Because I definitely would have homeschooled them. I would have found a co-op, educational co-op for my child to attend, where I can be involved in the curriculum. I'm fully aware of what the curriculum is, and it can be us centered, Black centered, African centered, all the way through, kindergarten through high school and even college if I could. So I really wish I would have had that mindset when my child was in school, but having this mind and working in the school system, I see a lack of sensitivity. It's a little girl, she wears a hijab, right? And they don't even support people having a expression. It's like, they just want her to convert to their way, kind of thing. And I'm like, no, her mom don't give her pork. Like her dad, they wouldn't like that. Like stop, or I don't think they want her to do Halloween. Like, what I'm saying? I'm like, yeah, I'm not Muslim, but I appreciate and respect other people's belief systems and their culture. I don't have this Western mind that you got to be my way and convert and all this nonsense. No, dude, that's what your family has, and I don't know. I just don't see them.
Yeah, this is my second year. This is my second year with DCPS, and so I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
I see it all the time.
It's a little girl. They wanted me to call CSSA on this parent because the lady keeps her daughter home every time they doing like she don't do the Mother's Day event. She ain't doing the Valentine's Day stuff. She ain't doing Halloween. She ain't doing none of that.
Mm.
And I respect that. She said, if y'all not celebrating Eid, I'm not celebrating y'all stuff. I feel you. She don't want to do no Easter baskets. No, none of that crap. I said, look. I said, sis, send an email, CC who you got to CC on there, and tell them, do not mark my daughter absent. Period.
All right, y'all. I'm about to go. I got to head to the store. I'm out, y'all. All right, y'all.
All right, peace. Peace to you, brother. All right, peace to you, brother. What's the echo? Okay. Not sure. Take over and turn it into a ghetto. Who is this in the chat? What is he talking about? Who's he talking to? Must be talking to himself. Okay, well, I'm gonna stop agreeing with him. I'm over here trying to read what going on in the chat. I believe the host is that Humble, his name?
Yeah, that's humble.
Okay.
But we gotta sit down and listen to our elders. And yes, they gotta listen to us, a lot when it comes to technology and things of that nature. But when it's coming from the 30s and the 20s, and we got somebody in our family that's been living since 1893, and we gotta actually sit down. Hey, listen, what was it like? What was y'all doing? How was y'all communicating? And the reason that's the case is because now we are not facing anything different than what they face. It just looked different. So now we know how to maneuver in this world now because she's showing or they're showing us how they did it back then. My grandmother taught me the Indian dance, why they used to dance for fertile soil and things of that nature. She taught me why the horns ram and things like it was a lot of tradition that came from, and she was Black for Native American. And so there was a lot of tradition that came from her culture, right? That I now understand more about the world that I did just going to school through these white people institutions, and I went to college for psychology. But I learned more from my grandmother actually sitting at the feet of an elder than I did from a professor who was just getting paid to do his job.
Absolutely. I think I also realized that more elders talk, the older they get, they'll start telling more stories and giving you, because I did recently lose my grandmother a year ago on my mother's side. And she started doing that as she was starting to go. She kept a lot of secrets, but also a lot of it was things I don't think she even understood herself.
Right.
So, I don't think she knew how to share that her journey had been her learning the entire time. And then on my father's side, my grandmother started sharing a lot of her history, and they're Muslim on that end. So, she didn't share a lot because of that as well.
Right.
But she is now, and all of her children are looking at her like she's starting to lose her mind, but really she's just sharing her history.
Right.
I have one question though too. I don't know if it'll make sense or not.
Go ahead.
But do you think that you can teach someone common sense?
I love that question. Thank you. You can guide a horse to water, but you can't make them drink it.
Absolutely.
And so the only person that can tear down the barriers of one mind is themselves. So you can't make a person see what they don't want to see.
Absolutely. Okay. Do you think you can guide someone into having common sense?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I was saying that for my stars, not just a grown person in particular.
Person that someone is guiding, if they are willing to take the journey wholeheartedly. See, that's the thing, right? There's some people who take these journeys and they don't take them wholeheartedly, right? But it is weird because this is why I don't like to classify myself as spiritual, because sometimes I get a negative connotation. But for the sake of conversation, for the religious people, they dive in religion wholeheartedly. For the spiritual people, they are only half spiritual. So you'll see spiritual people still connect to the Bible. I'm not Christian, I just read the Bible. Well, then you're Christian. No, I don't believe in all that stuff. I just read the Bible. What's so important about this book? You just can't say, hey, I understand reality. And so I don't need this book to help me understand reality anymore. It was good once upon a time, but the stage of life that I am at now, I can function in reality using what I already know. And so spiritual people, they always need something else to cling to. When they detach from that and they dive straight into spirituality and they're ready to be led, right? It says in a Kabbalion, it says for when the student is ready,
the teacher will come. Yeah.
And so And that's why a lot of teachers haven't appeared, because the students aren't ready. They say they ready. Oh, I've been meditating and I've been doing this and I've been working with the Orishas and you ain't been doing nothing. Why? Because when you turn around, you still holding on to this same spiritual tradition.
But you know, that's if you believe or know anything about a certain spirit, that's when the trickster comes into place for those individuals, because now you have to go through those trials of what you actually want or what you say you want. But if you had to give a definition for spirituality, could you give one?
Yes, ma'am. And my definition for spirituality would be consciousness. To be more aware. That's our goal. Our goal isn't to be more spiritual, right? And honestly, in a conversation that makes sense, I'm gonna say that. In a conversation that makes sense, the term spirituality falls heavily, because we don't know this thing we call spirit is energy. And so if we understand that this thing that we call spirit is energy, then there's a whole mapping out for this thing that we're just ignoring over here. You see what I'm saying? So we can just make up this whole classification of what this is here. But when we just follow science and we say, okay, well, this is energy, what we know about energy? Energy can't be created nor destroyed. What can it do? It can only transmute from state to state. Okay, but when we look around us, everything is energy, right? So number one thing that tells us is our senses lie to us all the time. We got dresses and walls and floors and ceilings. All of those things are perceived to be solid matter, when in reality, they're only empty spaces of vibration. Now, we know this. When we operate in the world, do we act as if we know it? See, that's the difference between a practitioner, someone who actually lived his life, and someone who talk about living his life. A person who actually lived this life, when we take a dedication to say, this is how I'm going to function. I'm going to function by these standards. You know, in my field, I call it Ma'at and Jehudi. I'm going to operate by these standards. When I look at reality of life, I understand just how Neo, when he look at things, when a dude was explaining to Neo the first time, like, yo, I don't even see this no more. This is what I see. When I see reality now, I don't see the stuff that make up the matter. I see the essence of the thing itself.
Absolutely.
And I have an understanding of it. You know, and now this is where we take the woo-woo out of things, because some people look at them like, oh, well, that's some mystical thing. Da, da, da. No, it's just the higher reality of life. And that's why, sister, I love the question you asked. Like, you know, if we won't use the word spiritual, what would you classify? It's awareness. All we're doing is becoming more aware of what's around us. That's all the ancestors did. And all they did was try to explain it to us the best way they could. Now, here is where I fault the Romans, the Greco-Romans, because our ancestors understood these things in a manner of we can work with them. They didn't understand these things as, oh, we're praying to them and this is our God and this is the God. They didn't make fairy tales. They understood that, everybody understood that operating in my, because one argument you'll hear from an Israelite is, oh, well, y'all don't have no moral code. No, but everyone understood back then operating in the order of my eye is operating in divine order. You see what I'm saying? So when we do that and apply that today, right, there's no reason I'm going to go outside and cause harm to my brother or sister, because I understand I am a part of them. They are a part of me. I don't want harm upon myself. So I'm going to treat them with the same grace and respect I want to be treated with. It causes you to look at nature different, right? And when you start to do this, then you start to lose that sense of something is governing over you. and you're going to get in trouble if you make this decision, and you're going to hell if you make this decision, and the only way you can go to heaven and get your name can be remembered if you make these decisions. Well,
It's more
what
like
about
it's more like saying energy exchange instead of
exactly
being
That's what the science is, and see, and that's another thing, right? And I'm gonna land my plane with this because I know we got someone new. And peace and blessings to the new person on the panel. But when we look at, if we take awareness, right, and we match that to science, those are two sides of the same coin. I know often people say, "Oh, well, religion and science are not two halves of the same coin." You're right, because it's metaphysics, if we can classify that term for a second, and science. Those are two halves of the same coin. One is the measurement of the seen, the other is the measurement of the unseen. When you put the measurement of the seen and the measurement of the unseen together, you get reality. That's that. I land my plane with that. Brother, I know you want to bring on another the other person.
Much gratitude. Thank y'all for letting me on the panel.
No problem, sister. Listen, it was a pleasure.
Definitely, you can stick around if you got more questions. Jose, how you feeling today?
Good. What's up, A1?
Chilling. We got Humble Mystic in the hot seat today. He's taking on all challengers, all questions, all comments. Did you have any questions or comments about anything you saw today?
I didn't specifically see the show, but I saw him on other platforms. So I want to ask him the question. Are you aware when you read the original creation story, it actually tells you that the nature represents moisture and other elements of nature in the actual text?
Yes.
Right. So people need to recognize that when you hear them say moisture and air, they didn't make that up. They didn't put it out of their ass. The text actually says. Yeah. So people need to try and read these texts, and then they'll understand how the ancients saw them, because that is what they said.
I agree. It's interesting because I actually had a debate. Who had the first? Who invented monotheism? Was it Akhenaten or was it Yasharal? And in that debate, we had a conversation on the side about what the Neter or the Neteru were. And I went to the Hima'ayin, and he said he was going to go to the Hima'ayin, but he didn't. So, you know what's interesting? That's what that debate is about. I think that's what that debate is about, if I'm not mistaken. But so he said he was going to go to the Hima'ayin, but he didn't. But when I went to the Hima'ayin, when he tried to say when Aten brought forth air, right? He used the word shoe. And he looked at it like, look, he naming other gods. And he used the word Ma'at. And I was explaining to them in that video that when you see these terms in this language, like in the Hima'ayin, they're not naming deities. These are words that if we was to say moisture or air, we would use shoe. If we was talking about the world, we would use the word get. We wouldn't be referring to the nature get. And so that's just something that the sister asked me a question. Can you teach common sense? That's one of those situations. That's something they just refuse to see because they're not going to do the due diligence into looking into the text to see how it was actually composed.
Right.
See what you there, brother.
I agree. They don't understand that the natural is everything in existence.
Mm-hmm.
You, the animal, the plant, the air, the sun, it is everything. So you don't have to argue if you read the text. The text tells you shu is equivalent to air, get is equivalent to the earth.
Yeah.
Right.
And now, if I may really fast, the reason they do this is because they're coming from it with a Western viewpoint. The reason they do this is because that's how they look at the divine in their culture. They call it gods and they do this and they do that. That's what they do. They got all of the mixing and, hey, we can see Elohim and Yahweh and we're trying to smash them together. But that's all in their culture. So then what they do is they try to appropriate that to Kemet. And it's like, you can't appropriate that to Kemet because these people were very intellectual. And when they spoke with purpose. And so they didn't want to get things misinterpreted or misconstrued, so they let you know what they were talking about. I appreciate that, Jose. We got Brother Ben in the building.
Yes, sir. Now I'm just listening, and I just figured I'd jump on the panel.
I appreciate y'all. Man, this is fun. Listen, this is what I live for. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. This right here is fun. I love to get on a big stage. I love to get in arenas. I love to talk about these type of topics. I love to get into scholarship, because this is what I do on the downtime, So, Bomb Squad in the building. You already know. Thank you for shouting us out.
Definitely. And we already got people telling us you need to come back for part 2. We ain't even finished part 1 yet. That's crazy. That's what we do, man. Bomb Squad in the building, man. Let's get back to.
Yo said I need to come back for a part 2, nigga, and I was here to stay. Hey, yo, where my thing at? I need my joint. Where my shit at? I got this. Here it is, right here.
Some of these questions real quick. I had a few of them. I almost want to pass them around. This is your show tonight. Definitely, yeah. If you gentlemen want to chime in, feel.
Yeah, most definitely chime in, y'all.
Let me. Where was I at? I was on race and identity. Okay, yeah, because I got 50 questions.
Well, let me jump in here, A1, and since you mentioned race, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say that the term black goes back before race, and black should not be synonymous with race? Black can be separated from race based on the history of the word?
Black was used to. I want to get two things cleared up here, right? Because what we call black today and what they used the term black were two different nomers, right? What we call black today, depending on the context, it refers to black people, dark, the color, things of that nature. What they referred to as black back then was dark. And for an example, when we talk about Kemet, right, the Black Land, right, some historians say it's referring to the people. Some historians say it's referring to the darkness of the desert, of the land. Me personally, I think it was both, because they also have a term in Nubia for the black-headed people. And so, but these wasn't a determinative for race. These were classifiers. These were classifiers of tribes, right? It didn't become a standard of race. I think I was actually just talking about that in the presentation he pulled up. They didn't become a standard of race until some other people came and made it that way. You see what I'm saying? So if we're going to use the term black to describe people, I want to clarify that. That was crazy. And that was a great question that he asked. We have to remember, or we have to know that, or let me say it in this way. Let me cam up when I say this. The Kemetic people didn't separate themselves from the land that they were on. So in that context, when they used the word black, it referred to their relationship to the land and their identity to the land, far as complexion and far as divinity. But it did not have a connotation to race. This is one of the most interesting questions that I'd like to get into, one of the most interesting topics of how the Kemetic people see themselves. And it's interesting because when you do the research, it's not hard research you have to do because they left paintings of how they saw themselves. So there should not be a debate if they saw themselves as dark-skinned people or not. It's very clear they saw themselves as dark-skinned people. Did they see themselves as racially black? Not at all. Fundamentally, they saw themselves as African. I appreciate you, sis. I appreciate you. No problem, no problem. Fundamentally, they saw themselves as African. But they did have a sense of them being dark-skinned people. I just wanted to clear that up. Then I think we need to use the term black to describe the proper people. This is why you always hear me personally say the word melanated. That's the most proper description I can give us without using the racial ethnic terms such as Negroid or Caucasian. You got the answer, Jose?
Oh, I'm muted. I was gonna say, anybody want to respond to that? I think Jose shut that out there.
No, we have to understand when we look at the ancients, the word for silk, the word for silk is not connected to the word for black. The word for mud is not connected to the word for black. But when you look into the TLA, the first occurrence of the word, when you deal with it, it's not even a place name. It's a physical description of Una. And they say he is a black ram, one of the black sheep, nursed by 4 clear sheep. So it has nothing, and it had nothing to do with mud. They translate both of those words as black, and that's the first occurrence in the history of Kemet, in the corpus and in the history of Kemet. So don't let them fool you with this black silk nonsense.
No,
if you say black land, when you say land is in government, yes, not as in dirt.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So that's why I brought up the black-headed people in Nubia, because when we describe them, that's who they're referred to. That's who they are, the black-headed kings of Kush. And so that's not a racial discriminatory thing to call them that, because that's who they classify.
But we're probably misinterpreting black-headed. We might be misinterpreting that way because
we often do. We gotta be very particular about how we,
That's hey, listen, that's the consensus on it. One thing we do know is these were African phenotypical people. So we know they were heavily melanated. We do know that.
Hey, okay, let me get to the next one. Oh no, that was actually his question. If you had to choose between your country and your ethnic identity, which do you betray?
My country, of course. But my ethnic identity always comes first. That's who I am. Right? My country is a place I live. I can always move that. I can always claim citizenship somewhere else. Right? But my ethnic is what I pass on to my children. You see, that continues. So
but remember something. Ethnicity is connected to race, huh?
And if you want, so here's the issue I have with race. The issue I have with race is our ancestors. I don't know, Jose. What is your ethnic background?
I'm black.
Okay.
I don't have how should I say it? I guess if you ask for my ethnic background, I would probably say African. I'll probably say American African.
Okay, gotcha.
Technical about
so
it.
I just because listen. Okay, I said that because you sound a little Spanish, bro. I thought you was like
possibly. Listen, I spoke to my aunt. I could possibly definitely be indigenous, possibly from Mesoamerica. Possibly, I'm not sure.
Okay,
that's a big if. I never seen the test to see that.
Okay, so here's my thing, right? Even on that, here's my thing. Our ancestors didn't classify themselves using race. That came much later. So when we look at our ancestors, we have to look at them by the tribal name they went by. You see what I'm saying? Now,
I'm with you, but you still can't throw the baby out with the bathwater because some idiot decided I want to fold black into a whole racial construct. And then the fact of the matter is, you can't be racist unless you're part of the racist power structure, because race is an institution that we are not a part of, so we can't be racist.
Black as a term, how we use it today, is a social political term.
I would agree with that.
We use the term to move around in society, but no one is actually black or white. So it's the value that these terms have that we apply to that. That's all. But it does, like you say, Humble, it doesn't correlate the same the further you go back in time. These terms start to get a little jumbly in our interpretation.
So the brother Chief X, if I may, I don't know if y'all seen my presentation when the brother put up the presentation, right? A1, all right, got it. So cause I'm like, how you say that? I'm crazy, bro.
Yeah, A1, like the steak sauce.
But, so when brother A1 put up the presentation, I was doing the call outs on Chief X. One of the issues I had was the fact that, well, both of the issues I had was, number one, he was using the word Negroid to classify the Nubians. And the people on the panel was like, bro, like, we don't use that term in scholastics anymore. Like, if you consider yourself a researcher or if you're in the scholastic field, you don't use that term. You use the term they classify themselves as. If you can't find that term, then you use the term other people classify them. But you don't use the term Negro. So I shot him on that one. The next one I shot him was he called the Egyptians Caucasoid people. Now, number one, we just said we don't use these terms in academia. That's number one. Number two, we know that the Nubians and the Egyptians always share phenotypes because the Egyptians come from the Nubians. The Nubians are the parts of the Egyptians.
Well,
yeah,
that's well, we have to acknowledge it's a complicated,
but
nuanced relationship.
they share phenotype.
No,
so there's no way. I'm gonna land my plane with this. Let me land my plane with this. So the point I was making out was there's no way you could say Nubia was heavily melanated and Egypt was heavily non-melanated, like Caucasus. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, you can't say that because they share a phenotype, colors as well, skin color as well. So both of these people were heavily melanated, and the brother was trying to say that they were white people, and so I had to correct him on that. Go ahead, Jose.
I'm with you, but we have to understand the complicated relationship because the culture did come from the South. We understand that.
Mm-hmm.
We also have to understand that when you talk about Kush, we're talking about Ethiopia. When we're talking about Nubia, it's really the Sudan. So you can't say Ethiopians are historically blackly black. Sudanese, particularly Southern Sudanese, are super duper black, but all of a sudden now when you reach Kemet, the blackness goes stop. That can't make no sense.
Well, you do know. So are you talking about Kush Nubia, or are you separating the two? You do know Nubia was once called Kush, right?
What I'm saying, Nubia in modern terms is a general term for a group of
so
people.
when I'm speaking about Kush, I'm speaking about ancient times. Before it was called Nubia, it was called Kush. So those people were what we would consider black today.
Well, historically, that's not really true.
Huh?
That's not really true. The anachronistic term Nubian specifically will refer to southern people in Egypt as well as Sudanese. And there's no primary attestation for the word Nubian in the Kemetic language, but you can see Kush. You will find the word Nubian.
You missing the fact that I said that Kush was once called Nubia? Nubia and Kush are the same place. They didn't separate until much later.
But that's an outside corruption of a
So
word.
when we're
That's
speaking
not
about,
an indigenous word.
So hold on, Jose, because what you're doing right now, what a lot of other people make mistakes doing when we're speaking about history, they either conflate history or they displace history. So when we're speaking about the conflict between Kush and Egypt, or Kemet, before it was called Egypt, right? In the earlier times, it's because they were sister nations, right? But that's what I'm saying. They both shared heavily melanated African phenotypes. And Kush is an older kingdom than Kemet, way older kingdom.
I'm with you, but if you go into the Medu Neter, you would not find the word Nubian. It's an anachronistic term that does not exist.
We know
modern
that's why I just did what I just did. So that's why instead of me saying Nubia just now, I use Kush. We know Nubia came later.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that. But Kush is definitely attested in primary text.
Yes,
you can see the word everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And then the word Nubian is a corruption of the word Nu, which means gold. So they say the people of the gold land.
People of the gold land, yeah.
So they had a historical beef with the Nubians, but they didn't treat the Nubians as bad. And some, but they didn't view them as badly as the Asiatics.
No, it was more so like it wasn't like.
I think it depends, Jose, because they have really hard.
Well, they conquered each other. So here's the complexity of it, right? They didn't have a serious grudge against one another. They were sister countries or sister nations. So they worked together at some points in history. They intermarried at some points in history. At some points in history, certain pharaohs wanted to seize control over certain borders. A lot of it was political and not more so, these are my enemies, I hate them. A lot of it was more so political.
Well, it wasn't color based in that sense.
No, it was not color based.
Because when you look at the depiction, you see Nubians behind the Nasut and in front of the Nasut. Even the term Nasut really means one who belongs to the south, but is related to the north. So it's a term of respect, saying that our southern brothers are the ones who united the country. And every time the Kemetic people was doing madness, the Nubians ran down on them and said, "Stop this foolishness. You have to stop the foolishness." And people are not seeing that because they don't read the text to know. It wasn't, "I'm the one to beat you up to take your stuff." In some cases, maybe it was. But when the intermediate period was, "You guys are tripping, you messing up the culture." You can't.
A lot of it as well is because of some of the pharaohs who ruled didn't keep tradition. So, like for an example, Akhenaten, right? He didn't keep tradition. He at where he was, he tried to change the national deity. He caused strife with the neighboring priests and things of that nature. He actually moved his whole city. He made them turn their whole thing. So a lot of times they had pharaohs that just went against the program. Like, yo, I'm in charge now and I'm gonna do what I want. You know, you can't blame a culture. You can't blame one bad apple on a whole tree.
But that is the culture, though. But that is
that's not the culture.
No, the culture is that the pharaoh was the ultimate political and moral authority, so he had the right.
Yeah. Not always. That was a culture. Hold on.
Always the ultimate.
No. Because at one point in time in Kemet, the priest held more power than the pharaoh. So you can't say he was always the moral authority.
Well, but remember, those priests were out of line because
they was not out of line.
The ultimate spiritual authority was the Nasut. He was the one who appointed them into their position. He could take it away.
That came later. Okay.
No.
So hold on.
We have a debate.
So I went about this too.
I'm not going to debate him. If you look into it, in every African culture, the ruler has to go through certain rituals for him to be a moral authority. He was treated as such because he earned the right. Every African culture. So if he changed something, it was his right to do so. The other one who come after can change it back, and you're really not allowed to question what he was doing. And you have to understand, it's a serious psychological thing to wake up every day. People are treating you in a certain way that affects you mentally. You recognize that you are not above that authority, and you have to operate in that way, or something can happen to you.
Now, really fast.
That's a fact.
Whenever we look into Kemet's culture, right? That's not how we see political rule change, right? One of the most famous ones I just brought up, Akhenaten, is when he decided to make Aten the supreme god, the supreme deity, where he was. It wasn't just everybody was just like, okay, well now we worship him. No, he got a bunch of pushback from the Amun priesthood. That's why he had to leave, because he wasn't. This is why I said the priest had more power than the pharaoh at one point.
I mean, I'm not against that, but that is out of line with the culture. The priest can never have more power than the ultimate.
No.
Never supposed
at that point, hold on. At that point, Akhenaten was out of line with the culture. See, you have to understand, but see, even before we talk about Akhenaten, right, we got to go back, because we got to go to his grandfather, right, who initially started the whole kit and caboodle, right? He initially started putting things in their place, but his name was Ibn Amun. And he wanted to try to, because it started with his grandfather, who started realizing that the priests had more power than them. And they tried to shift the balance back to the royal family. And so by him doing that, he said, okay, so now we're gonna go find a better chief deity. They found Aten. What his grandfather started doing is just placing the iconography everywhere. He didn't start.
And who was his grandfather?
The grandfather was Amenhotep the first.
Right.
Amenhotep the second. He then came in and started building temples, right? Although it wasn't necessary to go worship Aten, they were just, okay, if you want to worship Aten, we just got another school priest over here that you can worship, you know. But it wasn't until Amenhotep III, Akhenaten, who then changes his name to Akhenaten, who then says, now you must worship this god. You must worship this deity. And then he got pushed back, because now, think about it. Even today, religion is the number one moneymaker on our books. The number one. So back then, think about how much money, economics went into their political reign. That's number one. Number two, religion have the most influence in our neighborhoods, right? So now think about how much influence they had over the people. So now to then strip that away from them and say, now I got all the influence, y'all don't have none. That's, they was going to have back and forth about that. You see what I'm saying? That's why Akhenaten had to leave. And when he left, he made a strategic move. He went somewhere who already was worshiping a sun deity.
Now here's the interesting part. His original name was Amenhotep IV, right?
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Because his father was Amenhotep III. So
yeah.
But it's his right as a leader to do so. The priest had no right to push back. He was always the ultimate authority. That is why when you see people like Hatshepsut, she did what she did, and that's all right.
So here's the thing about, really fast. So now this is where we start to go into the culture a little bit, right? Now, when we start talking about the Nasibites, we have to understand that they weren't just pharaohs, that they were also priests as well. They were highest priests,
in fact.
But now here's the thing. They also had a concept of Ma'at and Isfat. And when a priest was committing Isfat, no matter who the priest was, right? The other priests were allowed to restore Ma'at. So, by Akhenaten doing what he did, he caused Isfat. So the other priests had all right to restore Ma'at. He was in the wrong. That's why he left.
That's not true.
That is true.
He has a divine right to do what he feels is correct. The priest was out of order. He is the one.
Why do you think a lot of the pharaohs had? So after Akhenaten, right? There was a couple reigns which they call the Dark Ages. The dark spots, where there was really no pharaohs, or the pharaohs reigned for 1 or 2 period of years. The reason their life was being so short, because a lot of them, they were being executed because they felt as though they could do what they want. You can't just go into somewhere that already have an establishment and feel as though that's just like Donald Trump right now, right? In presidency, right? He go in there and he feel, well, I could do what I want. No, you can't. There's already an establishment here. And so you're going to follow these rules or we're going to impeach you like we impeach everybody else.
Well, I think people are assuming some of these guys were assassinated. I don't think there's proof that all of these guys got assassinated. I don't think so.
Now, I would agree that some of the records that we do find of some of the assassinations are plausible, but there are also some strong historical accounts of Hatshepsut, who we know they tried to erase her from history. They tried to erase Akhenaten from history as well.
And did a horrible job because we still got it.
Because we still got it.
That may not be true.
No, that's a fact.
No, that's absolutely
no.
True. It's an intentional degradation to it.
Now, here's my question. Just because someone comes and builds something on top of what you build, that's not trying to erase, because it's clear that they found evidence of Hatshepsut.
Jose, Ronald Redford states that they intentionally destroyed monuments of her and replaced it with their own. As far as the next, who her? It was her son.
There was an incident when the pharaohs after built something in front of what she was in front of it. But the fact of the matter is, they still have attestations of these things. So clearly, if they were trying to erase, they wasn't doing a good job.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. They tried to, but obviously we have the ability to look back at history and see.
I don't think so. I think they're exaggerating with that whole erasing.
I mean, but it's not the first time, Jose. I mean, we see that.
Yeah, they try to erase a lot of them out of there.
I mean, that's just how.
But they only did it because they looked at these people as, they looked at them as failures to the throne, right? They looked at them as, all right, you shouldn't have been here. You are staying in our dynasty, basically.
Well, you can say what you want to say, but Hatshepsut was very, very important. Because at one point she was
important.
At one point she was literally the king and the queen.
She was important to us. You said the people that study the Comitian tradition, she was important to. Yes. But the people that was during that time, the fact that they had an issue with a female being in rule during that time, that they had the issue. She was important to us. She wasn't as important to them.
Wasn't it like some like a royal feud of some?
What happened with Hatshepsut was she was the royal bloodline, and she was married to one of the Nasut initially, and she got sick of having to marry off her daughter, so she rightfully took over and reigned as king. That was her right. She was the king's great wife. So the bloodline comes through her and only her. That is how it works. They have one wife who they call Nesut Beret, which is the great wife of the king, who the bloodline comes through her. So once her bloodline dies off, then it's the next great wife.
Do you know Hatshepsut's story?
Well,
so the thing about Hatshepsut, like he was saying, they didn't like the fact that having a woman fell.
But they couldn't do anything about it.
She did. Hold on 1 second. And so what she did was she made her story a labyrinth, right? She said she was the daughter, and actually, if we want to go as far as saying she was basically the first immaculate birth or immaculate story there was. Because she was the daughter of a moon. She made that. They made that story up. That story was not true. The reason they made that story up is so because she said a moon now appointed her to rule. They can't go against what a moon say.
No, it was.
That's why.
It was her right to rule. It
was not her right to rule at that time because men. They didn't think that women should rule because only hierarchies was men.
But I'm gonna say it again.
Yeah, but I think she was ruling in place of like her son.
Yes.
Yeah, I think she was just in place.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is she was the one who was the royal bloodline. She was the primary wife. So because she's the primary wife, only her children would have been allowed to rule.
Yeah, that's
And once they die out, they move on to the next great wife.
Nobody's arguing. Well, I wasn't arguing that. I was arguing that because women during that time wasn't allowed to rule, she had to make up an elaborate story about her life.
But that came later.
How she became to rule.
Right? Yeah, but that would have come much later. Initially, when she took rule because it was all right. She got fed up. She said, "I'm going to take rule," and nobody could do anything about it.
Well, so you think that's how it happened, Jose? You think that's how?
No. Didn't her son die or something?
No, I think he was young.
Let me.
Her son was like young or something, right?
Let me be honest. I'm just repeating what I heard someone say. I really didn't read the story.
No, well,
I don't
you
want
gotta stick to sources, brother, because
I don't want. No. I'm being honest. I never really read the story for myself. I was just listening to what someone else said. So I don't want to. I don't want to know the story fully.
It's a BBC article on Hatshepsut. It says she was co-regent. Yeah.
Yeah.
She was
So the reason that she was able to rule was because her child. I think he was too young, right?
Yeah. That's what he was younger. Yeah. That was cool.
Come back. Because I don't want to say for sure that I know the full story. I should know it, but I don't.
I do have a question for you, Humble. Do you think the concept of, I guess, netter is solely abstract, or do you think at some point in Egyptian history, I guess, whatever part, intermediate period, that these ideas start to shift and these people are identifying actual deities, like how the rest of the ancient Near East understood deities as well? I'm asking because I think I'm not too much into history. I mean, not too much into the Egypt history, Egyptology and stuff. So I let that be for y'all. But I did have a question about the everyday people versus the people.
So everybody looked at the Neteru as forces, right? And so you're right. The Neteru didn't become associated with gods until the Ptolemaic period, until they started cultural appropriation, right? When they started taking their gods and mixing them with the Comitian Neters, right? That's how we get people like Thoth. That's how we get, some of their people. But originally they were looked at as forces of nature.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Because I think I understand the term netter to have more of an abstract term than just simply.
Yeah. I mean, some of them were abstract. Some of, like, for examples, Djehuti. Djehuti is abstract because there's no physical thing of intelligence. And I say, show me something. Show me what intelligence look like. You see what I'm saying? We can't do that. So Djehuti, who's the embodiment of intelligence, is abstract. But when we talk about Re, who is just the sun is not abstract. We can look at the sun. We can witness the sun heat. You see what I'm saying? So now the important thing is they're talking about how these things function. Now they're doing it in the style that they're doing it in because it's just like teaching physics to a third grader, right? You can't teach them on a college level. So we have to, gradually go through this. And this is why the symbols have multiple meanings a lot of the time. And so it's not meant to be read like the Bible. Like a lot of people with their Western viewpoint, they'll read this and be like, oh, snaps, we see Ray doing this and he got a boat going across the sky, and people believe that. No. That's just their way of telling a story of the cycles of the sun. You see what I'm saying? So that's a major, because a lot of people, I got a question. I've gotten a question. People asked me before, well, what's the difference between the Abrahamic religion and Kemet? Well, the Abrahamic religion, they deify and mystify everything, right? So instead of their God being a force that we can work with, their God is a far standoffish God. He don't interact with us. He only interact with us through angels and things. He only interact with a select few, and even they can't get it right. So, but when we dealing with the nature and the natural, these are things that we can witness. You know, we can witness moisture and rain and the air and the earth and the sun and things of that nature. You see what I'm saying? So that's how I would lay that out.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, no, I often had just from what I've seen, that like the normal everyday people had what we would call folk religion, outside of what I guess the more distinguished, more imperial people had. And I guess I often wonder how the everyday people conceptualize things, because we don't have, their writing, that's history is written by the victors. So, as far as anthropology and theology goes,
you do know there are texts about everyday life that
right.
we can look
But
at.
Absolutely.
Really fast if I can. What I will also get to is we do have writings from people who show us that these words are everyday use, right? Like, so for example, I was bringing up earlier the Maxims of Aten, right? So that's a book that was written by Akhenaten, and how he used the word shu and the word ma'at just to mean order. Like, he wasn't giving reference to ma'at, he was just saying the word order. We got books like the Book of Amenhotep and the Maxims of Ptahhotep, who, when they are talking about ethics and morality, they're not calling on deities, but they're using words, or they're using these words to just simplify order, So we do got references now.
Yeah, yes, indeed.
Let me ask you a question. Have you studied Medu Neter before?
Have I studied Medu Neter? A little here and there. I never really did a deep dive. That's actually something on my homework to do. I got a file for it to where it's the one I want to get a deep dive in there. But I never did a deep dive, but I know enough about it to have a conversation about it.
I think that since you have a group, you guys should pool your resources and take some Medu Neter courses. You'll be surprised what you learn. You'll be very surprised what you learn. So that's something important. I'm kind of self-taught, but I always say if you can take a course, that's the better thing to do, because you'll be surprised to know how much, when you're reading these texts, they're mistranslating and putting extra source.
That's fact.
And a lot of these translations, when you look at the TLA, they put a lot of extra source. Sometimes it's reconstruction. So you have to know, when you're looking at it, what is a reconstruction, what is the added word, what is commentary. And how you know is when you see something in parentheses, in parentheses, that's an addition. You see something in brackets, that's a reconstruction. Anything else is supposed to be a direct translation. So we need to look into, they'd have so much translations. You could go to TLA, look up any topic and get some sort of preliminary understanding. That's a good resource.
I just want to get some shouts out from some of the people that I learned from on the subject matter. Jabari Ozaze, shouts out to Mfudishi, shouts out to Professor James Smalls, Baba Haru, past, rest of spirit. These are some of the people who I learned about ancient Kemet from, just watching their videos, taking my notes, putting them, storing them away, and just doing deep dives on them.
You need to watch Smash Rockwell as well.
Smash Rockwell, okay.
He go way back. That's my brother from way back.
Okay.
If you go back and look at his videos, he does a lot of lessons that help you understand Medu Neter.
Okay.
Smash
Rockwell show is a good one to check out. He even dives into the hieratic and all of that as well.
Mm.
So, but brother, you're young brother, I love you, but
I appreciate you.
You clearly need to take a deeper dive to understand the Kemetic culture, because the Nasut was the ultimate authority on everything. So he had a right to do what he did, but he also understood if you cross that line, something could happen to you too. He definitely understood that.
How you know that?
How do I know what?
How you know that the suit was the ultimate authority?
Because when you read the text,
like what was going on behind the scenes,
and you read the primary sources, it explains to you through the symbology and the iconography. He played out the idea of the nature on Earth. Everything he did, he imitated the nature.
I would say that.
I don't understand how ancient propaganda works, and I know behind the scenes.
But Ben, you
hold on, Jose, really fast. I can get this out. Ben, if he wouldn't have been forced to move his empire down south. He'd have been comfortable setting up shop right where he was. But he had to move because he was not the supreme authority in that land during that time. He had to share that right with the priest.
Do you know that when you look at the determinative for the Nasut, it is the same as a nature?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Do you notice that the symbols that he carry are things that come from the nature? The wasp?
Yeah. Yeah.
All of those things.
Because he was a priest. Yeah.
But he is playing out his role as the ultimate political and quote unquote religious or spiritual authority. There was no one higher than him. That's a fact. That's in every African culture. You can't get past that no matter what we want to say. And
you're saying that as if like, okay, well, we know he was the Pharaoh, so you know the land belonged to him. Okay. It's just like, okay, well, we know Trump Towers. We know Trump owned Trump Towers. Yeah. But if none of the employees show up to Trump Towers, what do Trump got? A fucking building. My bad. Apologies. But what do you got? He's got a building. You see what I'm saying? So when he ruled, he ruled as the voice of Kemet, but when things needed to be done on a political and on all of that, he needed the support of the Pharaoh. You see what I'm saying?
Listen. I'm with you that he definitely had a council that he had to deal with, but he could still override them at any point. Trump doesn't have that ultimate legal authority.
Yeah, because he did override them, and when he override them, they told him, "Yo, you can't stay here no more. You doing way too much. You can't stay here no more."
Maybe they did, but he still lived out his life, didn't he?
Yeah, but you know, this is why he was smart as well when he moved, because he went to another place that had people who was worshiping another sun deity, and all he had to do was say, "Oh yeah, well this is the same sun deity under another name."
I'm still gonna stick to the fact that Trump doesn't have ultimate authority. He can override everything. It's not the same. It's a totally different system. You can't make that comparison between Trump.
Oh no, the reason is because just like Kemet, just like the Pharaoh is the owner of Kemet, Trump is the owner of the Trump Tower. And so
I'm with you.
Right. And so the priests are the establishment at Trump Tower. And so if Akhenaten, like Trump, say, all right, well, I'm firing all of my priests, all of this. Hold on, give me 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second.
So Ben, can I ask you a question? Have you ever read any primary Kemetic text before?
Few times back when, yeah.
And what did you find out by reading those primary texts? What did those primary texts tell you?
All right, I'm back.
And what were the texts? What were the texts?
They were like interconnected with my personal studies. I'm not really into Egypt. I think everyone else does a great job.
Okay, so let me ask Humble, what primary text have you read?
I read the Book of Coming Forth by Day by Balish Wudge. I've also got updated translations on that.
Which one?
What, the Book of Coming Forth by Day?
Yeah, they have There are several different ones. Which one?
Right. So I said I got the physical copy of Wallace Budge. Of Wallace Budge. But I do
the Peppers of Annie.
Yeah. So, because I know that's a horrible translation, I picked it up.
Don't read that one. Don't read that one. Look for
Listen.
There's one called The Complete Papyrus of Annie. That's a better one. Do not read Budge when it comes to Medu Neter.
Now, watch this, because you just said it. That's another TLA that I cross-reference from. So I understand that, that was just something I could pick up just to showboat for my homeboys over on Bigo.
Right, I'm with you.
But so the maxims of Ptah-hotep, the maxims of Amenhotep. I have is it another one?
Do you use the TLA though?
Yes.
Right. That is
Yeah.
That is a good starting resource. But once again, the TLA could trick you because they put extra sauce on a lot of those translations sometimes. But they just don't translate certain things, so you have to be careful.
No.
That's why I say learning the Medu Neter is important because you have to know what you're reading.
You have to know what you
and then they add
read it.
things on it too to make it
Exactly. I would agree with that. And it's more so of like the way you read it as well, right? They do put a lot of emphasis. And another thing I want to add is time period matters as well. Because you see a lot of stories where people try to pull up that came way, way, way later, right? During the Ptolemaic period and stuff that don't really line up with the stories that was originally there. And the reason that is because these people, again, it was culture appropriation. So they was appropriating their culture onto what was already there.
Like the contentions of Horace and said is something that was not in the writing, and people don't know that. The ancient Kemetic people didn't write that.
Yeah.
They didn't write that. The Hyksos wrote that story as a disrespect, and people are touting that as something that the indigenous people wrote. And they never wrote that. They found that in some comedian's chest or something like that. So this is why this is very important. I always tell people, and there's another one called St. Andrew's Corpus. That's a good one to read as well. It has it has a lot of good text in that one as well. So Ben, I think if you read the stories of Kemet, you'll be very, very, very interested. I don't know your field of interest, so you'd have to tell me, but I think you should do that.
Yeah, no, I have a baseline historiographic understanding of Egypt. Nothing too special.
Well,
you need to go deeper.
I say this. Don't study. I say this. Don't study anything that you're not gonna put too much. You're not gonna be able to pick up and carry anything with. So if you want to touch on it, you could touch on it and have a conversation. But if that ain't your thing, that ain't your thing. You feel me?
I have you two up here. I love asking you guys questions, man.
But the maxims of Ptah-hotep is something that's still relevant today.
Of course it is. Oh yeah. And see, that's why I said that. So now listen. This is why when I speak about these things, I don't ever push these things on people. Because if I mention it and somebody like, oh, okay, well, what book is that? Max of Ptah-hotep. Okay. And they actually go read it. I don't have to push them because when they read it, they're going to realize for themselves is, damn, was this book written yesterday? So that's a realization that already come what I was saying. So I ain't even got to push too hard. You just mention it. Okay, let me go study what that's about.
Yeah, I'm with you. A lot of those things are still relevant to today, but people don't think so because it was written long ago. But wisdom is wisdom, and it will always. And people need to understand why he wrote it. He wrote it for his son.
Yeah.
For his son to be able to take over and know what he was supposed to do. And I learned, I didn't even know that he was actually one of the Lesot's sons until I read the text. I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
He was the king's firstborn son. I didn't even know that. I found it out later.
So actually, it's so interesting because that's one of the very small rights that we have of him. But he was well known in history. People wrote about him being a first physician. people wrote about him being the first astrologer. Like
that's Imhotep, huh?
Yeah, Imhotep.
No, I was talking about Ptahhotep.
Okay, gotcha.
Ptahhotep was the king's firstborn son. He was royalty. I didn't know that till I read the text. Although he didn't reign on the throne, he was an overseer and a high government official, but I didn't know that his father was actually a Nasut. And he served under several of the Nasut, and he lived for a long time, apparently. Some people think he lived to be over 100 years old.
Hey, Jose, I got a question for you, brother.
Yes, if I could answer it.
How do you feel about retainer sacrifices? Do you think that was right, or that's just something they was tripping back then?
I'll say this: I did read a paper on it, and the paper seemed to use language like possibly or maybe. The paper didn't seem to be sure that this is what they were witnessing. I'm not saying there was not retainer sacrifice. I'm just saying that paper didn't convince me that they were just wholesale killing people.
Okay.
I don't necessarily.
I was asking because from whatever I've read, it seemed to be similar to what I know in the ancient Near East as retainer sacrifices. So
Well, I mean, the evidence that they present is pretty flimsy, to be honest. They show some random little broke up thing and say they think that was a sacrifice.
So you think they were? You think they weren't doing retainer sacrifices?
I would say that there's probably some history of sacrifice, possibly. I don't want to say yes, I don't want to say no, because I'm not convinced.
Gotcha. Okay, I just wanted to ask.
But probably was somewhere, maybe.
Yeah.
Who was being sacrificed?
What they're saying was, if there was any retainer sacrifice, it happened in the first dynasty, and it never happened again.
Yeah, I think it stopped after like the early dynasty.
See, that's the thing about Kemet too. Like Kemet, again, they have this thing about restoring my. And so if one pharaoh did something as though it wasn't, they would try to correct that. You see what I'm saying? So this is also why we see the major influxes in Kemet dynasties that we do, because again, some pharaohs had their own ideas. Hey, I'm gonna come up here and do this, right? And you just can't do that. So they like, oh, all right, well, this ain't what we about to do. We got him up out of here now. Let's go back to restoring it the way it was. You know.
I'm with you, but you still have to understand it was his right as ruler to do as he saw fit. The next ruler could change it back to the way that he saw fit as well. So we're not going to say he's out of line for doing what he did. That's not true.
Do we have any evidence of a pharaoh ever being impeached?
Well, they can't really impeach.
No, I know. It's just anything.
Because he didn't appoint him. It's his birthright.
Right.
That's funny.
There is evidence of something called the Herm.
I assume being assassinated is often like
that's what they did. They
you know, there's like he got.
Well, I mean, I've heard that there's something called the Herm conspiracy, where they think that Ramses II, someone in his harem, was trying to assassinate him. And I've never read it, but apparently
that's a real theory. There's some scholars out there that say that Ramses II was assassinated. There's really no proof. They say he got a hole in the back of his head with somebody bashed in it. But now there are records of people being assassinated in Kemet, though.
I'm not gonna say people were not assassinated, but I realize that people are putting extra sauce on this assassination thing to assume because someone had a short ring they were killed. That's not true.
I would agree with that.
I mean, it could have been other reasons why they had a short ring. They died. Yeah. They got the throne, got usurped, several other reasons.
Now, I think the reason they make the argument so compelling is because it was in the period of in manner in how they died and how they kept switching, right? It was more so like looking at it from a viewer's point of view. It is more so like a trial and error thing. You see what I'm saying? And so it's like, all right, well, this person lasts 2 years, time to get him out of here. This person lasts 2 years, time to get. It's just like what we see in the NBA, right? If y'all watch football or basketball, It's like a team get a new player, they try him out for 20 games. They don't do what they supposed to do on 20 games. He get traded. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, but for decades they would talk about King Tut being assassinated. Now all of a sudden, that's not true anymore.
Yeah.
For years they were telling you somebody killed him because he died young, and now apparently it's not true.
Yeah.
There was a curse of King Tut. That's not true anymore.
Yeah.
He just died young now.
That's something else that we also, and that's when we see Egyptologists. Now that's the fault of the Egyptologists as well sometimes, because Egyptologists they exaggerate stories to make it fit, to make them more popular than what they already are, basically.
Call it what it is, humble. They
So
full of shit. They full of shit. That's what it is.
Yeah, so you gotta be careful with that shit.
Because we know definitely some of them were killed. Like for example, Amos' father was definitely killed by the Asiatics. We know that. He was definitely brutally murdered. But you know, they put, I mean, to me, I think they put extra sauce on this war and violence. I don't think ancient Kemet had that much war and violence. I could be tripping. I don't know. I think they put extra sauce on it. What do you think, Humble?
They didn't have a lot of war. They expanded, yes. A lot of the expansion came through trade and political gain and influence, right? A lot of the expansion didn't come from war.
I'm glad you said that.
Also, marriages too. Like they had marriage to another nation, so a lot of it didn't come from war.
Right, because they could show 2-3 instances of war and make that the whole culture now. Every time we turn around, the Pharaoh beating up somebody, and that's not true. Even if you look at the word oppression doesn't even mean what we think it means. It means somebody got beat up and they are now subjugated based on getting beat up. It doesn't mean I ran down and I just started doing this and that. Yes, there's instances where some pharaohs say I want to expand my borders, but they were honest about it. They didn't lie about what they wanted to do. So we know those who want to expand their borders.
The people that they were.
Now we talking about ancient Kemet, if I may. We talking about ancient Kemet, right? And the time period we're talking about ancient Kemet is a time period some would say Moses would have lived. And any of the things we're talking about dealing with ancient Kemet, do we see a person who fit the description of a Moses?
No. No. We don't.
We see a Akhenaten though, right?
Well, Akhenaten was a historical character, yeah.
Hey, they supposedly lived on the same time.
Yeah, but that's foolishness.
Yeah, but
now watch this though. But see, watch this. Watch how Moy break down, right? So we talking about the Exodus. So now when we know about the Exodus, we know they left Egypt and they went where?
No, they didn't leave Egypt. They got beat up and put out. That's what happened.
That's what I'm saying. The issue is when they left, they went to more Egypt because the place to what they traveled was an Egyptian province during that time.
I'm with you, but the story, but the biblical story is not the real story. The real story is they were invited, they took over, and eventually they got the brakes beat off them and sent to Canaan, which was a Kemetic territory.
Now, see, I don't believe. Now,
there is no story.
Here's the issue, though.
Yeah, but that's not the biblical Exodus. That's
that biblical story, and that story that the brother was just talking about. Those are two different people.
These are two different stories. Yes,
and this is the point I'm making. There's no historical evidence of slavery in ancient Kemet because there is no word for slavery in ancient in Medu Neter. There is no word for that.
Is there a word for captive?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
It's called Sakir, a living captive. Yes, there's definitely a word for that. A living captive.
Now, also something I want to make clear too, because the brother Chief X I was talking to, he I made my video about. He was also talking about the them enslaving the Nubians and stuff like that. The Bach Treaty is what he was talking about. So with the Bach Treaty, the Nubians didn't enslave themselves. He was making a statement that the Nubians enslaved themselves. They went and conquered other neighboring nations and brought the war captives to the Egyptians. They didn't bring other Nubians to the people be making, but see that's the issue with people not knowing history.
Yeah, but Humble, when he told the story, he didn't tell the story correctly. He didn't say that when the Arabs first came into Egypt, the Magi was shooting their eyes out. They were blinding them. When they initially came there, these Arabs were coming back with eye wounds or totally blinded. He didn't say it. He didn't mention that part. They called them the archer of the people of the eye because they were shooting out these Arab eyes.
Yeah.
That part. He never mentioned that part. And that's an important part of the story.
That's fact.
But this is what I'm saying. You're talking and you're not mentioning the historical content. After a certain amount of time, they eventually overcame these people. And according to my brother Reggie, they were complaining because they were sending them these old, infirm people. They weren't sending them healthy Africans. So that was their beef. But you have to tell the story that the people of Kemet didn't roll over. They had a fight.
Yeah.
And those Arabs got jacked up.
But that's what sister neighboring nations did though. That's what they still do. They beef over some things and they make up over other things.
All right, this is what I'm saying. So you can't. First of all, you have to know what Nubian is, a historical word, and it deals with several different varying groups of people. Even back in ancient times, there were several different groups of people that were considered Nubian. So you have to know that before you start to talk.
We have a special guest call in. We have a special guest call in. IBM is calling in. I got him on speakerphone right now. Go ahead, IBM. You got the floor.
Peace and love. I hope y'all can hear me.
Yeah, we hear you.
Is everything clear? Hopefully.
Yeah. Crystal clear. We got it.
I had a couple points to what y'all were talking about. I'm staying on topic. I heard Humble say that the Christians or the religious people deify everything. So did the Egyptians. We're talking about the Hyksos. Y'all said the retainer sacrifices stopped at around like the beginning of the first dynasty. That's not true. We have those going on. They have tumulus tombs that they found in Kerma. But A1's got that pulled up. We can read that. But there were retainer sacrifices in the 12th dynasty. We can find them. We're gonna find them in that source. And then when it comes to the Hyksos story, we have to remember that most of these guys didn't even know about it in 2018. I beat Garfield up on the Stanley of Comos, and I hear Smash Rockwell and Jabari and everybody else regurgitate it because none of them was saying it before 2018 until I gave it to them. And that's the man who went down and named the lower half of Nubia Kush with a K. Now, Sesostris 1 is the Greek translation. It's like Sinneret or something like that in the Egyptian, but if you look up Sesostris 1, it'll tell of his campaigns down into Nubia and how he defeated Nubia and then named the lower half Kush with a K. I taught them that also. I also taught them about the Stele of Comos that they wasn't talking about. Because Garfield and Uncle was over there saying, there's no writings about the Hyksos War in 2018. And I asked him, I said, did you know about the Stele of Comos? And the reason why I know that these guys don't know about the Delia Comos is because a couple months ago, I heard Jabari say that the Hyksos was illiterate and they didn't have their own form of writing. Now, if they were illiterate and didn't have their own form of writing, how did they write that letter? How did Comos intercept the letter coming from the Hyksos going to the Nubians? Sure, you don't know what you're talking about. Like I said, so when we talking about this, this Hyksos, it's an amalgamation of Asia Minor and, even Israel could have been a part of it also because they all coming down from that way.
Now,
Nubia, the Nubians was not the Hyksos because they were not foreign to the Egyptians. The Egyptians had been dealing with these people forever.
Nubians are identified as such.
No. I don't.
Hold on, I'm gonna give you guys the floor in a second.
I heard somebody say something about coming from the South. Well, your first dynasties came from the South. Thebes, to be exact.
Nobody's arguing that, brother. Nobody's arguing that. That's not an argument.
Like I said,
He can't hear you.
Right.
Go ahead.
The argument.
Hold on,
is not-
Jose, because he can't hear you. So you can only hear him. So responding right now only creates confusion on the line. I'm gonna let him close out and then he'll respond in the chat. Go ahead, IBM. You got the floor.
And like I said, the Hyksos, I equate them to Jacob's time. The Pharaoh that knew Jacob not. Now remember, the Hyksos was in power, right? And Jacob came from Israel, right? and his people came down and they was allowed to go and live in Goshen, some of the best lands in Egypt. But the reason why I say that is because, see, the Hyksos may have known Jacob. But then when Comos came back he's the last pharaoh of the 17th dynasty, all right? And the Hyksos took over in the late 14th dynasty and ruled all the way to the late 17th dynasty. And then Comos took over. He was the last pharaoh of the 17th dynasty. And then Ahmose, once he became of age, he became the first 18th dynasty pharaoh. Okay? So that's when I equate running into a pharaoh that knew him not. Comos or Ahmose, one of those guys. Running into that pharaoh that knew him not. Now I'm thinking that, maybe the Hyksos knew of Joseph because they're coming from that area. They're coming down from Asia Minor and different places as an amalgamation of different foreign rulers. That's why Hyksos means foreign rulers. Okay? So, like I said, when we talking about Kush, we make Kush sound like it was before Egypt. And how is that the case when the 12th dynasty pharaohs, the soldiers went down there and named that land?
Real quick. Like I
hear this, and I don't know when I said it. But you can tell that they don't do no study on it. And they don't know nothing about it. They're only good regurgitators.
Hey. All right. Any closing remarks, Indigenous Black Man?
Yeah, I love all of y'all, and I want y'all to get it right. I hear Humble up here. Humble, I see that you're doing your work as a young man, but when y'all use my information, make sure that you give a brother some credit, because I don't have a voice out here, and I can't pop on panels and stuff. So it's easy.
I wish you could.
I come at you with the information to show you where you regurgitate my stuff from years ago. Stuff that I came into this community in 2020 when I did my first presentation. Stuff that I was telling Garfield and them in 2018 that they didn't know about.
Yes, we did.
Like I said, give the brother the credit that he deserves. That's all I ask. I don't need no award. I don't need no money. I'm doing this for free because I love y'all. But when you're using my stuff, don't just run behind me and regurgitate. Make sure you give me no credit. And I love all of y'all. Keep your head high, your grass low, and stop lying to my people. And I love y'all. All right.
Peace. Have a good night. All right, back to you, gentlemen. That was Indigenous Black Man calling from
Damn, A1, I wish we could.
distant
I
remote
wish he
location.
could come on.
He tripping, A1.
I wish he could come on, brother.
He tripping. Because he can't show me no indigenous record of anyone named Joseph who was ever in Kemet. He can never show me that. He could never show me that.
And he's talking about the template stele, about the way we talked about this years ago. He's not saying anything new. Don't worry.
No, he just coming on here talking wild crazy.
And that was pure conjecture. He interpreted his history as he will like, how most people do with the Bible.
Yeah. I also want to say he was talking about retainer sacrifice. I didn't catch if he said the 18th or the 25th. But there's no retainer sacrifice in either of those dynasties.
We know that. We know that definitely not. Of course not. If it happened, it stopped in the first dynasty. Any paper that you read only speaks about the first dynasty and 4 or 5 different pharaohs. They don't talk about anyone else who did the practice. It didn't extend past that. So I don't know what. So I don't understand what he's talking about.
If I could read this really fast, it say no, retainer sacrifices did not exist in the 18th dynasty. Archaeology show it was strictly a first dynasty practice that disappeared over 2,000 years before the new kingdoms.
Right.
So I mean, I don't know where he's going with that.
I don't know. He said he taught you something, so maybe I don't know. That's what he said. He said he used this information. I don't think so either.
That's fine. I remember indigenous from way back. The same old stuff. Don't worry.
Yeah, man. That's crazy. Well, listen, brothers. It was a good conversation.
Same.
Nice having you tonight, right?
Yeah, I appreciated this, man. And I'm most definitely coming back, A1. I'm most definitely coming back whenever you need me, bro.
Definitely. We only got through about like 20 of the questions, so I want to finish these with you.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
We're gonna say, all right, have a good night, Jose. I was gonna say we can I'll do a couple more and then we'll actually do a part 2. I'll only do 25 of them.
Bet.
We can do part 2, bring you back this week. I'm sure once a couple people see this one, they're gonna be waiting for the next one to get at you, because I know it's Super Bowl Sunday. A lot of people watching that now.
I forgot the Super Bowl's on. Listen, man, I'll go to YouTube, check out the highlights later.
I feel you.
Highlights later. That's crazy.
Yeah, let me get to these questions. Where was I at?
Yeah, I'm gonna jump back in the chat. Peace to you, humble. A1, peace to y'all again.
All right, have a good day, Ben. You up this week?
Hey, man, I'm here with you.
You gonna be ready? Oh well, you gotta work, so maybe next weekend we'll get you in next Saturday or something like that.
Yeah, whenever you need me, brother. Yes, sir.
Got you. All right, have a good day.
All right.
Okay. Politics and ideology. What is one belief you hold that you're secretly afraid is wrong?
That's interesting, because any belief I think is wrong, I drop to the wayside. So I always tell people, if I can't transmit my belief into a knowing, then I drop it by the wayside. So I try to know everything I believe.
Let's go. I like that answer. Next one. Is democracy a failed experiment that we're too proud to quit?
I think democracy is a tool that was placed in the wrong hands that now we can't get it out of. Right? We see it thrive when we looked at it in, Rome and Greece. It worked well. But those were people who were literally looking to do good for their land. Unlike here. Here they're using democracy as a tool to further control the people here. I appreciate you, Ben.
Definitely Ben is one of the debaters on the channel over here too. We about to get him in the hot seat this week. So, oh yeah, I'm gonna let you know when that happens, so that way you can come up and challenge him if you hear anything.
Okay.
Next question. Would you support a benign dictator if they solved every problem you care about?
Hell no. I don't even support the motherfuckers that's in office right now. I don't support none of them motherfuckers.
Even if they solved every problem you care about?
They solved every problem. Give me the plan, set of problems so I can give them to my people. We can solve them on our own.
Let's go. That's facts. Is your political rivalry an enemy of the state or just a person with a different map?
An enemy of the state?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason is because y'all not treating us fair. And y'all never have treated us fair. And we got to keep pushing our voice out there to the state until they start to actually hear what we got to say. And that's one thing I like about even in ancient history, right? This is Black History Month. Even just back in Black History Month, that's what I loved about our leaders back there. They stood up. Oh, let me turn my camera on. They stood up in front of the president giving speeches. They stood up against senators giving speeches, right? They wasn't just behind the scenes doing everything. And so they let the state, they let the country know we ain't being treated fair. This is what we want to do. This is what we going to do about it. That's where we got to get back to.
Hey, I see we got King Naga in the building. We do have a debate coming up with him in the next few days. Hit that panel, King Naga.
Most definitely.
Humble Mystic is taking questions right now. If you hear anything that you want to challenge him on to line up a future debate, we're trying to get him an exhibition debate set up. Hop on up here, man. I'm gonna drop that link again for you. It is pinned, but here you go. And I'm gonna go ahead and get to the next question. Roy Chess, yeah, hit that link, Roy Chess. Roy Chess is trying to get in the ring as well. So yeah, we do have a few people popping up who said they wanted to set some stuff up. Come on up here. Humble Mystic is taking on all challengers. Next question. Oh, this is a good one. Is freedom worth the price of total chaos?
Yes, absolutely. And that's something my brother Ashe, he stressed about. That's something a lot of my brothers that I talk to on a daily basis stress about. If we want to get to the point that we want to get to, we want to get to the end goal that we want to get to, it's going to be some bloodshed. It's going to be some chaos. It's going to take those of us who are willing to fucking blow some shit up. Excuse my French, but that's what it's going to take.
I hear you. Shout out Jada Snake in the building. And while we got King Naga in the chat, might as well go ahead and run his ad. Brief word from our sponsors, then we'll get back to these questions. Oh, it's muted. Here we go.
Presented by Coliseum of Argument. Welcome to Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide. In one corner, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly on the mic, the verbal assassin, Leandre Slim Reaper McBride, a master of logic, a hunter of weak arguments, and he's coming to carve this case wide open. And in the opposing corner, crowned in confidence, swinging with conviction, the fearless fire starter himself, King Naga. He doesn't back down, he doesn't fall, and he's ready to defend his stance at all costs. The question shaking the arena, was the killing of Alex Pretty justified? Morality versus law, emotion versus evidence, justice or just revenge. No scripts, no safety nets, just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of Arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. Are you not entertained?
And be looking for this debate in the next couple of days. King Naga versus Leandre McBride. Was the killing of Alex Pretty justified? This one's going to have the arena shaking. I already know it. Back to you, gentlemen. We have Roy Chess to the panel. How you feeling today, Roy Chess?
I'm good. Peace, everyone. Peace.
Peace to you. Did you have any questions or comments based off anything you've heard so far?
Well, I would like to ask a few questions, perhaps. My first question for Humble would be, you said you had a background in debating. I was wondering if you could tell us a story of or an experience of you having a debate with someone, but they win the debate, but you felt their information was incorrect. Like your information was correct, but they still won the debate. Did you ever have an experience?
Yeah, most definitely. Actually, that came to my second loss. My second loss was, what was the debate topic? The debate topic was, is the biblical narrative true? And my opponent came to the debate. I give my opponent credit. He showed that the Israelites were real people, but he didn't prove if the biblical narrative was true. I proved that it wasn't true, and they still gave him the win. Hey, listen, I wanted them debaters that if I lose, it's all competition. You know, I just go back in the lab, I get stronger, and I get ready for the next one. I don't talk about the judge. I always use the basketball analogy. I'm a basketball player. I show up. Y'all bring the ball. Y'all tell me what court to go to. I show up and do what I do. You know what I'm saying? So I never complain about the judges. I never complain about the commentator. I'm very respectful in my debates, you know. I don't lose my cool down. I'm very passionate, yeah, but I don't throw no slurs or no name calling. And that's just how it go.
Hey, you're gonna like it over here. We have unbiased judges that I went and hired specifically for this. They're not in the, they're not clicked up with anybody. They're separate entities from the people that we have around here. So there's no biases. We had a few people that were sore losers. They were trying to challenge judgments. I actually let one guy do a challenge. He just ended up getting more embarrassed the second time.
And see, one thing for me is when I was in high school, I lost debates in high school over crazy reasons, man. I lost debates in high school because I didn't sound proper enough. You know, I didn't wear a suit and a tie. And I didn't come, because that was their standard of debate. We didn't know. We just some kids from the projects. We try and do something constructive other than go out here and, do something bad. So we just debate. So I lost debates over crazy stuff. And one thing I learned definitely from some of my sports icons is you just get back in the lab and you get better.
Another question, Roy Chess? You got the floor.
Sure.
You can dialogue.
As far as getting ready for the debate, what is your process? Is there a specific process, or do you have a special case process for every debate? Do you have what I'm saying is, do you have a universal system, or do you case by case debate type of system?
It's more case by case. So a lot of the things is I'm more of a speaker. So, and I know in a debate I have to put together a presentation. So my thing is my mind be on ADHD mode, trying to get everything right. So I take things out, I put things in, I make 15 presentations. I be in the gym, bro. When I say I be in the lab, really, cause it's like my process. You could look at a little bit like Eminem when he write inspiration write down a piece of paper. That's how I am. I might be working on the debate. I might be going downstairs, fixing something to eat, and get an inspiration. Run upstairs to my laptop, write it down real quick, and I just put it together as I go.
So, do you do music as well? I'm just curious. I'm only asking that because some people do it with music, right?
Right.
So some people are rappers or musicians, whatever. So they get into the zone for that reason, using rap or music or whatever. Is there something that you use to get into the zone specifically, or no?
No, I just bring the passion. I just bring the information, the scholastic information, and I bring my passion.
Okay. So do you have any formal training at all other than the high school debate?
Yeah. So Bigo is another platform where I do this constantly 24/7, 365 days out of the week. Like, and it prepares me for platforms like this because over there, the environment is no holds barred, right? So you ain't gotta be structured, you ain't gotta be, well spoken. You come in and y'all yelling and y'all cussing each other out and y'all going back and forth. That actually help you strengthen your arsenal too. When you get in the ring and it get chaotic, you know how to hold your composure.
Okay, is that what platform is that? Is that outside of YouTube, I guess?
Yes, outside of YouTube.
Is it on like
it's called BIGO. It's called Bigo Live. You download it on your phone.
Oh, okay.
It's also a paid app. So you get on there, you become a host. You can get paid for streaming and things of that nature, bringing your content. Right now over there, I'm trying to make information important, because people over there, they'll pay for, just like over on the YouTube community, we got communities on Bigo. So you got business community, you got the ghetto community where people just cussing each other out all day. You got us, the conscious community. You got the LGBTQ community, and the other communities are more popular because it's more drama. And so what I'm trying to push to the forefront on Bigo is education. You know what I'm saying? Why are y'all sitting here wasting y'all money on people who don't care about y'all? When y'all got people right here in front of y'all really giving y'all information, not information, who cares, but information to where though you can go out here tomorrow and apply it and change your whole life. So that's what we over there doing.
Okay. Do you host or are you just part of other people's platform?
I host. Yeah, I host. We are. So what I do in particular is I build community. So I have a lot of people on Bigo who one of them is Soul Tribe Community, right? That's a family that I am a leader of. We got a community in the metaverse. We got a community on Discord. We got a community everywhere. Facebook, Instagram. I'm also a part of the Ring of Fire. I'm also a part of the Bomb Squad. Me and my brother are shaping. So one thing I do in particular is bring together community.
So is it just debate, or are you talking about in general?
In general, I'm a debater by sport, but I am a practitioner by trade. So when I say I'm a practitioner by trade, I not only live life, but I work with life. I am someone who I wonder why this happened in these predicaments. I wonder what choices can lead me in the proper manners. You see what I'm saying?
You broke up a little bit.
Oh, my bad. So I'm basically a practitioner of life. I'm a debater by sport.
Okay. So you don't take it too serious. I mean, not like your life depends on it type of thing.
Oh yeah, no,
serious.
No.
But
it's the same way I play basketball. I'm very competitive, but what's in the ring is in the ring. What's outside of the ring is outside of the ring.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. Some people are more extreme than that. So I think you're aware of that, right?
Yeah. But yeah, I just be looking ahead because my thing is I love sports, but our people, for the ones of us who are not really good at sports, right? We need something that still gets us going. And I think that's what debate is. I think debate is a sport that we could do without moving our physical muscles. And it also is healthy for our community because we're also teaching our community as well. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like it is not only debate, it's presentations as well. It's it's just being intelligent, making intelligent cool again. You see what I'm saying? it like sometimes I sit here and I watch YouTube and I be watching Martin Luther King sit on the panel with a couple other melanated brothers, and just the way they be speaking. Sometimes I watch Brother James Baldwin, you know what I'm saying, stand on the panel debating in front of the senator and the president, and I just be like, bro, that's what we need to get back to. We need to get back to showing our brothers and sisters it's okay to be intelligent. It's power in knowledge. So that's where I'm coming from, brother.
Hey, we got a super
So
chat.
let me ask you this.
Hold on, Roy Chess, real quick. We got a super chat from Hey Goddess. She says, I crown the humble mystic a Titan. Hey, Titan, stand up. Maybe coming soon. We gonna see. To be an official Titan, you gotta have a win under your belt. We are creating a little exclusivity to the to the debate team, the Titans. I'm leader of the team Titans. Yeah, we're gonna see if he what he does over here, and then we'll see about that. If he's interested. I know he's part of a few squads right now, but he would definitely be a dope addition.
Oh yeah.
Shout out, Hey Goddess. Yeah, she's keeping us all in check and in line over here. She's management. Appreciation.
Love it. And that's something else I love to see too, man. We gotta put our women back out in the forefront too, man. It's man.
That's big facts. I wanted to create a safe space for women to come drop and share knowledge.
Yeah. Love them. I got some dope sisters over on Beagle who share information. And it'd be funny because it'd be new people that be coming around. And because it's like breeding pit bulls, bro. It's like because our sisters sit around us so much, when they get challenged by another woman or something, it's just like, yo, she rowdy. Like, yeah, like look who she sit around. She sit around some real scholars. She ain't just about to throw nothing out there and she ain't do her homework on it. I appreciate you, Sister Goddess. I really do. I see you down there.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do a bomb squad takeover, man.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror.